Is that the debate you want to have?
I don't care. Pick something,
Sure.
man. I'll go with whatever.
So you're
And
arguing
here's
men.
your birthday gift, Rob, to you. No King's Day gift.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll start the timer.
All right. You're affirmative. You argue men are more responsible for what?
Okay. Yeah, I can do that again. Yeah. So if we're going to argue that men are men in a patriarchal society are responsible and are the leaders, if we're going to do that, then men have to be responsible for all of the results, right? Because you should be leading women in the correct direction. Now, obviously, they're responsible for their individual actions. We're not talking about individuals misbehaving or acting badly. We're talking globally here, and globally, and who is ultimately responsible, right? Like if good leaders take responsibility for their employees, for their for the people that they're in charge of. And if we really contend in the manosphere and the red pill and all of this that men lead and women follow, then ultimately men are responsible for the state of the way things are, and therefore men are responsible for the spread of feminism, and that's my position.
I would argue that you are incorrect in your statement that men are responsible, right? I think the responsibility lies with both parties, not just singularly men. And so you affirming that men are solely responsible is actually a misnomer. First off, women can be said to be near as much, if not as much, as responsible as men, because humanity has been about a collaborative effort. Yes, it is true that men have been seen to be in dominant roles, have been ones that have controlled society, have been the hunters, gatherers, those people that are interested in advancement of society and things of that nature, while women have been seen to caretake more at home. But when we say that women are responsible for caretaking more at home, that would mean that they're responsible primarily for the beginnings of instructions when it comes to children, both boys and girls. And the indoctrination that allowed men to become weaker to allow feminism certainly started with women that were doing this teaching, whether it be back at home or now we see in the West, women overwhelmingly are responsible for decisions that are made in academia. So for those reasons, I think that you could clearly see that that has some sort of effect into it. And so even if you don't think that that's more responsible, it certainly means that men aren't solely
I'll
responsible.
cede all of that. I'll agree. I'll concede all of those points. However, ultimately, someone has to be ultimately responsible. And men, if we maintain, and we all seem to, that men are the leaders, the responsibility, the buck has to stop somewhere, and the buck stops at the feet of every male on the planet that decides to be a leader. Now, obviously, some don't, and again, I'm not talking individually or singularly. And I think that when we talk about the growth of feminism has helped weak men. Weak men feed into feminism because it allows them access to sex on a level they've never had before. And it's also allowed, the massive and overwhelming preponderance of bad behavior. And this is actually why women are in charge of schools, right? Men have decided that they don't want to do it, and they're weak, and they want to go do other things. And we don't, that's women's work, right? And
but again,
where traditionally education of children were the responsibility of men. And I think that throughout history, men have always done a better job of educating children than women. I don't think that.
So I disagree with this for two reasons. Sure. One, even if I concede everything you're saying, this hinges upon the idea that there's only responsibility that lies with one person, or in this case, one group. That's just not true. It's fallacious to assume that responsibility only lies with one person. For example, if we were looking at responsibility for a loss of a team, you may say the responsibility ultimately lies with the owner, the head coach, or you could also say it relies with the players on the team in some sort of combination thereof. In order for you to win this debate, you need to win that women have zero responsibility collective as a group. And then to go, which I don't think you're capable of doing, you just assert responsibility ultimately lies with one group. I don't think that's true. I could give a litany of examples to show that's why not the case. When it comes to men ultimately being the ones that are in charge of teaching children throughout history, that's not true, particularly if we're talking about informal settings. Men have traditionally been the ones that have been out accomplishing things, ones that have been out there being the hunters, gatherers, the defenders of society. Women have been caretakers. Would you agree that that's the traditional role of women, and that's something that we should strive for, women as caretakers?
So it's an interesting. That's actually an interesting standpoint. I want to go back to your example of the team. If the team loses, who's responsible for that? Well, generically, you look at the captain of the team, right? He led the team. He directed the team. You could say the coach as well, but the captain is the man on the field, and and that one person. At the end of the day, there's always one person that's responsible. In business, you can have an entire team of managers, but ultimately, it's the CEO's responsibility, and the CEO who gets fired. And in the family, in the household, in life, men are the CEOs of their world, and therefore not all responsibility, but the ultimate responsibility lies on them. Now, again, I'm not saying that women can't be responsible for this or that or the other thing. Certainly, things can be delegated out. But again, if we're saying that men are the leaders, and I believe that we are, in my household, I am the leader. Therefore, when my wife screws something up, I don't particularly blame her for screwing up. I blame myself for not giving her proper instruction. And then I accept that instruction.
So I disagree even with your analogy there. If we're going back to the team example, it's absurd to say that the captain is always blamed. Example, let's say that you take arguably the greatest basketball player of all time, Michael Jordan, and put him on an inferior team because of decisions the coaches made and decisions that the ownership's made to put him on a bad team. No one would blame Michael Jordan for his team for some sort of loss. So even when you isolate the sole person that would be responsible, but even when you isolate the sole person that would be responsible, saying that all the responsibility lies with them, I would think that 50 different people would come to 50 different conclusions. Most would say that it's shared responsibility from a litany of groups. You say that the captain would get fired. They are like the CEO. Oftentimes when a company runs poorly, the CEO isn't fired. Other people are blamed, or the CEO is fired along with a litany of other people. The idea that it is sole responsibility is a misnomer. And real quick, just to answer this point, it's not just, you still haven't addressed the fact that it's not just formal education, but if women, and you refuse to answer this question, are primary caretakers, and we both agree they should be, and that's the way it is, they're the ones that are teaching children, and you could even say indoctrinating children from a young age, which would make these
I'll address
more
that. I'll address that. I'll address that in this way. So I don't believe that after once a child is capable of walking, talking, and more or less, not needing any extra help, women do a very poor job of teaching them, and men should step in. Men are failing society by not being good men.
I disagree. I think that while
I understand,
that's partially true,
a lot of people
while that's
disagree.
partially true, it's not exclusive.
And
I think women are also failing.
Nobody paid to keep you on, Grid. I'm going to put you backstage. Bring on the next person. Hang tight, Grid. Okay, love you. Oh, sorry. And while that was rolling, Robbie sends in the big five. Jesus is king, so he is responsible for Christians that sin or spread feminism.
I'm going to mute just for a second. I'll be right back. Just give me like 30 seconds.
Sure. Yeah, take your time. No issue. You didn't mute, though. I'm going to mute him. And Harry Ludwig with the big 2 says, for the goal. Thank you, Harry. We appreciate that. Yes, and for the record, Rob and I are splitting the grift tonight. So you're not just supporting the patriarchy, you're supporting the matriarchy as well. And I think at this point, the matriarchy is winning. Spyro, how are you this evening?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
Harry, you said Grid back on. You got to wait. You just came in too late. But while we're on intermission, I'll put Grid on next. But while we're in intermission, you guys asked for the horse video.
This message is sponsored in part by...
My internet is running terribly slow tonight. The ether must be moving. Spyro, you've been here before, haven't you?
I have not. This is my first time. I've talked with Rob before. I went on his show. I've talked with Andrew backstage for some of my streams. He's helped me out with some of my arguments around tech stuff because that's what I do. But I have not been on this panel live. I've been on chat though, and I've dropped a few super chats. So that's maybe why you've seen me before.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say your name sounded familiar. I knew the Spyro name. That's fair. What do you like to? Are you a debater, or are you?
No, I'm not a debater. I'm a programmer. I'm a real coder, unlike Radical Coder, who couldn't code his way out of a paper bag. And so what I do is I stream. I talk about technical stuff, programming stuff, particularly AI lately. but also
Oh.
about how leftist, feminist, woke, virtue signaling agendas have captured the tech industry and have altered the way that we literally write code, like literally write code. It's not just programmers need to sit in a room and talk about how they're like not good men and, you know, toxic to women around them or whatever. No, it's like you have to make sure that the structure of your code does not have any microaggressions in it, doesn't trigger people. People of minorities don't read a particular word like blacklist and get offended and things like that. So I talk about all that. So Andrew's helped me with that, and watching Rob debate, who, by the way, ran as soon as I showed up. If you roll it back, you can see his face. You can see like his whole face just flush. The blood just fell, like the stars fell from the sky, and he ran off like a little chicken.
My AI guys in the background, I knew you'd be coming on tonight, and I was like, shit, give me some answers real quick. Spiro's here. So yes, that's definitely what's going on. So.
And Draco actually sent in a $5 Cash App and says, Rob, you got no Cash App YouTube links. Are the links on your channel?
They should be under like each one of my live streams.
Under the description.
Under the description. So I will put those. I put them in the chat earlier, but I will get those again for everyone. So sorry about that. I'll get them up for everyone.
Mods keep running them. If you can go find them and keep running them, we'll continue to support Rob this evening since he might be down for a while. All right, Spyro, do you have a prompt, a topic you want to debate Rob on?
Yeah. So I just want to clarify one thing before I start. I'm Canadian. And I just literally finished talking to Andrew because he's also Canadian. He just hopped on his moose. He's on his way to his igloo right now. And I gave him a tip for opening jars. I told him he has to start a bit smaller. So because he has a black ex-wife, I figured he could work with an Aunt Jemima bottle because they're the plastic lids, you know? So I thought it might be easy for him. So he's off doing that. So you guys might actually get to see Andrew open an Aunt Jemima bottle up next.
Listen, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to because he's Jewish. He'll pay someone else to do it. So, you know, no hard feelings with it, but appreciate it. Leave poor Andrew alone. The guy gets all this grief because of this olive jar thing. And the truth is he's very fragile and it's hurting his feelings. So leave the poor man alone.
It's endless the amount of calls I get from him at 3 a.m, just sobbing, just like uncontrollably sobbing. And did you really start the timer? Listen, you hoser. Okay, here it is. Here's the prompt. All right. The prompt is this: if an AI can elicit the exact same emotional response that people have to another human, romantically, friendship wise, just everything that you could feel about another human can be captured by an AI. And you could have the exact same relationship, the exact same friendship. Everything is there. All the interactions are there. Why should humans continue to procreate?
So 2 reasons. First is that life is about more than just procreation. There's also a spiritual aspect to it. It is true that because of that spirituality, we should desire to procreate. There will never be an AI that exists in the eyes of God like a human could be. And so if part of our goal is to reach the kingdom of heaven and to procreate so that we have more people that can spread the word of Christ, even if an AI could intimidate or could imitate that, they'll never be able to fully do that. The other thing is, because we have no proof that AI won't surpass humanity in an intellectual or strength capacity and eventually wipe them out. And I myself am a fan of humans amongst any other species, including something like robotics or AI. And so I don't want to put ourselves at the whim of a master robot race that will be able to wipe all humans out.
But you're necessarily precluding that God hates AI to begin with, or wouldn't want it as an equivalent race to ours. And the Bible already proves that there are other races beyond humans that he already loves and do exist. For example, angels and demons. What necessarily precludes AI from existing, especially if they can exhibit the same traits as a conscious human being?
Because God made humans in his own image. He did not do that's what separates humanity from all other species, including that of angels and demons. And so any creation that humans make will necessarily be at least 2 steps away from God. And so therefore, he would never have that same feeling. If God wanted to create those in his image, he would do that. He wouldn't create humans to do it for them. And so, no, the Bible specifically does not mention any other species, whether it be angels, demon, any other aliens, any other species of animals, that God has this favorability that he has with humanity. And as humans, we should be concerned with ourselves first and foremost in having a kingdom on this planet worthy of God, and to ensure that we try to make it to the kingdom of God by following Christ ourselves.
I disagree. Here's why. Do you believe that God created man in his image? I think you would agree.
Yeah.
You just said that, right?
Yes.
Did he create us with the ability to create others in our image through the act of procreation?
Yes.
What precludes the act of procreation from a digital version of ourselves?
Because the digital this would be no different than God being pleased with creations of ours like the automobile. Like, in the eyes of God, we're all consciously so far beneath like the intelligence, consciousness, etc. of God. What makes humans unique is that we were created specifically by him in his image. And so the same arguments you're making, that's like, well, if AI can emulate sort of and imitate humanity, then God would say, yes, that equals humanity. I don't think there's tricking God like that. And if that was the case, then he would feel the same way about the automobile or the toaster, which clearly I think that a reading of the Bible suggests that's not the case, particularly since we can see technology that existed in the time of both the Old and New Testament. And there's no mention from Christ or any of the figures in the Old Testament or elsewhere in the New Testament about God having favorability for these inventions as much as he has humanity.
Okay. So let's say I concede all of this. Then let me ask you a follow-up question and shift the goalposts like a typical leftist libtard who does not come in good faith and for the laughs. Okay. So now I'm going to shift the goalpost. All right.
Okay.
So since procreation is for the act of, a God-given act to recreate humans, can you tell me why there might be an immoral clause whereupon you create an AI system that has a silicone body and it is the likeness of, say, a sibling, and you have some kind of carnal relations that seems incestuous on its face, and so what would be immorally wrong with that?
Well, in the eyes of God, right, it would be similar to acts of sexual gratification, such as premarital sex, homosexual sex, etc. These are considered sexual acts for pleasure, and carnal knowledge that is something that the Bible recommends against. So it would still be immoral in that sense. But I believe what you're asking me is, what if we took it outside of that scope, right? And you're saying, like, if we say that a brother and sister, it's immoral for a brother and sister to have these sorts of relations, would that immorality also share to a brother and creating the model of a AI that looked like the sister? Is that sort of where you're going?
Yeah. Or you could even say, like, what would be wrong with like creating an AI model of a dead loved one and recreating them and having carnal relations with them? What's immoral? No one's getting hurt. There's no physical body. What's the moral objection to that?
Well, I would think that the moral objection with the former is different than the latter. Say that your wife passes away and you choose to get an AI that emulates her speaking styles, her thought processes, and looks just like her. I don't know necessarily that that would be immoral outside the biblical sense of what we talked about, not in the same way as making it your brother or sister, because what that's doing is emulating like a grotesque sort of form of can we say the word that starts with an I? I think we all know what we're talking about, relations with a family member, right? It would have the same problems with emulating that as doing it, much the same as we say that it's immoral to have these sorts of relations with children, and it is also immoral to emulate it by having pornographic material that simulates children. It would be the same effect, that these things are so immoral on their face value because they're so grotesque for reasons we can get into other than biblical reasons, and so the emulation of that immoral act itself is what would be immoral. However, I will concede that I don't understand outside the biblical sense why it would be immoral to make a robot that looks like your wife.
So this is exactly why I wanted to go down this line of questioning, because I think this is actually a good counter argument to a lot of the leftist ideology that's out there. When you present the premise from the case of an AI, which is something that now a lot of people can grasp and approach, and you present these premises, even the ones that Andrew loves to talk about that make Sarah squirm all the time, all of these crazy scenarios, now just apply AI to
channel nuked, by
yeah,
the way.
that's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows now? Who knows? But yeah. So when you apply AI, when you would like tack on AI, and you go, well, why shouldn't I create an AI body that I can do all of these, disgusting, grotesque things with? What is your moral position that would disallow me or preclude me from being able to do that? And the problem is that outside, it necessarily limits a a person with like a few brain cells together from being able to say that they have a moral stance. A leftist can't say that they have a moral stance because there's nothing outside of their subjective morality that would preclude them. So everybody can just now have like all kinds of wild, crazy stuff, including stuff that would normally be considered bad. Like, you can imagine where that goes. If you can recreate a dead loved one, you could probably recreate something that's a lot more gross, like some of the stuff that Andrew, brings up, right?
Let's take it a step further. You could recreate, and I'm aware that this exists. You could recreate a robotic simulation of an animal.
Yep.
Right. And then all the arguments you have, it's like, well, why is it immoral for someone to engage in acts like this with an animal? You could say, well, those arguments wouldn't apply to the robot that looks like an animal, right? That's different. It's not technically a living thing, but it still would, because the simulation of that immorality in its own right is still immoral for the very reasons that we say that the original act itself was immoral. Now, it's easy from sort of a Christian stance to say this, and it's one of the arguments that becomes difficult. And it's why you've seen so many lefties have to bite the bullet on these questions about family relations or questions about simulations of children with material, pornographic material and such. They have a difficult time answering this because they can't have a foundational backing for why. They'll have to say, well, it's questions of consent, or it's questions of harming children. And then the rebuttal from sick people or people that are just testing their morality is like, well, if it's a cartoon, right, then whose consent was violated? So yes, this is why you should have a more grounded underpinning of your morality that would push back. But even in a secular worldview, I would try to push back against those people and say, it's not just about violating the person's consent in the moment, whether it be a family member or whether it be something like a child. It's also about sort of the wrongdoing that commits has made a precedent throughout society, right? And so one of the reasons that we as a society, other than the biblical understanding, but even secular people, are so against carnal relations with family is we see the utilitarian outcome, right?
Right.
All of these deformities, the weakness genetically that comes with doing this stuff. And so it's clear to see even people that don't follow a biblical path, why they would frown against this, and they couch this in morality. It becomes a moral issue because of the utilitarian calculus that occurs if you allow this sort of behavior.
Right. Okay. I do have one more that's also deeply philosophical. It's maybe a little bit less of a debate, more of a philosophical one, since I have a little bit of time on the clock, because chat is awesome, and also they suck. If anybody's in from my chat, I tell all my chat that they suck all the time. So yeah. Okay. So I have one funny question, a real quick one. You know how like sometimes you have files that live on the cloud, quote unquote, and the cloud is just a server that like exists somewhere. It's like a piece of hardware that exists somewhere. If that piece of hardware exists on land that has been appropriated from an indigenous group of people, must you give land acknowledgements before you access those files from the cloud? Trick question. That's so stupid. Obviously, the answer.
I would say no, but it's a good question for the people that believe in land acknowledgement.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, so the actual philosophical question. I was asked this by the great Andrew Wilson. He
great's a strong word. But,
okay, you're right. Yeah, the weak, sobbing, barely can open Aunt Jemima bottle Wilson, who's currently just making his way over to the igloo on his moose. Okay, so he asked me what I thought about when ensoulment happens. Like, when does a human have a soul? And I've thought about this a lot, and I thought about the analogy of a video game. When me as a coder, I write code, there is ones and zeros that exist. Those ones and zeros are executed on a piece of hardware. It could be your screen, your keyboard, your mouse, your TV, your PlayStation console, whatever it is. There's some kind of medium upon which you view those ones and zeros in action, and then you play the game. And so I thought about it this way. if the ones and zeros are the DNA, human DNA, and the video game is the experience of having a human being in front of you who is a fully formed person out of that DNA, at what point do you experience the soul of the game, or at what point does the soul of the game actually exist?
Well, it's difficult for me as someone who's so technically inept to try to look at things through this sort of framing. For me so let's start with this. I would believe that the soul enters the human body at the time of conception. That's when a soul would exist. So if we're saying then, like, run through this again, stupefy it for me as some dumb redneck that has trouble understanding technology. You're saying, like, as a coder, you're putting in the binary like the ones and zeros, but you're saying you believe the soul exists when? It's not just the creating the framework, like the skeletal framework. You're saying that the digital soul is put in. When is your claim of this?
So from my perspective, it would be that the ones and zeros all actually does already contain the soul. The game is in there. The only difference is how far along it is along the experience level. What medium are you viewing that in? You can view it through the medium of the screen and you're playing with it, or you view it through the medium of the ones and zeros, but ultimately you have the game. It's in there. So from my perspective, my answer to him was, maybe you should flip the question around and ask, when does a soul get a human, and not when does a human get a soul?
Yeah, it's an interesting point, right? And I admit to being a bad Christian and not a biblical scholar, so I don't know exactly from different denominations when that would come about, when they would make this. And I also don't know any biblical passage that would speak to this. But my feeling is that I think you're in the right direction, which would be that sort of the soul exists, maybe if not self-conscious beforehand, because it's been created and has always existed through God, who's always existed. And then the soul enters a body through the will of God, and then obviously through the acts of procreation on this planet. And so the soul as already existing and existing before the body, by default, enters the body at the time of the creation of the body, because the soul was there prior to it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I have 30 seconds. One last quick one. Is incognito mode a sign of toxic masculinity, or is it just self-care for libertarians? Peace. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Peace out.
Thanks, Spyro.
I will say, I think incognito mode, I don't know that I've ever used it, but I will say this. I have used private mode on my Apple phone, and I can tell you the last time I used it, I probably shouldn't. I was considering going to cover one of the riots, and so I put my VPN on and went to private mode. What is the appropriate clothing to wear when going to cover a riot? Because I was like, I'm not so sure that I want my browser to be like, what's this guy about? But I swear to you all, I was not going to participate in any anti-ICE riots. I was literally going there to film it and say, look at these idiots. So I'm aware that there's like tear gas and stuff like that. I didn't know if you were supposed to like, what type of clothing, bandanas, etc. So that's how lame. It's like that scene from Office Space. Like, look how lame I am. I'm looking up money laundering in the dictionary. Like, that's how I felt about it. But
oh my God.
Pro tip, if you use incognito mode, it doesn't save you anything at all. If the government really wants to, or a bad actor, they'll just get it from your internet service provider who logs all your history anyway. You're all screwed anyways. Bye.
Bye, Spyro.
It's a good thing I'm not up to anything nefarious then, other than Clint Eastwood videos. I got a whole slew of them ready to go. So
somebody paid to bring Grid back on, but he's only getting 5 minutes this time. Are we continuing the conversation?
Whatever you
I
want.
don't care. Whatever.
What do you think, Grid? Do you think that both men and women are responsible?
Not equally, no.
Well, but nonetheless, the prompt was who is responsible, and if multiple groups are responsible, then you would have to negate the resolution, right?
Oh, let me pause.
Well,
I apologize. I forgot to read the super chats that came in between that. My apologies. Can Spyro reach out to Andy Pants Gaming? Who's Andy Pants Gaming?
Probably.
I don't know.
I bet Spyro's still watching, and he'll probably be in the chat and let you know. He'll probably respond.
He's still backstage hanging out.
Yeah.
Fuck it button with the big 5 says, dude, stop saying Rob walked off. We know damn well he waddled off. Super cute.
Yeah, that's right, Spyro. Yeah.
Y'all like Ryan loves having his camps. Teamwork. Keep dragging, man. JP Peltier, God created X and Nihilo?
I would say that's probably nihilo. I don't know.
Nihilo?
I'm
I don't
assuming
know.
a Latin term that has to do with nihilism, the root of nihilism, but I don't know exactly what that means.
I don't either. How long, Nate, with the Big Ten? Win Rob, spoken like an ortho man, not enough blood for a bruh. And Harry paid to add on time for Spyro. STV Philly, I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? Blacklist never has offended anyone. Master Bedroom either. And any of that woke BS companies did to pander has nothing to do with reality. Fair.
So I told this story the other night. It's relevant to this stream tonight. There's this, I like watching chess streams. So there's this guy, I think his name's Agamator, right? And he's a big, just analyzes chess games. He plays a little, but basically he analyzes famous games. So there's this really big tournament going, and he doesn't live stream that much. He has more live viewers than he's ever had. He's making money hand over fist, like tens of thousands of people or thousands watching this live stream. And he says something like this. And again, we're talking about chess. He says, this is why white will always beat black in this position. And they gave him a community strike and pulled down his channel because the algorithm picked up on he was commenting about whites and blacks. And so he had to reach out and be like, it's chess. That's the color of the pieces. So it's not just people being offended. It's also, and Spiro, you guys should go over to Spiro's channel for real, because he talks about this. The people that create these technologies like AI put their own biases in. And so that's how you have places like YouTube that have such a bias against sort of firearms or the Second Amendment that someone like me's channel gets struck for basically nothing. Or someone like Agamator could get their channel struck because they're saying something simple about a chess game. But this algorithm, it's just the bot that's looking at it, it doesn't get that. It's just bam, he got his channel. He won his appeal though. So,
bro, I shouldn't say bro, since he just said that you weren't bro enough on that super chat. But there's I was talking to Clovertac about this, and that people have received strikes, or at least the motions or gotten their channel pulled down for holding a drill, because AI can't differentiate between, because if it looks like, must be, so, or it couldn't. I'm sure that they've refined it by now. So
God, you would think so. James also paid to add time on for Spyro. That was ever so kind. I did like that little conversation with Spyro.
That was actually really good.
5 says simply a compilation without procreation is immoral. And I can never say it. Somebody say it. Thank you. Gifted 10 Raging Tomato memberships into the chat. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. And then, of course, Fuck It Button decided to shut it down, drop the 3 minutes, and says, don't suck, mind the gap. Your turn to squirm. And Jason Cassell right now is lighting up the chat with not 1, but 2, not 2, but 3, but 4, but 5, but 6, 7, 8, 9, I think. Did I miscount? 9 $10 super chats from Mr. Jason Cassell to support the grift.
Thank you.
And he specifically said for the goal for the patriarchy.
Oh, amazing.
We're getting up there. We've passed your initial daily necessity. We're close to the double button, not quite there yet, but we're getting there. And Jason Cassell just helped out, and of course Culpercast too. All right, I'm starting your timer now.
I don't know what we're going to debate about, but we can, whatever you want. Pick one.
Well,
What's your favorite dinosaur?
Yeah, there you go.
T-Rex, obviously. Small arms rule.
Okay, T-Rex. How about this? So my wife drives a Subaru, which means I drive a Subaru. Now there is a common opinion
about you a lesbian, or
so I would argue that it is a lie that Subarus are not just for lesbians. Us straight masculine men also can drive Subarus. Would you like to negate that?
I mean, I guess I can. I don't know.
What else? Hold on. We had a couple more in here. I'll read them through, Grid. I'll stop your timer. I'll read them through.
Yeah.
And let me add another minute on there. And we will, let's see, you could pick one. Rural people are superior to city folk. Despite popular opinion, Subarus are not just for lesbians. T-Rex is the coolest dinosaur because it's the king of them all. Craft beers suck and everyone just pretends to like them. There is not one left-winger without a serious mental illness that joins these open panels. Going to the woods is superior than going to the beach. Women should be treated with respect. Online debating is for losers, and people would rather watch us stream our dogs than hear what we have to say.
It's probably true. I gotta say, in the first debate with Duck, I was really like and you know, Duck debates on my channel all the time. I've seen him be really good, and I've seen him just go so esoteric that nobody even knows what he's saying. But I couldn't believe that he went to either Ryan the Coder or the Erudite as being rational. Like, why not pick like Destiny? Destiny makes good, cogent arguments. He's wrong, but he makes good, cogent arguments.
Well, I think it's because I don't know that Destiny's been on like our panels, so I think that maybe that's maybe. But yeah, I agree. Like, let's do that. Who do you think's the best lefty that you've heard debate in the spaces? How about that? We might agree.
Lefty.
Yeah.
I mean, Destiny was good before his meth kicked in. Currently, man, I don't know. I'm not up on the really good lefty debaters. Probably, I would go. I mean, I still got to go with Destiny. Destiny's probably the most even keeled. He will concede points. He makes shit up, which they all do, but I mean, he makes less shit up than most of them.
Destiny's an effective rhetorician, is what he is. He's definitely smart, and he understands argument structure. But more important than that, what makes Destiny very effective is that he knows how to appeal, particularly towards his audience, right? Mm-hmm. And so, oftentimes, he's very good at some certain things that people should do when they're debating. He's good at staying on offense, right? And good at sort of cleverly, like, sort of deflecting anytime he thinks there's a point that's not good for him, and then getting back into some offensive position. And it's something that I'm pretty good at as well. And I think you'll see good debaters like Andrew Wilson that do that. So I think Destiny's a strong case for, as far as left wingers that I've debated, amongst the best. There are other people though. I think that it depends on the topic. So Bisco's not a bad person if you're debating certain legal issues, but he gets way too aggro too fast, and he's even less good faith than he gets less good faith than Destiny. Econoboy's someone that was pretty good on economic issues. I debated Noah Smith, who's an economist. He was pretty solid when it came to sort of economic issues slightly, but boy, he was wretched on everything else. So as soon as we started to talk about the rest of Biden's record, he had nothing on that. Some people have debated it's not necessarily lefties, but oftentimes when you debate people in their specific area of expertise, it can be very difficult. There is a person, I'll try to put this as pleasantly as possible. Do you know who JF Gary Epi is?
No.
JF's probably the smartest person I've debated. JF lives in Canada, so he has to be careful about his language. But I would say, let me just put it as generously as possible. JF's is probably someone who would like a little parcel of land for people that share the same skin color as him. I think that's as nice as I can put it. And that dude's IQ is through the roof. That guy, by any metric, smarter than me. But that doesn't mean he won the debate. And I don't think he did. I think I did very well. But people like that are talking about issues that they are specifically in, I think that makes them dangerous. But I think when it comes to overarchingly, I agree that Destiny's probably the best left winger in this space that I've debated.
It's an interesting thing because, like, when I start thinking about the leftist debaters, right, like Erudite, Jasmine Jafar, to some extent, Craig, FTF, whatever.
I don't know him.
FT, whatever. He does more flat earth stuff. When I started thinking about lefty debaters, then you got the guys like Cenk or however you say his fucking name, from the Young Turks, who plays both sides and is really hard to nail down, right? And it's a really you don't know whether, but I consider him a leftist debater. I really do. I think Cenk, whatever the fuck his name is, that I think he's leftist through and through. I think he's leftist through and through. and a lot of people would probably say he's probably the best leftist debater, but I don't think he debates. I think he rages and then he whines and runs away. So I would I'm sticking with Destiny as probably being the best that the leftists have to say. But who surprised me was Jasmine Jaffa. Jasmine Jaffa, when I saw her debate Alex Stein at DebateCon, I was expecting her to flame out like she does every time against Andrew Wilson, but she actually kind of held her own. And I was really surprised by that. Like she really,
it would. I'm not surprised by that. I debated her once, and it was weird. It was on a topic that I personally know nothing about, and I literally didn't even know that. There's this misnomer, there's this belief that people have that oh, Rob, you're a good debater, you must be a very smart person. I think I'm average to maybe just on a scale of 0 to 100 intelligence, I'm maybe a 52, maybe just slightly above average, but I'm really, really dumb in a lot of things. And so just to give you an example, I never knew of the concept of no fault divorce. I'd never even heard the term. And so they reached out to me, Alex PWF, I think it was, reached out, was like, you want to debate no fault divorce? And I was like, sure. I don't know what to say. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do, and I think Sarah understands this as well, and you do Grid as well as a streamer, when you have people coming on for a debate, it is my goal as a participant to find an area of disagreement, right? Because I want to make it entertaining, right? We're here to put on a show to some degree. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, if we're debating something stupid like, Subarus aren't just for lesbians, that's one thing. Right. But if we're legitimately debating things that we believe in, I'm going to fish around if we agree. If we're both if Sarah brings us on, it's okay, Rob versus Grid, who do you vote for, Trump or Kamala? We're both going to be Trump. So then what is it? Just 2 hours of us being yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
so
right.
You find an area of disagreement. So with Jasmine, I tried to find that area, and I was able to. And it was that she claims that human beings are serial monogamist, and so she got hung up on that. If anything, I crashed out because I thought that the moderator and her were having a back and forth, and she was talking over
Alex?
me every 3 seconds she was talking over. And then on top of that, I don't know what it is about the stream, but it was she's just going to wear a low-cut shirt that Alex was very impressed with, and then she's going to keep shaking her chest. And I was like, I don't fucking...
that's an effective tactic that she has that you don't. And here's the thing.
I wouldn't be so sure, but,
So, absolutely, when she debated Alex Stein at DebateCon, she was wearing the yoga pants and the super tight shirt. She didn't go full slutty because it was freezing ass cold, but she was as close as she could. And the funny thing is that right before Alex Stein went in to do the debate, I told him that I said, hey, I'll give you a $1 for every time you call her a whore or something like that. And no, wait. A degenerate. And he said, how about $5 every time I call her a whore? And I was like, done. And I still owe him $65. He hit that mark 13 times.
Who was that, Alex?
Just watch the debate.
For me, it was not to relitigate this debate, but for me, it was once that started to become the norm, okay, well, here's an area of disagreement I do have with Jasmine, and that's the immorality of OnlyFans content. So I figured I'd let her have it on that a little, and Alex didn't want to hear it. Yeah. Nonetheless, all this is a lengthy way of saying she showed signs to me that she was able to articulate a point, so I'm not surprised that in a hyper-focused debate that she might end up sounding good, especially someone like Alex, because Alex is sort of probably approaching it from sort of a joking standpoint. Alex is trying to call her, promiscuous names for money in the middle of the debate and shit like that. So that's Alex's character, and it's fun. But as far as serious debates, I don't know. Yeah. No, there's a lot of. I debated this guy Adam Dole on Jake Rattlesnake's show.
Yeah. Adam Dole.
I thought Adam was great. He could follow an argument. He seemed to be intelligent.
He's really good. Yeah, Adam Dole is really good. So and there are in the leftist space. So what I notice, and let me know if you agree. On the right, you have people that are really good at debating kind of everything. Right? You can just pick a subject and they'll go at it, and they have a little bit. They have just enough knowledge to be dangerous, but their logic trains are good. On the left, you have people who are really specific, like Econoboy. Like if you get Econoboy away from talking about socialism or communism, they're done. And you get some of the others away from their little specific venues. They really don't, because their arguments and logic chains are so rehearsed. They don't feel natural. They just feel very, very practiced. And I think one of the things that's one of the ways that Destiny is head and shoulders above the rest of the leftist debaters that I've observed, and that is he can think on his feet. Now he does get pissed off and he'll rage quit and he has issues, right? But he's very adaptable. Where a lot of times if you get if you get some of these people on the back foot and just start coming at them from an angle that they haven't considered, or they don't have a really good argument for, they lose. They lose their shit. And it's a really, in my opinion, it's always been a really effective technique for me to be able to go up against a leftist to just kind of grant them because they'll come at me with all of this like documentation and all kinds of bullshit, and I'll just go, yeah, okay, whatever, I grant you that, but how about this? And let's start dealing with the morality of it. Let's take a look at this philosophically, or let's see if your logic holds up, that's actually what you say it is. And that's been a more effective technique for me. But with Destiny, I think that I think he studies a lot, right? Like I think that he's in it all deep, right? He's in it pretty far.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think more than a lot of people. I mean, you have to look at it this way too. Like not to glaze Destiny too much here, but
yeah, right, yeah.
He is streaming insane amount of hours and has been for a long time, right? Mm-hmm. And even if you watch some of his streams, he's doing research streams. So I think he's looking into it maybe more than the average left-wing person you see streaming. And so if he knows that a debate on a particular topic's coming up with someone that's challenging, he'll practice, and that's good form. Everyone should do that to some degree. For example, when Destiny was going on to debate Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald on things related to January 6th, Destiny reached out to me and said, will you come on and debate me on this? Because he thought if I could debate Rob on this, then I could debate Alex Jones on it. And so, of course, I'm like, shit, yeah, I'll debate. I don't care. And I think anyone who watched those two streams would say that I did markedly better than Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald, right? So that's sort of a level of sort of preparation that I think speaks to someone being a more challenging debater. In addition to that, I think Destiny's strongest suit, the rhetorician side of it, right? The ability to understand the game of debate, the sort of back and forth of it. And it's something that I'm very good at. And like I said, I think it's something that Andrew Wilson's very good at. And so you can kind of recognize when you see it. But the problem is, if that's all you have on a specific topic, then someone who's able to recognize the signs of that can oftentimes put you in a very difficult position. And so you can only get so far with that to someone who recognizes it. This is why, like Sarah, the other night, you see the Mormons, or was it not the Mormons, the debate you had Monday with Andrew Wilson, right? Where it was, is it immoral to take land by force? And those, the two people that were going against Andrew and his partner just got blown out because they don't have an idea of sort of, not only was Andrew correct about the importance of defining terms, anytime you're talking about a philosophical concept like morality, you have to define terms. It's not like
that was crazy. Yeah, I watched that. That was nuts. And what's her name was just going crazy that they wanted to define the terms, and his enemy Charlie, the communist. And I've got a really good clip of her, it's so strange how all she wants to do is just like throw out her rhetoric and be done. Like that's it. But Andrew's like, no, these terms mean something. If we're going to be talking past each other, we're going to be going around in circles for 3 hours if we don't define this. And they wouldn't even listen to him. It was crazy. And that's not the first time I've seen that. I have tried to do that myself and not been able to establish.
Well, yeah. And so what I'm saying is, like, yes, certainly, in that particular debate defined. That's different than like if you're debating like who should we vote for, Kamala Harris or Trump. The definition of the terms in there, like, well, what is Trump? What is Kamala?
Right.
What is she really? Like, yeah, I can understand how that's overly semantical, but when you're talking about morality, it's different. But the big problem that those two had was they don't know how to like. They don't even know how to like push back in a like any sort of form whatsoever, right? To them, they're not used to a debate. They're used to like two people sitting around a cafe table chatting about something they may disagree with. And that's not really what debate is. It can be. Like me and you right now, we're just having a conversation. If it was an official debate with an official topic, like even the first 7 minutes you were on, then it's different. And they don't get that. Like another example is when Andrew Wilson debated Dave Smith. Dave Smith's there for a conversation. Andrew Wilson's there for a debate. Right. And
that was funny.
And it's like that's all the difference.
He's
and Dave's like
pissed off at me about that.
Right. And so, so that's sort of what happens. And you see Destiny blow a lot of people out in that same way because they're just like, I don't know how to approach this. Or maybe they think Destiny's a bigger streamer than them, so they get intimidated or whatever. My advice to people is like debate things that you believe in, that you know, and stick to your guns. No one is better than you, and you're not better than anyone. You should treat everyone as if they're equal. It doesn't matter if it's someone who's debated a long time that you've seen crush people in debates that you agree with most of the time, or it's someone that you've never heard debate. It's irrelevant. You should approach it the same way, and that's true of anything in life, right? If you walk into a room and you're intimidated, you're a roofer, but you walk into a room of professional roofers and you're like, I've only been doing it for 3 years, and these guys have all been doing it 30. Yes, you could take and learn from those people, but you also shouldn't feel intimidated that you're unwilling to talk about things that you know. And so I think that was the big mistake that those two made in that debate, that they just they did not know how to push back. One thing I could say is if I'm debating Andrew Wilson and he starts like define this, one of the things I say, and it's very effective and it'll work, is like, listen, man, I'll leave you control this 15 minutes of the debate. You run them however you want, but after that, I get to control it, right? Fair enough. Yeah. And Andrew, he'll buy that. He'll say, I'm offering an internal critique of you, and then you get to offer an internal critique of me. That's fine. And that's good. That's exactly how I like to debate. I want to ask you questions and then have you give a pithy response so that I can say, but see, that's a problem. Instead, most of the time what you get debates is people want to do things that are amateurish. Like, I'll ask you a question, Grid. I'll be like, well, do you think that women have no responsibility? And you might be like, well, blah, 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 blah. And you go on for 5 minutes and I'm like, yeah, you didn't answer the question. Well, blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you watch good debaters, right, you're able to answer, give a brief explanation, and then say, how can I turn this to offensive for my side? What's Yes, I actually agree that women do have a role, but it's an interesting question. Seeing as how you asked that, Rob, wouldn't it also be true that women that were raised by men and that actually because of the actions that men were taking in the household would primarily still be the men that allowed them to indoctrinate the children in the first place? Right. And so it's
as I did.
Right. If you don't have the rhetorical ability to sort of do those things, though, people get lost in the shuffle. They get intimidated. Don't get intimidated, especially by some dude like Andrew that can't open an olive jar. I mean, what the hell's there to be intimidated by? So
yeah, that's awesome. So let's kind of shift this a little bit. What do you think about the way that Jay Dyer and Fabian Liberty? Did you see that? It ended up not being a debate. Did you see that?
I didn't see it. No.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I consider Fabian Liberty one of the more good faith debaters that you're going to interface with. He and I don't agree on everything, but I know that we can go back and forth and have we can whittle it down to where one of us is going to probably win and one of us is going to lose, but we'll both be okay, right? Yes. And Jay Dyer, I don't really know what happened, but he started muting Fabian right out of the gate, and it was, and I don't approve of that technique in debate. I don't like that. I don't even like it in discussion. Like I actually was on a stream earlier today, and we were having a discussion, and actually Ryan was on it, and I kept the conservatives on the panel. Were muted so that the leftists could make or liberals could make their points, and then we would be unmuted for a few minutes and then remuted because obviously the host didn't want us to blow out the liberals. And I left. I was like, you know what? I can do that for a little while. Like I get it, let them make their initial points and make, but after that, you've got to let the dog hunt, right? Like I am going to blow these people out, and you've primed me to do so. So let me, but I just won't interact with that. What do you think about that, Rob? Because I know that you've been around a long time, seen a lot of types of debate and a lot of types of moderation. And now again, this wasn't technically a debate, but it was shaping into a debate, right? And
yeah, so I can't say that that there's never a place for using the mute button. Obviously, for example, I'll get another drink here too. For example, had something at Car the other day where someone was claiming that because I made a song on AI that was joking around about Elon Musk's fighting with Donald Trump, and Elon had accused Trump of being on Epstein's plane, that was tantamount to me making fun of children that have been abused, right?
Sure.
And so that to me is a serious accusation. And so, okay, that person decides to call in, and I said, okay, before we start, I have a question for you. Who did you vote for, Trump or Bud? And he refused to answer. And so he would start going off, and I would mute him and say, before we proceed with this conversation, I'll certainly give your chance to interrogate me. I would like an answer, because my position is going to be this. I do not believe that Trump was engaged in inappropriate behavior with children. And so my vote for Trump, or my mocking Trump, mocking Elon, isn't something that I would say is offensive. But if you do think that Joe Biden did inappropriate things with children, which I got this guy to admit that was the case, and you voted for him, do you see the difference? One is someone who believes, I myself believe this occurred, but still signed off on it through my vote. Whereas me, I don't believe that Trump did that. So that's the point I was trying to get to. So I muted that person over and over again because they refused to answer the question. However, in general, I would say that it's usually a sign of weakness, especially if you're aggressively using the mute button early into a discussion, because what it shows is, and I would say that this is going to be difficult for people to understand. It's going to reek of elitism, but hear me out here. It's one thing if you're two contemporaries like Jay Dyer and Fabian, and I would say that they're contemporaries. Both are streamers. Both have engaged in debate. I think both are very intelligent people. And so to preemptively mute someone like that seems to be different than some rando caller that's talking shit on you in the chat. That seems to be different. And when you do that, I think that perceptually it's a bad look. So there are probably people. Now, I've not watched this. I don't know the circumstances. Perhaps Jay Dyer can come on here and say, listen, this is why it happened, or Grid's misrepresenting. Sure. All of that's a possibility. I don't know. But taking you at your word for it, right? I think there are probably people then that would be fans of Jay Dyer and agree with him in his ultimate argumentation that would think, well, that's bad form. I don't think he should have did that. And I'm certainly not immune to that myself. I have people all the time that'll say, I have inside me, there are two wolves. There's the trying to have a polite disagreement with people. And then there's like the, F you dumb son of a bitch.
Right. I lose to that guy all the time. I literally, like, that fucker's got me.
So like I have people that are like, there's this guy Earth that's constantly in my chat, and he's asking all these like philosophical, how would you define truth? Is it not true that blah, 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 blah. He's the other day sort of give me the business about like, shouldn't we always be calm, cool, and collected, even if we're acting in an aggressive manner? And I'm like, maybe, but I'm not. I'm nothing special. I happen to be a good talker. I happen to be good at debate, but I'm human. And like, I'll get in here, I'll get pissed off about something. Like that Joe Cool guy starts being like, blah, 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 yeah, and I'm like, fuck you. How about that? Right. Now, would it be better form to be like, now, wait a second, sir, right? I think that you're out of line here. Yeah, it might be better form, but I can't help it.
Yeah, but who cares, right? We are on the internet. Right.
It's like more of an art form than a science to me, where, yes, I have the tools and I understand the strategy, but most of the time when I'm in the middle of a debate, I have this bare bones outline of what my strategy is for the debate, but stylistically, I'm trying to match people's energy. And so if I feel it deserves a fuck you, then it gets a fuck you. Other times I let people talk shit to me and I'm like, yeah, you can see that they don't have an argument.
Your biggest fuck you and actually broke my heart was to Soy Pill.
Well, that guy has it coming, though. I stand by that.
Yeah. There's black bat. No. There's
that
bad
broke
blood.
My heart. I was like, oh shit! Like I had no idea you guys had something going on.
Soy Pill.
The difference there is, right? You have to stick up for yourself. Like, what Soypill did to me was like basically made me look like a bitch is what he did. He pretended, to make a post that he didn't, and he screen capped it. And then I was like, oh, thank you. And Sarah, like the first time I was on your panel, or the second time I was on your panel, I guess, was we should make fun of and laugh at sort of, in fact, it may have been when Soypill came on, right? And so like that's the general opinion I have. And so for him to be like, oh, well, I am one of the people that was critical of Democrats, I'm like, oh, great, I'll talk to you. And what really like pissed me off about the whole situation was we go on Wick's panel. It was that he couldn't wait. He couldn't wait like 15, 20 minutes into the debate to be like, yeah, I lied to you. I made that up. If he would have waited till the end of the stream, I'd have been like, okay.
It was even the way he said it. It was just like,
and he's like totally talking to his chat, laughing. And the whole thing was like, haha, I made Rob look like a chump. I lied to him and he bought it. Ha, ha, ha. And so my response to that is no hard feelings. He seems like a decent enough guy, but go fuck yourself. Like, I don't need him. I don't need to interact with him. And I have no interest. It's like I said, it'd be the equivalent of if you're in your line of work and someone lies to get a job interview with you, you're like, yeah, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm uninterested in working with you professionally. Now, will there be it? If I'm on one of your panels, Sarah, and Soypill hops on, I'm not going to be like, oh, I can't do this. But when it comes to my choice to engage with him one-on-one, I choose not to for the time being. And I'm sure eventually I'll get over it. But that's how I honestly feel. And I swear, I don't mean this as like, I don't want my audience to be like, therefore we'll never engage with Soypill. I'm not saying that or want people to brigade him. He seems like a decent debater, as I already said on here. But I have no interest. And Wick was the same way in that panel. He big timed after that, said I was no different than Destiny people that were covering up for his consent allegations, etc. And so that's how Wick seems like a perfectly likable guy as well, but I just choose not to interact with him for those reasons. And I think my gamble is they need me more than I need them. I think those left-wingers need right-wingers to debate. They get tired of just sort of being in their own little insular groups, and so they're always looking for right-wingers. And I think I was more than game to go on all the time and be the bad guy for their
I would actually say the opposite. It's
on my show, on my Friday night show, I have more leftists every week than I do conservatives that come to debate.
I would actually say it's my righties are the ones looking for debates more often, and they want new blood every time.
I think that's a difference.
But that's because you're you, right? And what you're entering this space, one of the reasons that I'm more than happy to support you at all times is because you're one of the few people doing these panel spaces that is coming from a right wing or center perspective. When I started, like the Twitch politics space, when I started doing panels like circa 2019, 2020, it was all lefties. You had Dylan Burns, Prime K's, right? And so they even Dylan Burns used to have a show that was like the minor league show. And so you had, as a lefty, you had to go on there and do good enough so that you could be on Dylan's Friday panel. But if you're a right winger, they needed you. They'd be like, yes, come on. And even then, it would be like this. It'd be like, okay, we got 4 left wingers versus 4 right wingers. Who you voting for in the 2020 election? Donald Trump or Joe Biden? Left winger. And they'd be like, Biden, 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 Biden. Right wingers, Biden, Biden. I'm not voting. And then there's me. I'm like, Trump? And so that's what these panels would become. They desperately needed right wingers. And it's the same with like Wick. Wick's always, I'm not saying Wick doesn't get people, I don't follow him, but he's always going to need right wingers because just like you're going to need left wingers, Sarah, because you tend to lean more right. And so your audience is going to gravitate towards being right. And a lot of people
Wick burns a lot of those bridges, though. Wick burns a lot of those bridges.
Think so?
You understand what I'm saying, though, Sarah? A lot of your panelists are going to be made up from people in your audience. The same is true of Wick. So Wick is going to have predominantly.
That's a good discussion.
That's a good discussion. I disagree. I have more lefty panelists that come on willingly, like volunteer for open panels and so on and so forth. And it's actually the right wingers that want to dive, like they're diving into that bucket. They know I have that bucket, and so they say, "Give me more, give me more." So,
yeah, but you don't say right.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I'll tell you that, like, just from my perspective, when I go on a panel these days, one of the problems I have with, and I don't do as many as I used to, but one of the problems I have is I go on there and Wick's panel specifically, a lot of times the moderators on the leftist panels are your opposition as well, right? Like I've literally been debating on, what's his name, Prime Kai's. Prime Kai's literally will debate you. He will literally he will start debating you on for the left. He'll while I'm debating, and he's supposed to be the moderator, right? And then Wick did the same thing. Wick has and I've done 2 debates on Wick's channel, and every time Wick has both times Wick has stepped in as a debater while he's the mod. And I just, I mean, I guess I've done 3, but
I had a debate, and it was Wick used to get paid by Progressive Victory PAC, right? So I had a debate, and it was basically me and 4, like either just random lefty because Connor dropped out, and the rest were all also Progressive Victory PAC people, including Brianna Wu, that sort of set up a lot of the big PAC. Yes, Progressive. And hey, if you're first up, yes. True. No, it's true. Now, listen, let me be clear on this. Now, this is going down a rabbit hole, but here's the deal, man. Get your bag, Wick. Get your bag. Like, especially if you're a lefty and some lefty group wants to pay, who gives a shit? Take the money. There's nothing immoral about getting paid for what you believe at all. Now, if you're changing your beliefs or if you're lying about getting paid, then it becomes iffy. But I'm not accusing Wick or Brianna Wu or anyone of that shit.
Connor.
Well, Connor's different. Connor's the conservative working for the. That's why I gave Connor shit, but I would never give Wick for that. But anyways, I jump on this panel. I fucking wreck the panel. It was like a Connor boy, Brianna Wu, a bunch of other people. So Wick decides he's going to become a panelist as well. But the problem is when you're the moderator and a panelist, it can be done, but it's very difficult to not use those moderation powers to your advantage, right? Now I'm going to say what I want to say, right? And that's fine to get in a jab here and there, like you may see Sarah do once in a while. It's different when it's like, it's literally you versus one of the panelists the entire half of the debate, right? That becomes different. Now, having said all of this, I have to say, I think Wick's a very likable person. And before,
I like him. I mean, as a human being, I think he's probably pretty cool. I just the moderation side.
Yeah, before the whole soy pill thing and that blow up, I was in talks with Wick. I don't think I'm out of line for saying this. I apologize if I am. I think Wick somehow lives within 4 hours of me, maybe further, maybe
PA
closer.
Too.
Yeah, okay, he's PA. I didn't know if he disclosed that, but he's in Pennsylvania, and we had talked about doing some in real life events. It's not going to happen now because he big time. I'm the moderator. I do what I fucking want. And you're just like Destiny fans, blah, blah, blah. And just talked over me like an asshole for 3.5 minutes while I was trying to explain myself. So I said, see you later. So that's it. So for me, I have no hard feelings for Wick. I really do. I don't need Wick. I don't need him at all. It's like, Andrew puts it funnier than me. Someone asked Andrew to join a Wick panel the other day, and Andrew said, no, because when I'm on panels, we make money, and that's not something Wick likes to do. So, which is a pretty damn good joke.
Well, I like to make money, and I like to make the channels I'm on money. And so we're down to 2 minutes. You guys should throw up another few bucks because Sarah needs the money.
Well, Rob does too. We are splitting the grift this evening, and now that Rob just got shut down,
Rob really needs the money.
We need. To
I don't know what's going on out there, but I have not seen the super chats. I
believe the amount we've made tonight, Rob, if we split it down the middle, I believe you are at your 357 goal for the evening, but we got to keep moving because now we have to support Rob for at least the next 7 nights until his channel gets put back up. So please feel free to send in more. I feel like it is hard to stay out of the debate sometimes because you're like, ugh. But I do like to jump in when I see a logical issue or there's a translation error or somebody's just not understanding what's being said, things like that. Or if I think something's completely out of scope, that's when I'll jump in. Or who was it one day was talking about leasing cars and how you own the car that you're leasing. And I'm like, okay, we have to we have to talk this one out because I don't think you understand it. But it is, I will say it's very hard. That's why when we hit open panel, most people think that I'm not allowed to jump in, but I'm like fully jumping in on those because I can. The moderator hat comes off and then now I'm just a host and people don't get that. But it's fun.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that's very hard. A moderator's primary goal should be to the participants of the debate and to the audience equally, because the audience, that's your job as a moderator, first and foremost, is to provide entertainment and hopefully information to the audience. But you also have, and I've been a moderator, you also have an obligation to the participants. They're sharing their time with you. And so you want to give everyone a fair shake. That's the way it goes. And so oftentimes what will happen is those two things come at loggerheads. So when I'm moderating the debate between Andrew Wilson and Dave Smith, right, what's happening is Andrew's like, dude, you need to define where your sense of morality comes from as a libertarian, right? And Dave's like, I don't give a shit about any of this. I thought we were here to have a discussion. Now, it would be unfair of me to say, okay, just move on immediately, because Andrew's like, but this is central to literally everything that we're going to talk about. Literally, it's my morality as a Christian populist versus Dave Smith's morality as a libertarian. And if he can't articulate what his morality is, then where can we go in this debate? But on the other hand, Dave wants to move on, and the audience, after like 35 minutes of hearing Dave be like, I don't know what you want me to say. What's my role as a moderator? I also have to think about, so I'm trying my best to be like, okay, Dave, can we just say this for the sake of moving on? Andrew's criticism is this. You're like, I'm not looking at it so deeply philosophically. Is that fair that we can move on to sort of the next point? But it's a tightrope to walk, because you do want to move. If there's a misunderstanding that you could clear up, you want to do that as a moderator. You want to move the debate forward. And then it gets even harder when you're talking like you do, Sarah, as having panelists, because everyone, especially some fuckhead like me, I always think I need more time. I'm like, give me another 5 minutes to answer this shit. So it's hard to weigh in. Like, we got to give everyone a chance to get their shit in. Yeah. Everyone wants to have a take, and everyone always feels cheated. Wait a minute, I wanted to respond. You have a panel of 7 people, 6 people want to respond, but you at some point you got to cut it off. So it is, being a moderator is brutally difficult, to walk that tightrope to being fair to all of the participants, while also you don't want it to get dredged down so the audience is like, this is fucking boring. It's just people repeating the same point over and over and over again. Can't we move on to something else?
I find it amazing at how many people think they're great at moderation and they completely fucking suck at it. I'm going to give, look, Sarah, Sarah and I have had our disagreements, but
fuck you, Grid. Grid and I started off. He fucking hated me.
I didn't hate you.
Hated me.
I don't hate anybody.
We had streams dedicated.
I was just absolutely had zero care. Like I was saying, whatever.
No, you did not. You did not. No, you cared a lot. You were so mad because that first one you popped on, and then you and Neve started going.
I did actually feel like that I got stabbed in the back a little bit. I did. I felt like the knife went right in. I felt it, but it was cool. We figured it out.
Go to the restroom real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, you're
cool. Go potty.
It sorted itself out. So
it's good. I still love you, Grid. You've always been one of my little darling teddy bears since the get-go.
The broken bookshelf says I'm a scammer. What's that? The broken bookshelf. I've never heard of this person. Says that I'm a broken bookshelf. I don't know. I've never heard of this person. It says I'm a scammer. That's pretty impressive.
Are you a scammer? Nah. I was actually just telling who was I telling somebody something, because they're like, what do you mean, what's a grift? What's a grift stream? And I'm like, oh, well, everybody calls us grifters, so we roll with it, and we've made it our own, and we've just made it our own world. Like grift harder. But yeah,
now listen, I was going to say real quick, Sarah, if you don't mind, I like Grid as much as the next guy. But Jesus, we're just sitting here talking nice to each other. Can someone donate some money to get someone up here to yell at us? Remember, Sarah's willing to debate too. She's going to defend feminism tonight. You mean to tell me there's not one of you righties out there that doesn't want to grill Sarah on feminism? Just throw some money down and enter the arena. Come on.
And let me give you the lineup backstage.
I love this guy.
Evan Lord is waiting backstage. He's been waiting patiently too.
He has.
And
He
then
has.
That's Evan's characteristic. He's always waiting patiently.
Always
He's a
waiting
great guy.
I love this broken bookshelf guy because he's obviously from one of the old forums, like probably the Mazda forum, where they wrote like some hit pieces on me. Well, there were a couple of clients that I had that couldn't pay their bills or had unreasonable expectations or whatever. And, of course, they literally just say, "Oh, this guy scammed me." Well, yeah, right, whatever. The best thing I ever had, though, was I sent this guy this guy wanted me to make a custom sway bar for his car based on the ones we used on our race cars. And I told him, I said, "Look, it's not going to get done because we're in the middle of race season. You're going to have to wait." He agreed. I said, "Okay, well, there's a non-refundable deposit because we're going to buy the parts." Says, "Okay." Sends me the money
for car shit again.
Yeah. So he sends me the money for the fucking parts. I get a guy working on it.
On why car shit's not important right now.
All right. Well, I mean, no, the guy's calling me a scammer. I gotta put some tone into this.
Just
so
accept
this is,
it.
But this is actually funny. This is actually funny,
yes,
Sarah. You're gonna like this.
Grift harder.
Yeah. So the guy, so the guy agrees to all of this. But halfway through, he's like, "Hey, my car's getting done faster than I thought. Can you get me the sway bar?" And I'm like, "No, we agreed to a very specific thing." And
bye, Grid. Oh, that's funny.
There's Evan. What's up, man?
Evan, bring it on. Good. What do you got? What's your? Oh wait, actually, if you'll allow me, Evan, if you don't mind, we had a lot of grifts come in during the whole fucking 45 minutes with Grid. I love Grid. He's a sweetheart, and I love that he comes on. And you know what? Grid will come on. I could be the only one on here, and I could say, "Can somebody come on and talk to me?" And Grid will pop on, and I love him for that all the more. All right. For the grift, say it. Say the word. What's his name? I can never say it.
Agrilopoulos?
Yeah, I'll take it. Sends in the big 20 for the grift. Harry Ludwig sending 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Glenn said prompt polygyny. Polygyny? Is polygyny a word? I thought it was polygamy. Is not a sin?
I think that means something different than polygamy. I would have to look it up.
Polygyny defined. Polygamy in which a man has more than one wife. Yeah, it's the same meaning. Polygamy in which it says polygyny.
Should be a sin.
Different word. And of course, Harry kept Grid on. And then Jared said with the big 5, "What's your favorite Clint Eastwood movie?" Hi, Rob. New to the community. Safe to say I'm addicted to a good debate.
My favorite Eastwood movie is probably The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. There's a lot to choose from. I'm a sucker for Westerns, though maybe not so much anymore. Unforgiven's another great one. Of course, the entire Man with No Name trilogy is good. However, maybe even better than The Good, the Bad, the Ugly is not an Eastwood movie, but also directed by Sergio Leone, is Once Upon a Time in the West. Less known, but you will not be disappointed. Peter Fonda plays the bad guy, and Charles Bronson is the good guy in it. So you should check that one out. I'd show you clips on my channel, but apparently YouTube frowns upon that shit. And I swear to you, I've showed the clip from Once Upon a Time in the West. There's a famous standoff at the end of that movie, and I never had a problem with it. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but
fair enough. Base Tweaker adding 5 for Grid. Grillopolis added 20 for Grid, which we all sat here, and then of course I demanded from my patrons to crack open a drink. I'm telling you guys, I will only crack open. I have one more bottle. I'll only crack them open for $50 or more on a dono. So thank you, because Jess did do this, because I was like, I'm stuck with these two yip yap and back and forth.
There we go.
Barbarith sending 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so much. And Jess, of course, coming through with the big winner. We love you, Jess, he said, for supporting Rob. Salute, because he just found out at that moment that you got shut down. He said, this 100 is all for Sarah. Rob, I got you covered on the Rumbles. Don't worry, we're still splitting it anyways.
Yes, thank
Is
you,
your
Jess.
Rumble
I see you
connected?
on Rumble. Yeah, the Rumble's still going. I didn't know that until about 10 minutes ago, I think. But yeah, I assumed it. I don't know why. I assumed it shut everything down. But yeah, the Rumble's still running. So my Rumble channel is also Normal America on Rumble if people want to go over there. But Jess, I got you over there, man. You're always Jess Gerald's one of those dudes, and there are other of you out there. I know it's hard to come up with everyone's name, but it's amazing people like Jess that not only donate big amounts of dollars, but are doing it across multiple platforms, particularly right-wing platforms. You have to understand, shit's crazy if you're trying to be a streamer for financials, because anything could happen like happened to me tonight. And hopefully this is a minor issue that works itself out within a week. But I have known people, a good friend of mine, Drone Tech Politics, who I think would be interested in doing your panel sometime, Sarah. He's a good guy. Drone Tech, circa 2015, 2016, like during the original meme wars, his channel takes off. And he makes a financial decision with his wife that he's going to stay home with the kids and become a full-time streamer, because her job with him then working as a streamer was making more money than if he was working at his previous job. And within like a month, he got demonetized for nothing. And now here's this guy who has several children, who made a financial decision with his wife, and he's screwed over nothing. And if you saw Drone Tech's content, he's just sort of making fun of like NBC or, CNN. He's not advocating violence or racism or any shit like that, but it doesn't matter. And so when you're able to donate, if you're someone like Jess Gerald, it really does help people actually be able to do this for a living. And it actually is helping us get more involved in these spaces as right wingers, because you have to understand these platforms do not like people like me's ideology. And so the support is incredibly appreciated for people like Jess. And I'm sure Sarah agrees with me. If it wasn't for support of people like him and everyone else that's donating tonight or any other night, we probably couldn't do this as much as we would, because, it takes a considerable amount of time. It's easy work. I'm not sitting here saying we're digging ditches, but it really does help reach a bigger audience and to be able to put more energy and effort into these streams because you people are so generous. And I do mean black people by you people. That's what I meant by that. So, that is what I meant. So
there goes my channel. And I will actually disagree. It is not that easy, Rob, at least not from my end. Getting 4 people on a panel, agreeing on a date, a time, a prompt, back and forth, pick at this, pick at that. It is herding fucking cats in an open field with mice everywhere.
Well, that's true. And look, people don't believe me. I've said it a million times. For me, talking comes naturally. Debating comes naturally. It's the production. It's the setting the things. That's the work. Just today, I'm not going to mention any names, but just today, I had someone reach out to me to set up a meeting with other people that I know. Now, I'm at a July 4th picnic for my birthday, and I took time out of that to set this up. And because of crazy time schedules and people in different time zones, we had a series of people for a half hour, 35 minutes waiting a StreamYard link in order to have this meeting, which ends up never happening because the relevant people couldn't show up. Now imagine trying to do that, but you're setting up a debate, right? And you're advertising it, and you're trying to pick a topic that both sides agree with. And and then 20 minutes before, it's a 2-on-2 debates, and 20 minutes before someone says, I'm not going to be able to make it tonight. Or worse yet, they don't say that and they just don't show up. That shit is a nightmare. That's why for me, it's like, hey man, I'll just pay someone to do that shit for me. I'll just say, who am I debating tonight? Sounds great. Let's go. That's why people like Sarah's channel, I have so much respect for you, because you're doing all the hard work for me. All I do is show up and smack lefties around. That shit's easy,
Yep. And I will gladly do that and send you an invoice if you want that for full time. This is actually what I do for a living in my 9 to 5. I am a mass coordinator for top executives, events, meetings, this, that, it's constant. So it actually ended up translating well when I started the debates, and it just worked out naturally. But I will say there's some people, especially when they don't get back to you for 3 days, and then the other person's waiting for an answer, and then you get back to them, and then they don't get back to you for 3 days. And it could take 3 weeks just to get something fucking scheduled.
I had one of your competitors, Modern Day Debate, to talk a little shit in them. I don't mind James. He's a good guy, but
I love James.
he reached out to me one Monday and said it was supposed to be Pisco. I was supposed to be Pisco. He said, hey, can you debate Pisco Friday? I said, sure, I could do that. Check. I always do the same thing. Check with my wife. Hey, we good? I'm capable to do this Friday. Yep. This was before I was a full-time streamer. So I had limited hours. Like I basically had 2 days a week off. And so I would always try to check with my wife to make sure we didn't have commitments. They say, well, we're just waiting to hear back from him. So I don't hear anything the rest of that night, the next day. And then the day before, I assume they're still waiting to hear from Pisco. Pisco puts on his X account, hey, I'm debating Alex Stein Friday on Modern Day Debate. And so I reached out to Pisco. I was like, hey, man, not to, like, it's totally up to you. I don't mind that you're debating someone instead of me, but did they ever reach out to you about debating me? And he's like, well, they asked me who I'd rather debate. And I said, Alex Stein, but was there a problem? And I was like, no, not on your end. And then I reached out to Modern Day Debate and was like, why am I hearing about this? My Friday night's planned to be on your channel now. And I'm finding out 24 hours beforehand from someone else's public post that I'm not doing this. And they were just like, oh, sorry, I forgot to get back to you. Now, I truly believe, I don't think James is a bad-hearted person or anything like that. But I'd be lying to you if I said that didn't stick in my craw. I'm like, okay. So I got big-timed, right? Oh, we don't have to worry about reaching out. And so now, maybe, if James reached out to me at the same time as you, Sarah, I'm saying, I'm doing Sarah's show. You know, that's the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You know, and I don't wish James, I'm not saying I'll never work with Modern Day Debate, but just to illustrate the point of why it's so important when you're setting this shit up, you want to treat everyone with respect, even though they're going to be fucking you around. Sometimes because they're jerks and sometimes because real life happens. You agree to do a debate and then all of a sudden you get called into work and you're like, oh shit, Sarah, I can't do it. Now you have to find a replacement because everyone, including the audience and the other participants, are counting on it. So keep sending in that money to Sarah because that's the real work. That really is, that's infinitely harder than just coming on here and debating as far as I'm concerned, you know.
The debate's the easy part. Yeah. I will agree with that. It gets rough. It gets rough sometimes, and especially when you have two highly contentious people trying to agree on a prompt. Ooh. And I'm going back and forth between the two. I'm like, he said this, he said that, he said, and they're like mad at me. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. K2 keep on trucking with the big five. Sarah, American Spirits Fund. Yes, we have started K2 keep on trucking smoking when things get crazy over here. Don't smoke, K2. It's good. Tonight's just a fun stream. We're all drinking and being merry. Hall says with the Big Ten, I'm enjoying the debate tube. Didn't find it until last year. Well, congratulations. Welcome. And we have plenty more spaces and networks of places you can go to find more debaters and so on and so forth. And that's what I like to represent, is the center of that spider web. Unreasonable Man Grid buying his own time on earlier. And of course, it was shot down. K2 keep on trucking. Fine here for Rob's American Spirits Fund too. Rob, you need to start smoking. Hall Long became a YouTube member. Congratulations and welcome. And follows up to say, sorry, I dropped out of the back room. Got a call from dispatch. No worries. You could always drop back in. There's still a couple other people in line. Barbareth sending 5 more gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. Agrolopolis. Okay. With the big 20 says grift. And of course, Base Tweaker booted Grid. We love him. And Base Tweaker also says, bring Abe back up. Now, here's where I had to do math. Okay. This is not fun when I'm drinking, but I did the math. So you said bring Abe up, but see, Evan's on and he's been sitting here for 20 minutes while Rob and I go back and forth. So that's $10 down and then $15 down. But then Jess Gerald sends in 20 to say Evan stays. So, Evan, I'm giving you 5 minutes, but hopefully somebody will add on to that. And then he says Agrolopolis. There you go. I'm still going to fuck it up every time. You should send $20 more every 10 minutes to remind me.
I had someone last night tell me if I pronounced their name right, they would send me another 20. And I did, because I always forgot. So then I was like, oh shit, I'm going to try to phonetically work this. So I accomplished it. So.
Oh, fair enough. Glenn sends in 5. I would be willing to debate Rob that it's a sin. That's for polygamy. I don't think you're not my religious debater though.
I'll debate whatever. But I would say, I would say that it's a sin because if he wants to say that it's I don't know, what's he saying, that it is a sin or it isn't? I could debate either side of it. I would believe that it's a sin, and I'm not a religious debater, so I can't have a lot of biblical backing for it, but I just think that a marriage in the eyes of God is between one man and one woman, and so therefore any sort of intercourse outside of that scope is a sin.
Oh, fair enough. Ian with the big 5 says guilty pleasure album.
Ween, anyone. We'll go with The Mollusk by Ween.
Fair enough. A base tweaker says Abe up, so that removes Evan's 5, but JB sends the 5 back in, so you're still sitting at 5, Evan. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Barney with the big 5 says Happy America Day, beautiful place, beautiful people in Australia, yet all good people are American at heart. And we got 3 minutes until it's your birthday, Rob.
Oh, yeah. Let's leave Evan go, and he'll be the one talking during my birthday. Well, I couldn't think of a bigger honor. Evan is always so nice, waiting his turn, better than everyone. You want to talk about great panelists, Duck? I can't tell you the number of times I've seen Evan patiently wait as lunatics like me scream over other lunatics like me. So he's always so kind with it. So
sometimes I forget he's even on panel, but we love you for it, Evan. And he always cams up and he's always ready to go. And his mom is always ready to tell him it's time to go to bed. Paul with the big 10, last one, says, not my night. I'll be watching and listening. Got 6 hours to drive for a load. Thought I had the night off. Shit. All right, Evan. What is your prompt, sir?
My prompt is that I think that we should restore Greece's rightful land, which is Turkey, and go and institute a program of de-Turkization, because most of the people there are majority Greek. It's just they are both Muslim, and they've been like culturally conditioned through nationalism with Ataturk or whatever. They're like the secularists that kind of came after the Ottoman Empire that gave them a identity. I think that doing that would be both good for culture and tourism. I think it would be good because we could give Armenia its rightful land back. The Kurd situation can just be resolved by just giving their land back, because it's nothing but pretty much hills and mountains. And I think that overall just restoring Greece's rightful land would be good, because it could also would dramatically increase their GDP and would help them pay off their looming debt.
Well, they certainly have a lot of looming debt, but enlighten me. It's a fine topic. Enlighten me. When did the Ottoman Empire sort of take this land from Greece?
Well, it was before the Ottomans were even an empire. It was during when the leader of the dynasty went and to basically to cut a long story short, like the Seljuk Turks invaded most of Asia Minor, but the Byzantine Empire or the Greek Empire still had like a lot of possessions. But through Greek incompetence, the Fourth Crusade, and just like a lot of political infighting, just some of the worst in all of Europe, it went and caused the empire to disintegrate to the point where it couldn't recover. Then the Ottomans went and basically took up the mantle of the Greek Empire and basically became a premier world power, enough that it could threaten Europe.
Between like 11 and 1300, if I'm thinking my time frame for the Fourth Crusade, am I correct?
Yes, but the Greek Empire didn't truly fall until like the 1500s.
Okay. Well, so then I will negate this. No problem. I will say that there's a problem with going back hundreds of years, even going back dozens of years, and trying to have restorative justice, even if it's for utilitarian frameworks, because once you open up that groundwork, it's actually punishing people today for sins of their forefathers. And one of the things we should strive to do as a society is to make sure that no one's being held accountable for things that their forefathers did, because once that bucket's open, then there's a never-ending stream of bullshit. Now, I do applaud you for running this in the reverse, is what you normally hear, because normally you want European countries to be the only ones that are told that they have to pay for sort of their land acquisitions in history. And you never hear this of countries in the Middle East or a country like Turkey or countries of Africa, etc., even Native Americans in the United States. So I applaud your instinct on this, but nonetheless, I would rebuke it, because I say, for the same reasons that I would be against giving the land back to the Native Americans, I would be against this.
All right. Well, I just want to say happy birthday, Rob. It seems like it's past 12, so happy birthday, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. You're the very first person to tell me on my 41st birthday, happy birthdays. Thank you so much, Evan. I really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
the chat seems to like you, Evan. They bought 40 minutes for you.
Wow.
I don't know what to do with that.
I have a lot to argue here, and I just say, like, in this sort of case, I could agree with you in a certain extent, but there are certain sort of identities that are almost manufactured. Like, I would say, like, if you look at the Croatians, the Bosnians, and the Serbians, they have nearly identical language. They are nearly identical genetically, but they hate each other so much because of fake differences from, like, the Croatians being Catholic, the Serbians being Orthodox, and then the Bosnians had their own unique church because they converted to Christianity first, but it was a wrong form of Christianity. So they were constantly trying to convert. And then when the Ottomans came in, they went and converted them to Islam, and their will to go and keep their religion kind of like broke away over the years. But looking at like the Turks, like it's not like they're like, you know how in Mexico, there's like 50% Spanish DNA and 50% native. Mm-hmm. Over in Turkey, it is about like at most 80% Greek and then 20% Turkish. But if you look over at Greece, it's like a similar level because all the people that were in Anatolia were ethnically Greek. It was the Greek heartland, like and some of the best and most well-respected cities throughout all of like European history have been in the Aegean region, and those have always been Greek. And like even recently, it was because the Turks basically did an ethnic cleansing to kick the Greeks out, because after World War I, the Europeans decided that we were going to destroy Turkey as a state, but Ataturk stopped that, unfortunately.
But I don't think this gets to the fundamental root of, would your claim then be for utilitarian reasons and historical injustices that we should go back centuries back and restore land if it meets those two metrics, that there would be utilitarian and beneficial in the current day, and that there was some sort of perceived historical injustice?
Yes, and I think that it would also stop a major issue of Islamic extremism that could be brewed up, because the Turkey for the longest time was the seat of the caliphate. And recently, under Aragon, they've been pushing Islamic nationalism, and through that, they are wanting to reestablish a caliphate.
But I don't think that necessarily that stripping... Okay, let's talk about the utilitarian. I disagree with the historical injustice portion, right? I think that like, I don't know how that's defensible, because you would be able then to arbitrarily go back to any century and say, this is the century you should cut off. I'm sure you're familiar with all of these arguments, but for example, if we said, no, the European settlers have to give the land back to the natives, well, which natives, right? If I give the land back, for example, to the Cherokee, can the Algonquin descendants say, yes, but the Cherokee attacked my ancestors, and so therefore as an Algonquin, and maybe the Algonquin attacked the Blackfoot, and so the Blackfoot says, now that the Algonquin has it, and so it becomes arbitrary how far and back in time we're willing to go. Would you at least agree with that?
Yeah, I can definitely see that there is some arbitrariness to it. Like, I'd say that like Greece could use as a casus belli, but at the same time, it's not like something that it would be pretty hard to defend, like taking back all of it at once.
Yeah, but like, even if we look at the region, like in Greece, I will concede that you know your history, not just of the region, but I would say in the world, much better than me, because I've heard you speak on all sorts of historical references in the past. I commend you for that. But my guess would be, and I'm sure that you would agree with this, even if we look at a Greek society, there were claims of Greek domination, etc., where maybe they used force to take land. And so maybe it would be Macedonia or other sort of city-states at the time that felt that they were swallowed up by Greece unfairly through a use of force, that if we did give Turkey back to the Greeks, perhaps some ancestors of these city-states would say, well, wait a minute. Greece owes us now the land because of the injustices circa 200 BC that was committed. Would you agree with that that would be a possibility?
Yeah, definitely. I could see that.
So for those reasons, I think that we should dispense with the argument that we should, for moral reasons, try to correct historical injustices. So the more interesting argument, which I think rarely I hear, and I actually think this is an interesting argument, is the utilitarian calculus. So it's like, forget about the past injustice. Let's just look at how would the world be better if we redrew some maps. Now, I guess the first question I would have, when you say that we should, what mechanism do you think that we should use? Are you suggesting that this should be something? Now, granted, I'm not saying that you have to say that it would happen. You're just saying that it should happen. So would you like to see this done through like some sort of international diplomacy, like the UN led by the US, sort of putting pressure on Turkey? Or would you recommend some sort of militaristic action by a coalition of international states to take back this land?
I think genuinely, when it comes to something like this extensive, I'd say like a military invasion would be the most effective, and it would I think that would be the best course of action.
So hypothetically then, in this sense, you would want this to be a coalition though, right? Like you wouldn't want it to just be like the United States is like, screw it, you're giving the land back to Greece. You'd want it to be sort of a coalition of like Western states that would be involved militaristically.
Yeah, I would say so. Or the U.S. could potentially do it alone, but like having support or from our allies would definitely be helpful in that.
So before we get to sort of because we got 35 minutes unless someone wants to donate money. Before we get to, by the way, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, Evan, knowing how much time you have does really influence the type of arguments you're going to make, because if we only had 5 minutes, I would probably be making a different argument here. But before we get to sort of the morality of whether or not this would stop, or the utility of this would stop a caliphate, I think it behooves us to talk a little about who Turkey is. Turkey is, as set up under Erdogan, is still a NATO ally. They're in NATO, correct?
Yes, you're right. They are.
And we also, the United States stations nuclear weapons in NATO, or in Turkey.
Right.
So I think that if the United States declared war on Turkey, there's going to be a huge amount of problems. First off, every other NATO state's going to be like, what the fuck just happened? Secondly, Erdogan currently has bases with our nuclear weapons. And if you're right about them trying to procure a caliphate, they're not going to go peacefully. And so from just a utilitarian prospect, you're going to see a coalition of NATO allied countries that are going to be like, the United States just lost their head. Then you're going to see our enemies, like perceivably Russia, definitely China, definitely Iran, that are going to back a nuclear powered Turkey to say the United States is now engaged in an immoral war of aggression. And so this has the potential to kick off World War III. Do you think it's worth it to try to give this land back to Greece?
No, I would say I did not consider the fact that they are still a NATO nation. Yeah.
So how about this? What if we say, how about this then? So I would say that sufficiently negates your position. However, let's move the goalpost a little, and let's say that your hypothetical would be that the NATO allied countries come together and vote to kick NATO or Turkey out of NATO, and then proceed to say that they have unjustly taken the land from Greece, and then proceed with diplomatic or military solutions. Is that fair? So we can get more to the heart of, I think, what your criticism is?
Yep. And I think that something else that could be done to go and appease Western sensibilities is there is about I think a good portion of Armenia, I don't know if it's more than half, is Turkey has historic Armenian land, and that could be returned. A Kurdish state could be established, and that could go and help with the potential obvious international backlash that would come from the removal of Turkey as a state.
Yeah. Now, let me just say, just to make your point a little for you on the previous point that we've moved on from, but screw NATO. I would like to see the United States removed from NATO as far as I'm concerned anyways. Nonetheless, I still think the problems I said of a potential escalating war would still be there. But yeah, I mean, It becomes difficult because I think that even in that calculus where somehow you had like a neutrality from the NATO states, they kicked Turkey out and then they diplomatically are like, hey, maybe give this land back to Greece. I still think that there's potential problems. The first of which would be, if you're correct about a pursuit of a caliphate, I don't think that just through forcing Turkey to give the land back would end radical Islamic extremism. In fact, I think the opposite. I think that this oftentimes you see is when the United States in particular gets involved in these sort of things in the Middle East or in Central Asia and places like Afghanistan, what happens is it increases the rise of Islamic terrorism and sort of calls for a caliphate, because people that weren't radicalized in the region then are like sort of radicalized by what they see as a war of aggression by great Western powers. So I think that there's a chance that in your attempts to solve this past injustice and to actually rid the world of sort of the attempts of the caliphate of Turkey, I think actually what you would see would be that it would encourage the very people there. Even if they lost their government controlling the land, terrorists would be like, no, we refuse to accept this, and would increase terror attacks in the region, and I think also globally, including the United States.
I think that there is some definite merit to what you're saying, but I will say that Turkey has been seen as one of the main contenders, where it's definitely the biggest Shiite country that they could go and do. They have like a few choices. Their choice was either the heads of the Saudi government, to basically, because they have a potential lineage claim, being having roots to the Prophet Muhammad's clan, but no one really wants to support them because they're disliked for their extreme it may be Shiite, but it's not the majority Shiite, if that makes sense.
Yes,
and that leaves only Egypt. But then again, Egypt is having enough trouble as it is that I don't think that a caliphate would go and would form. And for the rest of the Muslim states, besides maybe Iran, I don't think that they are strong enough to go and basically pose a threat, especially if with our current course where we may see Iran neutralized. I don't think that we'll have to worry about a organized Muslim state going and striking against the West. We'll just have to worry about small actors, but those can easily be handled with time and patience.
Now, let me steel man your position. I definitely think that you're right, that there's a difference between state-sanctioned terrorism versus sort of small cell terrorism, for lack of a better term, where you have like individual radicalization. Because there is something to be said about the communication and the support of a state government. However, I still think when it comes to, correct me if I'm wrong, how much would you say that Turkey is responsible for like radical acts of terrorism that we see occurring in the status quo?
I know that this is, I can't give you a number off the top of my head, but to go and quantify it, I would say like maybe like 10% or less. But they do go and let in, they are like the faucet that goes and puts Muslim refugees into Europe. And they have that as a diplomatic bargaining chip with the EU. And they know who the people are, and they send them anyway. So those are not the ones they train, but I wouldn't say that they're responsible. But in terms of what they are, like they have a lot of terrorism against them from oppressed minorities. And I think that, I don't know, I don't think they are training that. I don't think they're like the Saudi government, where they actively encourage Wahhabism. And
okay.
The like.
And
I do know they do some.
Again, I default to your expertise on this because I don't have any clue. I will say this, though, like when it comes to a matter of refugees, once more, the United States will be meddling like we have in Syria, which will then be used as an excuse, because what your hypothetical wouldn't take into account for is globalists in the United States and in the European Union, etc., that want to flood our nations with these refugees. And there would be a huge portion of Muslim refugees that would want to flee Turkey, or at least claim they wanted to flee Turkey, which then the floodgates would open to Europe and to the rest of the West, including the United States. This would make it more likely that we would see active terrorism from these actors, and we'd have all the problems we see throughout Europe and the United States with illegal immigration in the first place. In fact, that's why I ask you, for example, Turkey as a state sponsor of terrorism was responsible for like 40 to 50% of terrorism, perhaps then you could say, well, dealing with an ISIS-like group that doesn't have state-sponsored terrorism would be more preferable than dealing with the current status quo terrorism we see from Turkey. But I don't think if it's only 10%, and even if I had to guess, I would suspect that number is high, but I could be wrong. I don't think that it would be worth basically creating another refugee crisis and another ISIS. That's without getting into all the questions of sort of the blowback we get in other forms through a coalition of states that will, even if they don't prefer Shiites, they'll use it to their advantage to say that the United States is once more being aggressive. Now, one thing I will say is I think that you're coming at this, the central point that you're getting to of the like sort of the terrible state of Turkey. One of the reasons I argue against NATO, and we'll see if you agree with me on this, is the official narrative of our actions in Syria have a lot to do with Turkey, and I find it to be despicable and completely dishonest. And you correct me if I'm wrong. There are several factions in Syria. At least this was the case before Assad was deposed. We were there. Allegedly, the United States was there to fight ISIS, but our allies included the Free Syrian Army, which were people that were going against ISIS, but also against Assad. Then you had Islamic terror groups like Al-Nusra and Al-Qaeda that were actually the allies of the United States, supposedly in fighting Assad. Then, of course, you had the Kurds. Now, the reason that we've been told as the United States that we had to perpetually stay in Syria and can't leave is if we left, Turkey would commit genocide against the Kurds. That's so the Kurds are our allies, and so we have to stay in Syria, a country unconnected. We have to violate Syria's sovereignty in perpetuity, because if we leave, our ally, the Turks, will commit genocide against our ally, the Kurds. And so I have long since said, as my criticism of NATO, if it's true that Turkey are made up of genocidal maniacs that are just waiting and chomping at the bit to commit genocide against our ally, the Kurds, why in God's name would we be in a military alliance with them and station nuclear weapons there? Like, do you sort of see it? This sort of goes to your point, right? Do you see it sort of the same way when it comes to the failures of Turkey?
Yes, definitely. And I know in the Syrian civil war, they've been slowly adjusting like the borders, because like when the French occupied Syria, the Turks went and took back Aleppo. And around Aleppo, they've been, like, the Turks have been having a huge sphere of influence around there to go and make sure the city stays protected. And I know that they've been chummy with less than or some very questionable allies in the Syrian civil war. But I do agree that it was a major problem dealing with the Kurdish situation, especially with like all the troops there, because Trump wanted to pull out, but the generals refused to because of the stuff that was there.
Yeah. If I can address something in the chat. First off, you are correct to say that my historical knowledge is utterly lacking. That's absolutely true. Will not contest that. But what I'm not saying that Russia would come to bat for Turkey necessarily, that they are countries that don't have historical antagonism against each other. What I'm saying is that our adversaries will use unilateral aggression by the United States in invading a country, particularly a country that is a NATO ally. They will view that as an excuse to buttress support for their own causes and international support, saying, look, the United States are the aggressors. They are the bad guys, right? So it doesn't matter what Russia or China's feelings would be on the Turks themselves or Erdogan or the government or the Shiites or anything of that nature. What matters is they would use that as a catalyst to claim a moral authority geopolitically. Now, the counter argument to that would be like, who gives a shit? Might makes right. Yes, but I don't think you want to convince a bunch of sort of neutral countries that could lean one way or the other. You know what? The United States has lost their fucking mind. All of a sudden, they come out advocating against Turkey being in NATO, and then they're all of a sudden advocating invading for injustices that occurred in the 1500s. I think that our enemies, the enemies of the United States, regardless of their disagreements with Turkey, would use that as a rallying point.
Yeah, definitely. Especially it could be seen as the Americans are willing to throw an ally under the bus to go and for no real good reason. But I think that through just thinking about like the way that Russia has been feeling about NATO encroachment, if we go and we drop like the net around them by, say, removing Turkey and like some other states around their periphery, we can go like saying we will not go and interfere in the Middle East. We will not go and expand to Georgia. We won't expand to Armenia. Like if we go and do that and drop Turkey as a NATO partner, it could show a sign of goodwill and like of a de-thawing of like Cold War sensibilities.
It may be true, and maybe an argument for you, though there's obvious negative ramifications of this as well, would be, well, what would the rest of our NATO allies think? So, like, if I'm the UK, like, I think a big news story that I haven't even talked about yet in my channel, which maybe I won't be talking about for a while on my channel, nonetheless, I think a big news story is sort of the EU's law that they're imposing that says that basically certain social media platforms have to censor disinformation to the extent that the EU wants it. And that's actually going to be used to go after platforms like X. And what's going to happen is you'll have these platforms that are social media companies in the United States, X, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whatever. They're going to institute policies that are universal. So it will affect our free speech in the United States if X has to say, for example, any criticism of Israel runs afoul of censorship policies in the EU. Therefore, we're just going to censor it across the board, as opposed to try to, well, was this censorship? We'll censor it just in Europe, but not in the United States. And so if you're one of those countries, let's say Trump does what I hope he does and comes out and is like, nah, F you, man. Free speech is foundational to the United States, so we refuse to accept our allies doing something so antithetical to free speech. So if Trump does that, and then all of a sudden a month later we're like, and fuck you, Turkey, we're bombing you too. Wouldn't the rest of our NATO allies be like, holy shit, what is happening here? Like, we could be next. Like, all of a sudden, now you might say, maybe that's beneficial. Maybe they mind their P's and Q's and they say, we're not going to try to run afoul of crazy man Trump. But I definitely think that, a lot of the Western world that thinks that we're in an alliance with them would be like, holy shit, this could end at any given moment.
I think that there's been a sense of undue arrogance from like our supposed allies when in all intents and purposes, they are tributaries or vassals given a polite name. And I think that going and showing that we can rein in the whip at any time will go and change their attitudes from like allowing anti-American sentiment to go and fester in their societies. Like, because we go and we give them good trade deals, we go and give them protection. Our navies go and protect their trade globally. And if we wanted to, we can embargo most of the states and bankrupt them at any time. So I think that them realizing that they owe their existence by the U.S.'s mercy, I think that'd be a good sign, because they have an existential fear of Russia. They're not going to go and run to Russia. China is a little too busy with their own projects in the Far East. Sure, they can maybe get some beneficial trade agreements, but there's no way that they're willing to go and stand up and fight for like Portugal's.
Can I answer, Evan, real quick before you kick him? I'll just say this. I agree with a lot of your criticisms of these countries in NATO. I just think there's a better way to go about it than bombing Turkey. That's what I would say.
Fair enough. Say goodbye, Evan.
Thank you. All right.
Thanks,
It's
Evan.
great talking to you. Thanks for the topic, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you convinced the chat to buy me a drink on that one, because I was like, y'all are really gonna make me sit through 40 minutes of Evan. I love Evan though.
He is. It's very much like he's a smart dude too, right? He really is. It's like Posh, super smart guy. Posh is smarter than me, but yes, it's an interesting thing that you say there. And so it's like at some point you're like.
Well, for the grift, Philosophy of Rap kicked it off with $20, says Evan stays. And then Barbara followed up with another 20. Keep Evan on. He's cute. The moment of regret happened pretty quickly. Barbara retracted that statement pretty quick in the chat.
Love it.
JB said the big two. They took it by force. Why can't we?
Interesting, because there's implications to taking by force. So there's a moral claim, and then there's a utilitarian claim. So
fair enough. Fuck it button said 5, says happy birthday. Bottoms up to another rhinoscopy. This is now what those appointments are called. Also plus or minus 5 dealer's choice, because degenerate. I ended up choosing the negative. And then Harry Ludwig follows up with a big 2. Give back Britain to the Celts and Picts?
Picts.
What is that? What are Picts?
Picts, the P-I-C-T. I'm not looking, but yeah. The Picts. They were a sort of, I don't know. I believe they're considered like barbarian-esque.
Tribal
right?
people.
Yes.
Fair
Interesting
enough.
folk. I only know because of some video games I've played. That's it.
Fair enough. K2 Keep on Track with a big 5 says, Sarah, this is a chill stream, and I still want to grab a carton of American Spirits at the Loves. Fair enough.
Gotta love gloves.
Barbara says 20 says, this tops off my budget for the month, Sarah. Cheers. And thank you, Barbara, for that. That started the grift for the drink. Harry Ludwig sent 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. And of course, Abe Dinkus, yours truly on screen, says, well, drink up. I told the chat, you're going to make me sit through Evan. You got to pay to open another bottle. And this is my final one. I'm already pretty lit and on my way to the good place to be. I don't drink often, so it doesn't take much. I am a cheap date, but for you guys, it is not cheap tonight. But thank you, Abe, so kindly for opening my final bottle.
You're welcome.
Abe's going to shock the world to tell you he's here to debate you and not me. So
probably. Hunter with the big 5 says this goes to just Rob. Give that make $5 extra. All right, $5 extra to you, Rob.
Thanks. It's fine. Listen, there are people donating to me on Rumble as well. It's going to be equal tonight, but I do appreciate you all. I really do.
Yes, we're down. It's going to be good. We're going to make sure Rob is well taken care of, and we've hit a good number. We're both well beyond our daily needs, so we're in a good place. Harry Ludwig says, with the big 5, Evan, spit it out. Is this a thought experiment, or are you serious?
I think Evan was making some good points there. I think that obviously when we look through the practicality of it, it's not a possible action at this point in time. But it's still fun to have those thought experiments because when you understand a goal that maybe you have, it allows you to make more practical applications to help achieve that. And so I enjoy those types of conversations. Evan doesn't talk as fast as me, but he also, I think, was doing a fine job. And I'd talk to Evan anytime. I always enjoy my conversations with him.
I love Evan. He's always, number one, I have a big thing for respectful people, and Evan is always incredibly respectful to me, to my chat, to my panelists, to my guests, so on and so forth. So I like that. To me is number one. I'll never have anything bad to say about Evan. Barbara with a big 20 says, kick Evan. My husband's going to kill it. Yeah. See, here comes the moment of regret. So Barbara bought 20 extra minutes, but then said, nope. Just boot him. I'm done.
But listen, maybe the reason that Barbara's husband said that was she was just like, damn, this Evan guy's so attractive. Like listening to him speak. And she's like, oh shit, my husband's yelling now. I got to get him off the screen. You know, that could be what happened. We don't know. You know?
I think this is why the matriarchy wins, though, because she is spending the money.
That's true. That's a good argument. Yeah.
That's fair. And based, you sent it just a moment too late, but we will add that time on for Evan later of +5, plus another 5. And then Jordan says, I think people should sub to both Rob and Sarah. Where's Austin Hall? Why is he running from debating Rob? God bless y'all.
Mm-hmm. He knows.
Mm-hmm. Last one, K2 Keep on Truck and says, Sarah, you're drunk, go home. I am home. I'm in my basement drinking. And all of my children are gone for the evening. It's just me and the dog. So I'm allowed to do this now. Okay.
Oh, man.
All right, Abe, what's your prompts? What you got? What are you doing?
All right, Rob, let's get silly.
Let's do it.
All right. So we're going to jump right off of Evans. And I'm going to say, if you spend the money on a home, do you own the home?
It's difficult. No, it depends on how you spend the money. If I buy it with my own money, without any mortgage, etc., then hypothetically the answer would be yes, but no, because if I don't pay the taxes, then the state owns it. So it's still not my ownership based on the definition, I would say, because the state could take it from me with force.
Okay. If you buy a car, do you own it?
Same answer.
Okay, that's fair. So we have spent how much money on foreign wars?
Oh, I mean, Afghanistan alone estimates range anywhere from hundreds of billions to 3 trillion.
So why don't we own that home?
That's an interesting point, right? And it's one of the things that Trump said, which I disagreed with, mind you. But Trump basically makes illusions to this when he says, look, if we're going to go in, why don't we take their shit? Why don't we take their oil? And it's actually a more persuasive argument than the status quo. The status quo is we go in and Halliburton gets the oil. We go in and corporations get the oil. And oligarchs in that country that are in coalitions with globalists in our country and in Europe get the oil and get the money and all of that shit. But we, the American people, don't. So it used to be that our foreign policy used to be something of this effect. Look, the United States will go in and will engage in color revolutions, etc., to ensure that places like General Electric or American fruit companies, etc., get access to these markets, and then they will build jobs in the United States. But we no longer do that. Now, the United States and the people that are running the show that are corrupt assholes, they benefit corporate oligarchs that don't give two shits about the benefit of the American people. So to answer your question, why don't we own the home? Well, because these corporate oligarchs do. They shouldn't, but neither should we, the American people, as far as I'm concerned. We should take our pound of flesh from the oligarchs and not, the deep state, I'll call it, as opposed to peoples in all of these foreign lands.
So I had the same debate with EOD the other day, and my argument was we spent blood, equity, and money on all of these territories that are now in a state of shitholery. Why do we not own them? Because they would be better off under the flag of the United States than they currently are.
My argument is we shouldn't be there in the first place, because I still believe that the goal of the government, our government, is a necessary evil, hypothetically, that I'm forced to engage with. Therefore, the government's role is to look out for the interest of the citizens of the United States. However, they should not intentionally cause harm around the world to benefit me. So I don't want a government that says, hey, we're here for Rob and Abe, so let's go kick the shit out of Canada and steal all their shit. That's not what I'm looking for. I think that they should engage in trade deals, etc., and be non-aggressive, but at the same time, only be looking out for the interests of the United States while not intentionally causing harm. But if we do go cause harm, then I think there's a credible case to be made that if it's the poor people and the working class in this country that have to sacrifice their blood, sweat, and tears, or shit, let's go further than that. Me and you, the average person, we're the ones that have to pay through inflation when we decide to send billions upon billions of dollars to Ukraine. It's not fucking Bill Gates. It's not Elon Musk. It's not Donald Trump. So what? They don't give a shit if gas prices goes up of 60, 70 cents. It's us that are fucked. So why shouldn't we receive the benefit? My answer is we shouldn't be there in the first place. But if we are there, it's a credible argument. I think the American people deserve that more than Halliburton, more than the DNC, more than Republican politicians that are getting kickbacks.
So then we would go one step further. Would the world be better or worse if it functioned more like the United States of America?
Difficult question. I would say at the superficial level, definitely better, right? Because I think that you're looking at certain countries that are like third world hellholes. And if it operated more like the United States, that would definitely be a net benefit. However, if you really want to dig down, if functioning like the United States means functioning like the establishment class in the United States, there's still a lot of good in that. And it's certainly better than a lot of individual countries like in sub-Saharan Africa. But it's also quite fucking nefarious. And it is my intuition that eventually these people that run the show in countries like the United States want to see the elimination of people like me and you. Given that, if they achieve their goals, would the world be better off for that? Because as disposable as me and you'll be, they'll say the same about the domestic populations of any country. So arguably worse in that sense, but at a purely like practical level right now, yeah, man, fuck. If I'm in Zimbabwe, I'd rather be fucking the government of the United States running the show than fucking the government of Zimbabwe.
Absolutely. So that's something I would say. Like, if you look at Great Britain right now, what state is their nation in? Their first world country.
Pretty shitty.
Oh, yeah,
it's becoming a third world country.
Absolutely, and rapidly. And I would say almost every European nation is also seeing those same things happen to them. And then you have the third world countries where I don't know, it's hell to live. So the poorest people in America are living better than almost anyone in a third world country. Why? Would it not be better for the world to function like the United States does?
So we
yes,
be clear.
Our government should I agree with you on all of that. Like, we're in a bad place, and it's probably going to get a lot worse if we don't do something about it. But it would still be better if the rest of the world functioned like the United States currently functions.
Okay, so two things. First, thank you to everyone wishing birthday wishes in the chat. I really appreciate it. I really do. Secondly, right? Okay, so to be clear, we had a time in the past where the United States went in and, well, still does this, monkeys in sort of elections or even militaristically or through color revolutions or assassinations, etc., of countries around the world. I'm assuming that what you're saying is you're advocating for something different, which would be literally we make these places territories of the United States. We don't go through this song and dance where we pretend that they have independence, but really we're just funding the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, handing over Afghanistan to the Mujahideen. Instead, we say, look, we'll come in, we'll fund the Mujahideen, but Afghanistan's ours. It's now a territory of the United States. That's what you're suggesting?
More or less. And this is a silly thought experiment, but the statement is that the world would be better if the entire world ran like we run. And we could literally do it in a way of, look, you're gonna hand it over, or you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, I mean, so again, there becomes questions of you would then have to have trustworthy in the benevolence and competency of our leaders of our government and our military in order to accomplish this, because no matter how strong the United States economy or soft power and certainly hard power our military is, I don't think the United States is in the position that it was, say, circa 1992, where we were the runaway clear hegemon. It's no longer that case. In fact, it's one of the reasons that I support Trump's aggressive trade policies is that I don't think the bargaining position of the United States in the foreseeable future will ever be higher than it is right now, because China and a coalition of other countries are eventually catching up. I don't know that they'll catch up to the United States, but it used to be like the world superpower was the United States and then everyone else. Now it's like at least within the margin of error, maybe you could say.
Much closer, yeah.
Yes, and so that's, so you can't just unilaterally be like, fuck it, we'll kick everyone's ass. You need to have some sort of allies. I don't think we're militaristically in that position to go it alone necessarily against the we're Norm Macdonald, one of my favorite comedians. Like, do you ever hear the joke where he's like, I don't know how much you know about history, but Germany, they decide like, the 1910s or whatever, they decide to go to war, and their opponent was the world. And you would think like, well, that wasn't going to be close, but like, I don't know that the United States is like geared up to do that with no allies. But nonetheless, like, shit, man, let's take your hypothetical. Let's go real. This is real fucking dark, right? And I hate to even take it here because I know people get pissed about this, but was colonization from European countries better for Africa?
Yes.
It seems to be the case.
In the long run, yes.
Right. It sucks for you, the individual at the time, that Portugal comes in and they're fucking forcing you to cut down rubber trees. But generations later, the infrastructure that's put in there makes your country further along than countries that didn't have colonizers that came from Europe. And it just goes to speak to how shoddily the cultures were of the countries there and the leadership of the people that were running those countries. Jared Taylor, who I think would be a very difficult person to debate, who I think it would not be unfair to say is a white nationalist. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but certainly seems to lean that way. I remember him telling his story as a young man going into Africa, and I forget the two countries, but he said it was stark. He's like in this beautiful city in this African country, and then you can see like 2 miles that way, and it's a shithole. And he's asking like the people there, like, why is it that all of a sudden, as soon as we cross into this border, that it's this ridiculous shithole? And the black people that he's talking to that are natives of this country said, simple. We had European colonizers. They didn't. We have infrastructure. We have irrigation. We have rail systems, right? They don't. That's why they're a shithole. And so it becomes, fuck, let's take it a step further. Scott Adams talks about this. If you're really interested in paying reparations, right, shouldn't the question we be asking be, are the ancestors of slaves better off than they would be had we left them in Africa? Now, clearly, slavery is morally reprehensible, and I'm completely against it. But just from a period of, well, the people alive right now didn't go through slavery, so what are they owed? Well, if their ancestors had never been brought over to the United States, what do you think their net value would be? If you're comparing black guy in the United States today versus his ancestors never brought over, and so he's still in, insert your country, Congo.
Yep.
You're making a good point, which is that sometimes colonization, imperialism, etc., as morally reprehensible as we may say it is from a utilitarian calculus, is it not true that if you had an imperial state that valued sort of an economy and human rights that are better than the domestic area, that those people would be better generationally if the imperial state came in? It's a difficult argument to argue against. It really is.
Well, could you point to a nation that was colonized by a currently first world nation that hasn't done better ever since it was colonized?
Now, I'm historically illiterate, but maybe someone would say India? Was India doing it in a better position before the UK came in? I don't know. I'm sure there's a case to be made that no, but
I would say I doubt it, because look at the trade routes. Look at all the things that were established into India because of it. Their entire trade exists solely because of the colonization that happened during that period of time. They wouldn't even have the infrastructure to do the trade that they do now.
Now, I want to again say that I disagree with you on moral principles, that I'm not for the United
I don't agree with that.
But as a thought experiment, so think of it this way as a thought experiment. It sort of makes sense why that's the case. Take the United States out of it. Fuck, take Europe out of it. Chances are a country or a nation that is advanced enough to be able to take over large swaths of the world and then be able to rule them probably is more advanced in more ways than just a military. Right? For example, the villages that Genghis Khan's coming into probably don't have the economic viability that the nation of Genghis Khan had, right? So when he comes into your village and says, okay, I'll make you a deal. You pay some small amount of tithing to me, 5% or whatever, and you get all of these benefits. You get our protection. You no longer have to pay for a military, right? You get to control your own governance, whatever. We don't care as long as we're getting our money that you owe us. And you get all the cultural benefits of all the trade and this huge swath of empire we'll have. Argument at the time, yes, that sucks for you at the time. But 100 years from now, are your grandchildren in a better off position than they would have been had Genghis Khan never came? Because if he doesn't come, maybe in addition to not getting those benefits, you're engaged in low-tier conflicts with other city-states or nations that are similar in strength to you, because it's human nature to have these sort of conflicts. And so a strong, iron-fisted ruler, maybe you make the argument, well, generation or two in the future, isn't your country better off that Genghis Khan came than it had it not? It's
crazy, right?
It is. It's a compelling argument. Now, where there is a moral argument as to why this sort of, because once you would say, it makes sense, well, then everyone will make that claim. Right. So I could take your property because I would manage your property better than you. So fuck you. Might makes right. I'll come in and take your shit. I'm stronger than you. I have more money. Fuck it. I'll take it. I don't think you mow your grass enough. You're not putting enough fertilizer on your lawn. So go fuck yourself. I'm coming and taking your land. Right. You can see how it quickly gets out of control. Yep. But it is worth, like, when we're particularly looking at, quote, claims of historical abuse, etc., we have to be realistic about what the current population is living through. And, you know, it's two different things. It is saying, yes, we're not cheering for, like, militaristic intervention all around the world. We're not saying that. But an exercise in looking at the hypotheticals of that starts to illustrate of these claims of historical injustice and how poor certain people are, certain nations are. It's never looking at it through, like, both sides of the scope and saying, well, wait a minute, what are the benefits? And by the way, we do this with all sorts of shit. Like, this is going to seem way afield, but I think you'll agree it makes sense. Like, wow, global warming's really shitty, right? But what about the benefits of it? Right?
Well, more carbon in the atmosphere, more plants grow faster. Like there's a huge benefit to all the plant life on Earth. I mean, it's kind of...
Hey, Sarah and Abe, do you mind if I take a call real quick?
Take that call, Rob.
I think it might have to do with my channel and someone that's going to help me out. So I'll be like 5-10 minutes if you don't mind.
Take your time.
Read some super chats. So, all right, I'll be right there.
Oh, no, we'll still chit chat. I have no idea what the conversation was. I was too busy messaging other people and running on other logistics. But Abe, you mentioned in chat, I saw it, asking me to come over and do a panel on your show sometime. What would we talk about?
I don't know. Whatever. Talk about all kinds of goofy stuff. Just pick something to talk about. Usually we're talking about, like, current events or religion or the state of people communicating, the breakage in Christianity, all the sects, like, I don't know, Orthodoxy and Protestantism, and just random.
What religion do you follow?
I have been a Protestant Christian basically all my life.
Oh, and you're playing in the field of Orthodox?
I am. I'm trying to make the bridge between.
Oh, I don't know if there's a bridge.
I know,
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a rough one.
isn't it?
Yeah, because Orthodox, and I would compare Orthodoxy mildly similar to Catholicism because we're very traditional in kind of like our what we do. We have like rituals, like
Very
things that we
related.
do, and yeah. Um, I would even consider Catholicism like the military version of the religions, right? It's very regimented. We know exactly what we're going to do, when we're going to do it, how we're going to do it, what prayers we're going to say, so on and so forth. So, I would find them to be the most like stringent in that matter. But Protestant, I would find it to be way more on the lax side, and way more
Out of sync.
yeah, the liberal version of
Yep.
religion. Even more so, worse would be the big box churches. They
Yep.
I went to one with somebody one time, last year or the year before, and I was completely deterred from it because I walked in and everybody's like, there's a coffee shop, there's a this, there's a that, there's all these different things, and it was it was like a social power hour.
Yep.
And it felt weird to me because I'm like, I'm not here to socialize, you know?
Right.
And then I went in, and then all of the lights go off, and then the stage, like it's like going to a rock concert, and there's like lights on the stage, and it was like boom, 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 and I'm like, this is not church.
Right.
Very
I have
much
a
not.
huge issue with that too, actually. So I would say, as far as Christianity goes, I'm like a Protestant that is very close to Orthodoxy in like all of my beliefs without being a part of it. So,
Mhm.
obviously, the Orthodox Church has all of its foundations in apostolic succession, which I don't disagree with, but I see all the degeneracy that's existing in the Protestant side of the church. Like you said, it's a rock concert, and there's
Mhm.
no reverence to what you're doing. But I would say
Right.
that, like, as Christians, we all believe that Jesus Christ is the Savior, that He's God, right? And that would
Yeah.
be the greatest linkage that we have, because if that is the way, the truth, and the life, the only way to the Father, we have that in common. So I would love to see a reformation of Protestant Christianity back,
Mhm.
maybe not necessarily all the way into Orthodoxy, but I don't know. There's got to be some way to bridge it, because you can't have the body of Christ fractured and broken. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I agree. I think the great thing that like Orthodoxy and Catholicism does bring to the table is traditionalism. So we don't let things kind of slip through the cracks into like a liberal leaning approach, per
Yep.
se. Like, we're not trying to keep up with the times. We're not trying to, we're not going to harness the teeny boppers by making it a rock concert, and we're not going to make it cool to go to church. Like,
Right.
the whole purpose of going to church is to follow those traditions and to keep those sound and grounded. And I do respect both those sides of the coin, between Orthodoxy and Catholicism. I think we have disagreements, but I respect that piece of it because I'm a big fan of traditionalism, in a lot of different ways, and I think that's where most of the country has gone wrong.
Yep.
It's where we don't you done messed up, Ron, you done messed up, and
Yep.
we lost a lot of that along the way because traditions. I noticed millennials, people particularly around my age range and my grouping, we stopped doing traditions because we didn't want to anymore. We were like, break this cycle. I'm bored with this. This is stupid. Why do I want to do? Why do we all go to grandma's house on this particular day of the year? Why do we all do this? Why we all do that? And we broke traditionalism. We broke the mold, and we said we're going to be something new. And then now we're just like, well,
Amen.
we're gonna be something new, but we don't really want to do anything.
Yeah. I would say
You
that
know,
Protestantism left the door open to everything, including feminism, including all of the movements that they should have been, at the very least, standing against and saying, look, there is a dominant authority, there is a patriarchy that exists within Scripture, and there's all these things that got broken because we just let it in, just like society today. Actually, we just let in everything, and everything's permitted. And if everything's permitted, then there's nothing. You have nothing left. There's no moral foundation to stand on. There's just complete decay in your moral society. So I think
no,
I would agree. We've walked away
Yeah.
from tradition.
Yeah, I think there are some traditions that you're like, why? And I think that that's what like the millennials especially did a lot of is why. Like we questioned it and we said, why do we do this? This is stupid. This doesn't make sense, or this doesn't apply to me, or this like I don't feel linked to this in any way. And we said, fuck that tradition, it's out. And we started kind of coming up with our own new stuff. But then inevitably, we also like we're so tech fatigued, I think, like millennials especially, because we are the plug and play group. We are the AOL people, we are the Blockbuster to Netflix folks. We came up with everything, like we learned everything that is like the tech bubble kicked off in. And so we're just kind of fatigued by everything. So now we're just like, let's just ring it all in one thing at a time. Let's just keep it simple and straight and to the point. So yeah, I think millennials have a weird thing going on because we're stuck between traditionalism and like new age tech at the same time, and like the insta click people, insta loan, insta life, insta car, insta this, insta that, insta people, insta dating. And millennials are stuck between that traditional and insta click people, and it's causing a lot of issues because we don't know what to do.
It's very Nietzschean, and it's nihil. It feeds nihilism big time. I think just the hopelessness.
Define nihilism,
Like empty nothingness. Like there's nothing to live for, nothing to die for, nothing to care about. It's all about yourself, and then no moral foundation exists because of it.
No, I think millennials were a take back generation. We chose to take back, we chose to take back. I do think there's a self-centered element, yes, but in the light of like we are the mental health group, we are the parents. All of our parents got divorced group, and we're not approving of it. We're the we say no a lot more. We've established a lot of boundaries, and we're like, yeah, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to be compliant. I don't give a shit. And we're the people that said no to traditions because we don't think that they're applicable to us, and we don't have any heartfelt meaning to it. Right? We're just not forcing ourselves to do shit that we don't want to do.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll be back real quick. I'm talking to someone about my channel. I'll be right back.
Okay.
There, go away. We're fine. You sat and talked for the last 3 fucking hours, Rob. Anyways, and I do have a full panel sitting backstage. We're gonna bring them all up. Sage, if you can give me a quick cam up back. Al Weiner, you. Marte, you're here. Hall Long is backstage as well, and Spyro's still ready too as well. Yeah, I think that we hit a point where we're like, no, just no. And we said no, and we meant it. And I think that makes a big differentiator between us and other generations.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think it's fair. And then, of course, your time was bought up by Base Tweaker. That's why you got all that time added onto the timer. And I'm sorry, Rob had to step away for a minute for the last few minutes. I hope I was sufficient enough to fill in. I know I don't have the beard, and I know I don't have the knowledge, but I hope I was a good fill-in nonetheless.
It was a good chat.
And Hall Long sends in a happy birthday, Rob. Yes, we are officially grifting for Rob this evening. He had some issues with his channel earlier. Some shit got shut down. I don't know how. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense because specifically, Rob and I were dual streaming the same exact thing, and he got shut down, and I did not. So that actually pisses
reporting him.
Something that actually pisses me off because. I think maybe Rob just had, I know when you're in a sensitive position, you're more flaggable.
Yeah.
and I'm very gracious to the idea that, because I'm a moderator, people aren't always mad at me. But I think Rob has already had issues before, so that probably was just an insta trigger. Barbareth with the big 20. Haha, the hubby is asleep. Catch up, Sarah. Cheers. And cheers to you, Barbareth. We love you. I'm so glad your husband is sleeping right now. Please feel free to continue sending more, and just know that you might have to explain it tomorrow, but not tonight. You don't have to explain it tonight. That's all that counts. And Jordan with the big 5 says, come on over to Orthodoxy, Abe. Sola Scriptura ain't defensible when getting into it. Wish you all the best in this foundational field. That was very kind.
Yes, thanks, Jordan.
Only Mr. Bill says, admit it, Sarah, you are a big fan of the Newsboys. What's the Newsboys?
The Newsboys Band. It's a Christian rock band.
Nope, don't know them. Stochastic Decay. Did I say that right? I've been drinking.
Yeah. Stochastic. Okay. Yeah.
Fair enough. Says, funny, Abe subscribes to the religion that's
seceded.
Okay. I was like, is that spelled wrong?
It's a joke about the fact that Lincoln federalized everything, but Protestants away from, yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I think I have everybody backstage. Sage. Well, you'll have to come back another night. A lot of people say that and then they end up flashing, and we just don't take risks here because we don't want to get things nuked. So come back another night, Sage. All right, let's have some fun. We're going to go into full grift mode. It's now 1 a.m. We're going to go into full grift mode, but I'm going to bring everybody on so we can really grift for fun, crazy shit. Y'all know how we do it. Here we go.
Are you guys able to hear me? Is there too much background noise?
And let me start this off. Number one, you guys have less than 3 minutes to fulfill that 10-goal super chat goal that needs to be fulfilled. You only have 3 in. I gave you 30 minutes, and you only gave 3 on that one. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Slackers.
You know, if you want DGen Power Hour, you got to push it. You got 2 minutes now to hit those. You got 7 more goals to get that super chat goal. Remember, Rob and I are splitting the bag tonight. Rob got shut down this evening. It's unacceptable. I'm very upset. We're splitting the bag. You gotta send in $5 or more to hit the goal. But we are splitting the bag tonight. So please make sure just send a bunch of money right now. $5. Just if 7 of you each send $5, we can keep going for DGen Power Hour. Get it going. Go now. Go fast. Hurry. You can send the Cash App too. I'll accept that and apply it to the goal. But holy shit, I didn't think I'd have to tell you guys this because you've been doing so great all night. Even if you send in just to say happy birthday, Rob, I don't care. Or shut the fuck up, Sarah. Boot Sarah for the night. I don't care. Just send $5. Whatever it is, get the goal. You got 6 more to go. Paige sending in, we must go on. Sarah and her wine glass demand it. Not one step back. No, absolutely. You guys have purchased my liquor endeavors for the evening. Thank you so kindly. 1 to Abe and 1 to
Thank
Jess.
you.
Appreciate that.
This show is driven. This show is driven by capitalism and not socialism. So start donating, folks.
That's right.
Give
Hit
this
the
woman your
dono.
money.
Matriarchy versus patriarchy, and so far the matriarchy won because Rob got shut down as soon as we started. I won by default.
That was so jacked up.
That's not fair, Sarah. That's not fair.
You got 30 seconds. You're almost there. You just need two more, one more.
All right, she's gone. She put me in charge right now. Gentlemen, well, she's gone since I've known her a while. I'm the moderator now. And what are we talking about, gentlemen? One at a time. What would you gentlemen like to speak about?
Women suck. Oh crap! Sorry.
Somehow I exited myself from the panel. I don't know what I did. I swear I didn't even click anything.
Was that you, Spiro?
Kicked yourself.
Yeah, Spiro's over there doing he's like, fuck this bitch.
I don't know. What did I say? That's crazy. Jeez.
Hey guys, is there too much background noise on my mic?
No, you are perfectly fine. There's nothing going through on the feed.
You're good.
Thank
your
you.
Lovely voice. All right,
Sarah, I filled in for you while you were gone for a minute. I filled in for you.
Oh, thank you.
Failed him. You failed him, or you filled him.
Let's get back to the grift because everybody has listen. Yeah, I banned myself. I kicked myself off. I don't know what the hell. My internet has been struggling all night, and so have I because I've been drinking. So it was either internet or somehow I clicked a button. I don't know, but it completely kicked me out of StreamYard altogether. So it wasn't even just putting myself backstage. It completely booted me from StreamYard.
It was perfect timing because it's just you said one more dong
and then dong and then I'm gone. They're like, shut up, bitch. Patriarchy, what? Lobster sends in the big 5 and says driving. Well, shout out to you, Lobster. We love you. Thanks for the 5. Jason Cassell sends another 5. He sponsored a whole bunch earlier. I think it was $9-10 super chats. It could have been 10. I could have miscounted, but he's a big supporter. And remember, half of this goes to Rob. Harry Ludwig with the big 5 says, boot Sarah. I'll boot myself after I finish the grifts, and I'll give you guys 5 minutes without me. Even though I've been quiet all fucking night. I don't know why you boot me to the back.
Keep getting drunk. Sarah, keep getting drunk. I like when you get drunk. You're funny when you're drunk.
Most people do. Jason with the big 5, just to say, shut the fuck up, Spicoli. Abe Deacon sends 2. Thank you so much. But he also sent in a big 50 earlier just to pop another bottle open. So shout out to you, Abe. K2 keep on track with the big 5 says coom. And then of course Step for 3 sends in a big 20, says Rob's the man. Yes, we all love Rob. He is awesome. All right, gentlemen, I'm putting myself backstage for 5 minutes. You better keep the grip going. Yeah, go. Well, listen, Spicoli, listen. We already had one shutdown this evening. We're all pretty bummed about it, and Rob's having to deal with that kind of shit. So keep it clean.
I will keep it clean. I will
keep
take
it on point.
I promise. Yes.
Don't fuck this up, Spicoli. I love you.
No, I won't. All right, thank you. All right. Well, you heard what she said. Since I've known her 3 years, I guess.
Okay,
I'm
women
the
suck
moderator
again.
Now.
Women suck. All women suck.
No. Let me make a statement. No. Wait. You cannot talk over me.
To my understanding, women sucking was never a bad thing.
Okay.
Women sucking was never a bad thing.
Let me make a statement. Please don't talk over me. Let me make a statement. All you YouTube creators that are getting donations through ad money and YouTube chat, don't forget, you have to pay taxes on that money because they're going to 1099 you. So, if you make whatever it matters.
Hey, Marte.
What's going on, buddy? How's it going? Yeah. Everybody else, Abe, I know we talked earlier, Spyro, Paul.
Spyro too. Yeah, I know Spyro.
The last time each one of you, I want to know when each one of you got laid, and I want to know, honestly, I haven't been laid in 6
I have a wife today.
Hey, Spicoli.
Up with a comb, buddy.
Spicoli.
Yes.
All right, I got one for you. I'm a single guy. I'm a trucker. Last relationship I was in was 5 years ago. So it's been
Yes.
5 years and 6 months.
Shit.
I can beat you.
Shit.
Okay, but that's no, but I take it that no, but you're not an incel. I take it that you could get laid, you just don't want to, obviously, right? That's the thing, right?
Right.
No,
Well, I decided a long time ago that it was just not worth playing in that puddle, given the quality of the fish around. I'm not trying to go for a carp. I want a good brown trout. You know.
No, brother.
Well, you're better. In other words, you want a unicorn. You want a unicorn. Unicorns don't exist. Even
Yeah,
Sarah's not.
rainbow fucking
Even
unicorn.
Even Sarah's not a unicorn. But when you get Sarah boozed up enough, she's fun. But she's not quite the unicorn. Sarah's close to a unicorn.
Well, what is
Not
it?
quite
What is it
there.
you're assuming? What is it you're assuming I'm looking for? I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking for. I'm
What are
looking
you
for a
looking
woman who.
for? 38, single mom, blonde, green eyes, funny sometimes, but women really aren't funny, and she admits it.
You to care about me, Sarah.
Yeah.
I need a woman who can not slip on a phallic object every time I leave the house.
No, brother.
Those are impossible to find
You
these
sound
days.
tainted, good sir. You sound tainted and jaded.
Yeah.
Well,
Sarah
you know,
would never, Sarah fits that category. Sarah definitely fits that category.
By the way, long haul. My dad or haul long. My dad was a long haul driver. Sometimes he'd go away for like 2 weeks at a time. That's hard work. That ain't easy, man. So shout out to you for that.
Oh,
let me
thanks.
ask you this.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But do you have no? But let me ask you a quick question because I have to go. I have to take care of some business. Let me ask you this. No, if I was a truck driver, cross whatever area I went to, I would have a chick, like a few chicks in different locations that I would fuck. So do you have chicks like a sailor? Do you have different women in different ports, so to speak?
No.
We don't want to hear about your
No,
endeavors.
because that's basically just grabbing different carp from different ponds. It's still the same thing.
You're making the situation worse for everyone. If you're out there deflowering all the time and you complain that women aren't clean and pure for you, then you're deflowering them.
All right, I have a question for Sarah before I leave. Sarah, wait, hold on.
Can you hear?
I don't mean to interrupt. Sarah, when is Mardi Gras?
February.
When is Mardi Gras?
It's February.
Okay, so we're past Mardi Gras, but this is an inside joke. I'm off to buy beads tomorrow, and it's not for Mardi Gras, Sarah.
Oh my!
I'm buying beads.
Darn, Spicoli, somebody booted you. Sorry, we love you. Bye.
Hold on.
Catfish right there.
I know what that truck driver wants. He wants a lot lizard from the Loves. They're a little bit high quality.
Yeah, and I don't like.
Yeah, Loves are the higher quality ones. Ugh. If I wanted women like that, I'd go back to one of my exes.
Oh man!
Rob,
I knew it.
So through an intermediary, we were talking to a YouTube
Oh
rep,
boy.
and they do not think it violated the YouTube's firearm policy. They think it was some sort of like robotic review or whatever. So I think we've taken steps that they're supposed to be reaching out to me in the next 15 minutes and ask me to submit a couple things, and then they're going to try to take care of it. But weirdly enough, it didn't give me a strike. It actually I don't know. It's like almost screwing up, like it's saying that I've reached my daily limit of live streams. But YouTube, the rep's a little concerned because they can't figure out why I wouldn't be allowed to live stream it. So on their end, they're like, we can't figure this out. So tag it for a manual review, type exactly this, and then we'll see what we could do. So
You're going to be
it's no
fine.
big deal. For this point, we're at 1 a.m. Not that I'm ready to go to bed or anything, but as long as I could live stream like in the coming days, that's fine. 24, 48.
You're going to be
But,
fine.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
Those are AI
headphones were
automated
on.
things, and they tend to go wrong. So yeah, you're gonna be okay.
It could be anything. It
Good.
could be that
That's
I was
good
talking
news.
to Spiro, talking shit about AI, and they're like, "Screw that Spiro guy." He's
You
on
know
this-
what, Rob? You know what, Rob? Okay, listen. I don't think you guys know. First of all, it's pronounced Agrilepolis. It's Greek, so give her $20.
Yeah.
Second of all, Sarah the Raging Tomato is just a typo for Sarah the Irish Potato. That's why Andrew loves it so much.
There you go. Yeah,
And third
makes-
of all,
yeah.
for some reason or another, because of what Rob was saying earlier, I decided to go out and get some fried chicken because I just felt like it. They gave me a drink with a plastic straw, and I thought to myself, if they ban plastic straws, is this the first step to outline conservative oral traditions? And fourth of all, I am not joking. I'm not joking. This whole time, I have seriously, if I could pull the screen, I would show you. I have seriously been reading the Senate intelligence reports, the DOJ reports, and the FBI reports on Russian collusion. I'm at volume 5. I'm ready to tangle with you, Rob. I'm ready for a real debate.
shit.
We're gonna
Now
go,
that's-
brother.
now that
We're gonna
excites
go.
me. I'm very
Yeah.
good.
Jason is blaming Andrew or Mr. E for the strike issue.
It's not. Look.
It's mystery. It's
Yeah,
mystery.
It can't be.
It's mystery. It's definitely mystery because I'm not going to get into the details, but I was doing something to help the Crucible the other day, and Mr. E was like, "Damn, that's you did something real good. You might be in line for Employee of the Month."
Exactly.
Now all of a sudden this happens, Mr. E. We're well aware of what's going on.
We're on to you. We're
See,
on to you.
Mystery, Mr. E.
That's right.
I'm thinking that I'm thinking it's the feminism influence on the AI. It heard Rob's strong, manly conversation, and then mirrored by the old Western tough guy.
Yeah.
It's a nope, toxic. Ding
That's
him.
Rob was trying to take down the
But it doesn't hit
matriarchy.
Sarah. Sorry, Sarah. Go ahead.
No, Rob was trying to take down the matriarchy. I was trying to take down the patriarchy. So AI said, "Girls rule, boys rule." Like I
said, feminist.
It shot him down before 3 minutes into the freaking show.
It heard there was
will
a
say,
challenge.
now, presumably everything gets worked out and everything's fine. This is going to be one of my fucking favorite stories of streaming on YouTube. That 3 minutes into our competition, patriarchy versus matriarchy, I get my ass kicked as royally as possible. It won't be so funny if I never get my channel back. It won't be so funny then. But as it stands, I'm hoping it'll work out. So
Please
Rachel
send
would
more. Please send
Rachel
more
would wipe
donos.
your
I
ass,
have
so.
to. I have to split mine in half to help support the patriarchy.
Listen, one of the things I'm always arguing against is government handouts and socialism. So it's with great shame I say, please, Sarah, please send me more donations that you're receiving. I can't do it myself,
Rob.
Sarah. I need a handout. You
But
know?
Rob, this
so scared
this
for you,
actually
Rob. I've got
couldn't
an
have
anxiety
happened on
panic.
a more perfect night because we already planned on splitting it down the
Yeah,
middle. So
it's
it's
true.
like, oh well, fuck it. Your stream went out. That's fine. We'll just do it here, and life's good. We're moving on. You're still like the work is in, the day is set, and you're still gonna get paid by a girl.
See, here's the sad part, Rob. Wait till you tally up everything over on the Rumble side because you may end up owing Sarah.
That's
Oh.
true. Now, just so you know, our man Jess Gerald donated $357 to me on Rumble. So
Holy
he threw it out there.
patriarchy. See,
Yeah.
look at that. That's
And
how
he
that
was
works.
like,
Well, and
"Whatever
I
you
was-
do, don't tell that
I was-
bastard Sarah about this money.
Right.
Whatever you do."
I was going pretty heavy on there for the first 20 minutes of
I see
the
it.
of the stream. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was. You may end up owing Sarah still.
Yeah.
Damn that socialism.
Yeah. I think I might have, believe it or not, I think
Oh wait, is Courtney is your wife Courtney?
Yes, my wife is Courtney. What's she saying? Is she? Yeah.
I think she's
Take
talking
it
about
easy,
anxiety.
Sarah. Wow,
Now the
Sarah.
truth comes out. Yeah, the truth comes out.
Patriarchy It was a
Take it
they were
easy,
conspiring.
Sarah.
Yeah, it's now listen, in the words of Dean Withers, my
Shut
wife doesn't smoke a
fire.
vape.
Yes.
She smokes an anxiety pen, right? Like that's so, yeah. So
It's not a vape.
Yeah.
It's an anxiety
You're bullying me over
pen.
something I do not do.
It was so
Oh
funny.
my god! I was sad when I saw that clip. Somebody else was it Sarah Fields, I think, posted like the video, and she was like, "What the fuck?" And I watched it. I was like,
Holy crap.
"Seriously? Like, just own it. Just it's okay. Like,
I've
why?
been calling mine that ironically
Like, well,
all week.
if it's an anxiety pen, it ain't working."
That's right. Yeah. Do we have any lefties on the panel right now? Like, why are these people so neurotically insane? You know, I wish we need a sane lefty like Duck to come in here and tell us like how he keeps so grounded. You know,
No.
Well, I'm technically a
No.
feminist.
but in all honesty, that clip is just batshit crazy. It's like, I don't understand. Even Duck, like sometimes you'll say shit, and I'm sure you've noticed this, Sarah. Again, Duck, if you're listening, I'm not talking shit, but like someone will say something like, you know, like it could be something so benign, like, you know, I don't know. Actually, I think maybe they should raise the salt limit, you know, salt deduction another 5%. And Duck will be like, that's the most offensive fucking shit I've ever heard. How could you ever suggest something like that? And I'll just be sitting there like, what did I miss? Like, what the fuck happened here? Oh, that's Dean Withers. Like, vape? You called this a fucking vape? It's
That's
like,
why.
what?
That's why you guys had the topic. They all have a mental illness.
Yeah. Right.
It's like what? It's got to be true. Like
It's the neuroticism that comes as a result of that savior complex.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Right.
And just so
That's
you know,
exactly what it
I
is.
have Norwegian Dan backstage waiting to get on screen. You know what to do,
Oh, I
Chad.
can
If you
drop
want
for-
Norwegian Dan, shut up! Don't volunteer to drop, you dimwit. For the grip, you know what to do. If you want to drop somebody who happens to be willing to be dropped, go ahead, send it in, kick them off. I don't care. Lord, I hate it when people do that. I'm like, you know what to do, chat. And they're like, I'll go, and I'm like, no.
I only came up to give that lot lizard comment. I've been-
That was a good one.
Aw.
There's
Well,
just
hey,
dropping
two. Now you
bombs,
have
though.
to stay until somebody pays to boot you.
It's the rules.
Oh,
You
man.
quit, you lose.
How
You quit,
that
you
be?
lose.
I was just being polite. I was just
Yep.
being polite and waiting to make my exit, but okay.
Nope.
I bet of all like sort of panel debate type shows going on right now, we have a highest percentage of truckers that are on stream other than any fucking channel out there, which is awesome. Like
is.
we'll take it, man.
I think my flashlight
Hell yeah.
is gonna catch on fire. It's smoking.
There it is.
There it is, K2.
You got what you wanted.
Say bye,
Yeah.
K2.
Sweet. Rage quit.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
Bye.
You quit, you lose. You quit, you lose.
What's up?
Damn.
How you doing, Dan?
I'm too new. Nobody knows me well enough to kick me yet.
Dave wants to know what % of soy protein is in Dean's pen. I don't think it's. I think it's probably mommy's milk. Honestly, at this point.
Well, see, so I've got a question about all that. With all the crazy flavors that there are with those vapes and stuff, is it possible that Dean's pen is flavored slippery nipple, like the shot?
Oh.
See, that's
Or,
There is such a thing.
yes.
I don't know. I don't vape.
No, it's peach schnapps, vodka, and
No.
is it triple sec? I think.
No. Oh.
Yeah, I know it's
Triple
peach schnapps,
sec,
'cause
ah.
This is why I hate. This is why I hate the butter. It's the buttery nipple, because there's peach schnapps in it. I hate peach schnapps.
Yeah.
Any type. It
Well,
tastes like cat litter to me.
Right, and it's got a cream on the top. It's got a cream on the top for the nipple part. So
Here it goes, Emmett. And the only person I have backstage now
It's a
is
joke.
Jason Cassell.
It's a
So,
joke. I
but-
had a debate today, and I called myself Demetor, and I took
Yeah, we
the
debated
persona
today,
of a
and he
wrestler.
was, he was-
Fair enough. Well,
WWF.
either way, somebody else is coming up. Sit backstage, hang out. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Sarah. How you doing?
Wonderful. Thanks for all of your fun donos earlier. That made me a happy tomato. I appreciate that.
No problem. No problem.
so many
I like
vapes will be bought with that money. Now listen, I almost got away with it too, because normally my wife could see at the end of the night how much I made, but tonight it's like, oh shit, my channel got canceled. And I guess I'm shit out of luck. But no, she's on your chat and she can see everything. So I'm screwed. Straight to the vape man tomorrow. So
Courtney messaged me. I'll tell you exactly how much we made tonight. Just check Rob's Cash App later when we're done, because. And Jess says the big time. He says, Dean Withers, I'm not sucking up. I'm soothing an oral fixation.
Totally. Totally.
That is the thing for the vapors. Is it an oral fixation? Is it an anxiety?
Totally.
And
Totally.
what is it?
Yeah, it's an oral fixation. It's a habit that you're used to, and yeah, totally.
Do you like things orally?
Yeah.
Well, I smoke
Sound like a
cigarettes.
professional on that one.
Okay,
Oh,
Sarah, don't get carried away with it.
Took him a second, didn't it? It took him a second. That's okay. All right. So, Rob, I know you and I determined that around the 1 o'clock hour we would go into full grift mode, but I figured since there were more people waiting backstage, I'd bring everybody up and we can all grift together and have some fun on open panel. So we have some options. We can set timers. We can go into speed dating. We can do I don't know, spend a bunch of money. Keep going.
I say Rob's choice, birthday boy, Rob's choice.
It is
Dibs on Rob.
Debate me on Russia.
And I will say,
Happy birthday,
forced
Rob. I
them,
didn't know.
kudos to the chat because they had 3 minutes. I was watching the goal look, I'm drunk at this point. I was watching the goal and I realized we had 3 minutes left, and I said, you have 7 super chats to go before that dono goes completed, and we go into DGEM Power Hour at 1 a.m. So they did it. They came through. This was all while you're on the phone. The chat made up for it. They fixed it. They said, let's keep on going. So we absolutely have purchased the next hour. However, this is a grift stream. We don't stop here, do we, Rob?
No. So I'm one of the most unoriginal grifting thinkers you've ever imagined. So what I usually do around this time of night is I just put up a timer and I'm like, okay, 2.5 minutes and we're done, right? Any donation of $5 or more will reset the clock. And then whoever gives the last donation wins for their side. So in this case, if it's a lady or someone who wants to advocate for the sake of the matriarchy, then the matriarchy would win. If it's a man or someone advocating for the patriarchy, they would win. And then you just go every 2.5 minutes, you reset the timer. That's it. That's my only idea. That'll keep me through the next 10 years of interesting ideas I've had. So
I think that's a good one. That's a good one. I need to let's see. I need to figure out a way. I'm going to set up the layout and get the timer on, and we can do like either a girls dono or a boys dono, a patriarchy dono, matriarchy dono, Sarah dono, Rob dono. I don't give a fuck. Just differentiate between the two, and the last and final super chat when the timer ends will be the winner that declares all for the evening. So hopefully we can keep this going. Let's start at 5 minutes. We'll start there because they did already buy this hour. So we'll start at 5 minutes. And then once we hit 2 a.m., which is 30 minutes from now, then we'll Tweaker, you're freaking me the fuck out. Can you sit still for fuck's sake?
I got you.
He could do it.
Sit. Good boy. Okay. I'm sorry, but it's like
no, I
he's
get
like
it.
you
I
know
get
he's
it.
like a lot of stuff like that.
Trust me, I get it. I'm not offended by it at all.
He was freaking me out too. He's just sitting there rocking back and forth, smiling at everybody. Kind of creepy.
I'm driving through a city and you're somehow moving around more than me.
Tweaker, you've been in the debate community, so people
I'm
do
saying
like.
I'm 34 years old. If you don't think I'm not used to it by now, I'm
My
pretty used to
favorite,
it.
I will even say my favorite thing is to watch a debate on 2 times speed, and that tells you exactly who the fuck the person is and where their antsy moments are when they get nervous, because it's faster paced when it's on 2x, and you notice things a lot faster. It's fun.
Debate prep. There you go.
Now I'll tell you a quick debate story, policy debate in college. People did that shit a lot. They'd rock back and forth while they're talking because you're talking like an auctioneer so fast. So we would have, if you had a round off, you'd watch your teammate that was on a different team and then give them advice. You know, this is what I noticed. So my roommate was not my debate partner, but he was a debater. He watched me one round, and you be talking fast. You ain't paying attention to the crazy shit you're doing. And I asked him, I was like, hey, got any advice for that last round? And he's like, well, there's one thing. And I was like, what? He's like, you constantly fondle your penis while you're talking. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, man, you just are going to town. And I was fucking mortified because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. I didn't know it. You know, I was like, oh. So like the rest of the day, I'm like debating like shit because in the back of my head, I'm like, I got to keep my hands like a robot, like up like this. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And then we're at dinner later that night. And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm so glad you told me that. I had no idea. He's like, dude, I'm just fucking with you. You didn't do that. Like, I was just messing with you. So,
That's one way to win a debate.
Like 6 hours of debate, I debated like this because I was like, I got to keep my hands above my waist. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. And it was all bullshit. So, yeah,
just because it's
don't
all
feel
over
bad,
the chat,
Tweaker. You know,
it's probably
Don't feel bad, Tweaker, for
Rob, is that how you win all the debates?
I have
damn right.
Asperger's. So.
The lefties love that shit. So it was good eye candy, you know.
Oh, Lord.
Degens been degens.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna fiddle with some stuff while you guys talk. It's I have to fiddle.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm a little.
Nope, I got it. Nope, I got it. It went through. I thought it didn't go through, but it went through. Okay, life's good. So do you all see the little 5-minute timer at the top of my head?
Yeah, we see
All right. Okay, good. All right, so that's there. And then of course I will start the timer here shortly, and then we'll I'll start it at the 30-minute marker at 1:30 a.m. and we'll start the 5 minutes, and that's when you, the chat, get to determine, and that's when we'll kick off to say, you know, who really won this show. Was it the girls? Was it the guys? Was it the patriarchy? Was it the matriarchy? Was it Rob? Was it Sarah? I mean, honestly, Rob did a lot of the work. I sat here and got drunk.
You guys got this wrong. Have you ever heard of the study of the rats playing together and how the bigger rats have to let the smaller rats win every once in a while? Otherwise, the smaller rats don't play anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The women are the smaller rats. The men always win.
Debate over. That's bullshit though. That's sort of true, but not really, because like when I'll play this game on my channel, like amongst the top 6 people are Sarah, Jess White, and Kissy Cat. Right? Mm-hmm. They crush it. And then, you know, the best I've ever done on one single stream was because Kissy Cat and William Gramer Jr. decided to get into a pissing match where they started off donating $100 a piece and ended up donating $2,000 a piece. In one of the most sheer acts of pettiness I've ever seen, donating $2,000 to win an online argument. But just so the audience understands, if you send in at least a $5 donation, the clock resets. Right. Mm-hmm. And so whoever gives the last donation at the end of the night when the clock runs out, and then we'll up the ante later tonight if Sarah's cool with that.
Yep. And Fredo Fonzarelli sends in a big 10 on Cash App and says, happy birthday, Big Bobby. Also, hi, Sarah. Thank you, Fredo. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, our Cash Apps are open and available to your beck and call. We will read them out as they come in happily. But yeah, K2 I'm sorry. Actually, Rock E. Shepherd said, kick the Sun Guy. He got booted and Emmett got brought back up. Sorry, Sun Guy. You're back there until somebody decides to revive you. K2 keep on trucking sends a big 5. Boys only, no girls allowed. Sarah, oh shit. Okay.
Damn.
Rob, you're going to have to carry.
As long as you're running the clock. All right, so whenever you're ready, run the clock. Now it's just the men. Oh, there's Mr. Bill Tweaker, I believe, does that because of autism. Yeah, it's Asperger's. Who gives a shit? We're equal communicator, like destroyers here. We don't give a shit. We'll make fun of you for your illness. We don't care.
I'm fine. Yeah, right.
All right, so the clock is running. So what do you think? I think who gave me the best challenge tonight? I thought it was pretty good. Spirit was good. Evan was good. Grid was good. Duck's always fantastic amongst.
I didn't hear a lot of disagreement from you on mine.
Yeah, it's true. I agree. I disagree.
I think
go ahead.
I think the most disagreement you had was actually with Spiro.
Yeah, probably true. Now, Spiro put that super chat in the other day on the Andrew Wilson panel, and then unfortunately, the way the open panels go, oftentimes the super chat's just kind of read, and then back to Fatty yelling about Andrew's nuts or some shit, whatever he was talking about the other night. By the way, Marte, excellent job, man, on that debate the other night. I thought you guys crushed it.
Yeah, Fatty was being a jackass at the end, and I had to tie him up because he said America was vacant at the end, and he just stumbled over himself. He accuses you.
Fix your audio,
Marte. Being the same thing he is himself.
Oh, I think you're on the wrong mic.
I think you're using the wrong mic, Marte. But yeah, you're right. Fatty is, that's like what I said before I left was, Fatty was the perfect person to give that dude you guys were debating advice, because that person also was coping about losing a debate, and no one does that better than Fatty. He is a professional at losing debates and coping about it. So
yeah, that shit was crazy.
You're really soft. It sounds more clear, but really soft. So try to up the gain or the volume a little.
Gotcha, I can do that right now. Can you hear me now? Kind of.
Yeah, still a little quiet, but
it's quiet, but we can hear you.
Sounds like you're on the wrong mic.
I'm just trying to fix this, but anyways, like I was saying, Fatty stumbles over himself a lot. He caught himself in a conundrum because he was saying that if you walk into a house that's vacant, which we compared it to a vacancy of America with no natives at the end when we tangled up together, and he just ends up being the same thing that he accuses other people of doing and being bad faith all the time. Most of the time, yes, for sure.
So I remind everyone, a donation of at least $5 to reset the clock. You're enjoying this fantastic content. Never will you find 9 more handsome men in one panel together. So unless you want to leave this eye candy go, someone's got to donate $5 to reset the clock. But yeah, Fatty's problem is this, right? Like, so I will be the first to admit, Andrew Wilson's debate strategy sometimes could be very annoying and difficult to deal with because sometimes it can be what the common person would consider over semantical. But I think that there we go. Naughty Germ comes in with $5. Sarah, if you can hear us, reset the clock. All right, Sarah's on top of it. But in that debate, as I said previously, it's warranted because when you're talking about philosophical concepts like morality, you have to define terms. It's inevitable. But anyways, it's the same shit that happened when Andrew Wilson debates Destiny on insurrection, and then I debate him afterwards. Because Destiny's big pissing comment, oh, but he didn't define insurrection. I'm like, fine, I'll do it. I'll define insurrection. Now let's take the debate forward from there. Same with Fatty. Oh, Andrew has to define all these words. I'm like, okay, Fatty, I'll give you exactly what you want. Here you go. Now, how do you view this through your worldview? And he's like, define the term land, define the term the. And it's like, yeah, go fuck yourself, man. And that's what I said when Fatty came in. He is exactly what he accuses others of. I'm not saying he's a bad dude or anything, but that's exactly what he's doing.
All right. Does anybody here actually think that Fatty's a good debater?
No. Now, having said that, I've only seen him like 3 or 4 times. Maybe he's good at debating, like, you know,
well,
the best.
You debated him, right? You did a debate with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was not good on it either.
I think he's good at conversation, but he's not good at debate.
Right. Mr. Bill, $5 resets the clock. Always great to hear. By the way, one thing I think Sarah will agree with me in this, we're always trying as a community to help other people out. So I know that there are people that have channels that are here right now. Abe Dinkus, go check his channel out on YouTube. And only a Mr. Bill that just came in there. Anyone else too. What we're trying to do is, as a community, have people that are more like-minded actually thrive. My personal goal is I want to choke out these fucking lefties in every single aspect. So I want our streamers that only have 5 people watching to outdistance their streamers that only have 5. And our streamers like Andrew or Sarah that could have hundreds, if not thousands of people watching, I would like them to outperform the people that are their contemporaries on the left as well. So.
Well, Rob, you got to be careful, though, because if you start, if you get rid of all the leftists, you guys keep winning, it's going to cause a problem. You're not going to debate.
Oh, no. There's always going to be a line of leftists ready to jump up and try and prove you that if you only did socialism their way.
That's true, yeah, because it's never been done right.
There's some truth in that, though. But that's why you devastate someone but then you always bring it back at the end of the night. Appreciate you coming, right? Like Radical Coder would debate me any day. That Devon guy, the first time I was on Sarah's panel, right? And he comes in and we're going at each other. By the end of it, he's like, oh, I like talking to you. Let me talk to you again. That's a skill, to be able to beat someone in a debate, but have them enjoy themselves, right? And it's no joke. Like it actually is rhetorically effective as well, especially for their audience. What you want is their audience to either hate you, which is good, or to say, you know what, I disagree with that guy, but I'd be willing to hear him out. Those are the two things I'm going for. What I don't want is to be forgotten. So, you know.
Well, Matt H says, challenge to Rob, 60 days to read 3 books of my choosing. Reward $1,000. I want to make Rob literate. Would you accept?
I will under one condition, well, 2 conditions. It can't be like grotesque pornography, which I don't think you would do that. And it has to be in English. But other than that, I'm game. I would definitely do that.
I wish somebody would challenge me to read 3 fucking books in 60 days. I'll read.
Dude, I've read literally fucking hundreds of books this year before anyone challenges my literacy. Now, almost all of them are made of cardboard and they're like 4 pages. But hey, a book's a book, right? That doesn't matter. My son's happy with it, so you know.
Rob, are you talking about picture books? You read the picture books?
There's some words. There's a few words on each page. You know,
Sam I Am and the Cat in the Hat don't count.
Hungry Caterpillar. Yeah, that's a good one.
The golden rule is just a classic library.
Yeah, the golden books or whatever. Yeah.
Rob, when you reset the timer, if it's a $20 Cash App, do you reset longer?
I never do. The only rule I ever instituted, because sometimes people get out of control, is that if you give at least a $200 donation, then you're winning for the night unless someone equals or increases that. But a $5 donation will still reset the timer.
All right. Draco sends a big 20 on Cash App and says, "Happy birthday, Rob and America."
Thank you. One of the topics that I wanted to talk about was, before I die, July 4th will be known more for being my birthday than America's.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
Badass.
I think it's possible.
Badass goal.
You spend most of your time arguing about America, so I feel like that's kind of a redundant statement.
And I figure if all things, never mind. I already got in trouble on YouTube. I'm not going to invoke. Never mind. I was going to say notoriety sometimes can.
Better watch it. Mr. E's watching.
That's right, that bastard. Yeah.
We're gonna refederalize it under Rob, and it'll be Rob Day.
Rob Day, National Rob Day. I'm down. I accept. All right, gentlemen. Did anybody have stuff for Rob? You want to get into it? Let's go.
I have a question.
I actually have a challenge for Sarah.
Look, if it's to drink more, that's probably not smart, because I still have to run the show.
Was it the drink or was it a debate? Because I was waiting for someone to debate Sarah on feminism, but of course I'm just running from Spiro too.
Because
so
they all know.
Yeah, because you're afraid.
I will.
You're afraid of me. I know.
I'll do it.
I'll debate Sarah on feminism.
Oh God! Wait, who said they actually had a challenge?
Spiro.
I did. How long?
Oh, sorry. I'm like, listen, me trying to look at the screen right now is not that great.
Hey, I'm driving. You're just sitting there. Why are you getting dizzy?
I hear voices, but I don't see mouths moving.
Well, that's okay because I'm driving at night. All you can see is my white T-shirt.
Fair enough. All right, Spiro, kick it.
Okay, sir, let's get into it. So I'm going to take I know you like to make the case against the Russian collusion.
Mm-hmm.
I swear to you on my grandmother's grave, she is dead. I have not AI regenerated her so as to have carnal relations with her. So I'm pure and clean.
No silicone body yet? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no silicone body. I'm good. So on her grave, I promise that I've only spent 1 hour before today, and I've spent the last approximately 2 hours while I've been waiting here, reading. I'm literally ingesting the reports raw. I'm not using ChatGPT or anything. I'm ready to fucking go. Are you ready to fucking go? Okay.
Always.
All right. So I think one of the primary weakest links inside the whole Russian collusion thing is Manafort, because I find it very difficult to believe that nobody in the Trump campaign knew that Manafort was working with Russian oligarchs and other Russian spies before they hired him into their campaign around 2016. As a matter of fact, Manafort's history with Russian collusion goes all the way back to 2004. He was involved with Ukraine. He even blocked some of Obama's operations during the time that Trump was leading up to his presidency. And then Trump suddenly comes out and says, oh, hey, if I become president, I know exactly how I'm going to make peace with Russia and Ukraine. Gee, that's ideally convenient when Manafort's around doing the same around that same time, passing off information between his Russian handlers and people he knows in the States so that he can communicate this kind of coordination with Trump campaigners, including Jared Kushner and I believe Ivanka, who both said that they told Trump. As a matter of fact, even Obama pushed for Manafort to go in there. And what I find primarily the most damning thing is that, one, nobody did a background check on Manafort, which is a pretty typical thing to do if you're going to have someone in your campaign, especially a lead up to a presidential campaign. And two, even after he resigned himself, they still continued working with him on Russian-Ukraine relations, and Trump kept parroting information that Manafort had already released publicly first, as if somehow it reached Trump. Please explain.
All right. So first off, I don't even have to go to Manafort. We know, for example, Carter Page, who is a member of their team, spoke at Russian universities. Unfortunately for you, just having expertise in the area of Russia and having since 2004 talked to people who happen to be Russian businessmen, even to people that were connected to the government, is irrelevant. It doesn't mean that you're colluding with them in order to get dirt in nefarious ways to affect the 2016 election. So I'll ask you both two questions, both during the 2016 election, who were the Russians that Paul Manafort was colluding with? And second, previous to that, who were the Russians that Paul Manafort was colluding with?
From my cursory reading, so I'm going off memory here now. So again, I'm not prepared for this, but my cursory reading is that it's typically oligarchs in Russia, including one Konstantin
Klemennik.
Yeah. And there was somebody
He's not
else.
Russian, is he?
Well, I'm going to interrupt the both of you. We have 2 minutes left before somebody sends another super chat to keep this show going. So this is your time to send now to add another 5 minutes.
And the entire audience is like, Russia collusion, thrilling. Let's hit our $5 in there, right? I love this shit. You may all hate it, but send $5 because I'm enjoying myself. So.
Yeah. Okay, so who was Kolomytsky then, if he wasn't Russian? Because I might have read that wrong.
a Ukrainian. He's accused of working with Russians, but Konstantin Klemennik was also, according to the Obama State Department, one of their most effective assets in trying to broker diplomatic deals between Russia and Ukraine. So explain
with
to me
Manafort.
No, not during the Obama State Department's tenure of using Klemennik. The Obama State Department went through Klemennik to try to broker deals and diplomatic deals between Russia and Ukraine. So explain to me why the Obama State Department thought this dude was trustworthy enough to help them with diplomacy in the region. And yet when Paul Manafort gives campaign information in the form of polling, all of a sudden that's nefarious. Wouldn't it be nefarious when Obama was doing it as well?
Yeah, it would be nefarious when Obama is doing it as well. Absolute 100%. But that doesn't negate the fact that it continued to be nefarious when Trump was doing it. That doesn't negate the idea that Trump couldn't capitalize on that just as Obama had. And clearly, Obama pushed Manafort onto Trump as well. He sent a letter saying, you got to hire this guy. He sent repeated calls to Trump's campaign to get this guy hired. And by the way,
why is your voice so girly?
I don't know. It's the programming soy leftist thing. I was raised by a single parent. My mother. Okay, so my balls haven't dropped. Shut up, Sarah. Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. Okay. No.
You know what? I am too balls shy of being more manlier than you, sir.
Drunk Sarah bringing the heat. It was
sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. Keep going. I just noticed that your voice is very girly. My apologies.
Can I interject for a
I'll
second?
Shut up now.
Sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You think it's possible that it was a good thing that those people had that information and that access for the people that they were coming into office to help?
Even if it was good, that would again point to collusion with the Trump campaign in Russia.
No, I mean
The
that's
thing-
not collusion. Access, not collusion.
So
Access.
collusion would be that you have someone who has a history with Kiliminsky, who is a Russian I'm not pronouncing that right, a Russian intelligence officer. Fine, maybe he wasn't born of Russia with vodka in his veins, but he was a Russian intelligence officer with ties to Ukraine, brokering deals between Russia and Ukraine since 2004 to 2009 with some guy named Deripaska, yet another oligarch. What you
That's
want
a
me to
Ukrainian
believe,
citizen who works for the Ukrainian government to have access to Russia.
and yet he has the influence to talk to people. He can even pull in people from the Russian government and set up meetings with them. No, from Russia, not just Ukrainian, Russia included. So there's a history of this guy knowing people in Ukraine, people in Russia, being able to set up meetings with them, saying, hey, let's meet at what I think it was Trump Tower, if I remember correctly, or whatever. He has pull with these people. It might not have been Trump Tower. It might have been something else.
Is it illegal
He has
to
pull. He has
collude with an ally?
connections.
Is it illegal to collude with an ally?
It's not illegal to collude with an ally, but that's a very convenient answer, isn't it? Oh, it's just an ally. Oh,
No,
it's just
so
an
I
ally
think-
who happens
I
to
think
have
collusion-
An ally or an enemy?
Collusion means something very specific in this context. What we're talking about is basically secretive, immoral, or illegal, depending on the way you want to look at it, action in order to influence the 2016 election, right?
Okay.
So we are perfectly reasonable with people in government offices or people outside the government who have business relationships or some sort of diplomatic relationships with people with Russia. For example, Michael Flynn, we're told we had to shit our pants because he was calling Kislyak, not Konstantin, I forget his first name, who was his counterpart in Russia, but that's completely normal. Similarly, we can't say that there was some sort of unethical collusion, and I think that unethical or illegal is part and parcel to how we would define collusion, so therefore it wouldn't be collusion if Trump's team is talking to a Ukrainian who has contacts to Russia that is also being talked to by the Obama State Department. The same with Olga Deripaska. Olga Deripaska has closer ties to the Hillary team than he does to the Trump team. So the problem is the selective application of this. Will you agree with me that the most evident example of Russia collusion was Hillary Clinton's team, that unlike Trump's team actually got dirt in the form of disinformation that came from a guy named Igor Dushenko, who is a Russian with connections to the Russian State Department, who actually was investigated for being a Russian spy in 2009 by the FBI. Is that not the most serious and blatant case and most effective case of Russia collusion?
I could see that being the most obviously collusion type case. Yes, absolutely. It's more obvious.
My argument is that you could make the claim that any contact with any Russian, whether it be from the Obama State Department, the Hillary camp, the Trump camp, is necessarily collusion if you want to define the term that way. The problem I have is the disparate outcome from the FBI. If you want to lock up Trump because he tried to meet with this Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya in Trump Tower, fine, fuck it. But then you lock up Hillary's team for meeting with Igor Dushenko. I don't think either should be locked up. The problem I have, the real villain isn't Hillary or the DNC or Trump or Don Jr. or any of them. The villain's the FBI because they decided to investigate Trump for colluding with Russia to get dirt on his opponent. And the evidence they used in part to investigate him was evidence that they knew Hillary's team did exactly what they were accusing Trump of, which was getting dirt on Trump from a Russian, which ended up being disinformation, which the FBI, instead of investigating, paid that Russian and used it to illegally spy on Trump's team through 2 illegal FISA warrants. That to me is undeniable.
Okay. Logistics for a moment, Spyro. Somebody's mic is bugging. The chat's displeased. Please fix it if it's you. And then also, you have 2 minutes. You want to keep going, send a super chat, $5, Cash App, super chat, Rob's side, my side, whatever. Do it, or else we all shut down and we go home and I go to bed.
Spyro, I just got one question though. Who got to you? Who got to you?
Yeah,
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I promise
Yep.
I'll be right back. I'm not running
Rob's
from
got
here.
a tinkle.
Who's running again?
Rob's got a
Three
tinkle.
times. 3 times he's running from me. I got him on the ropes.
It's all
quit.
you, Spyro. You and your girly voice.
Oh, did I ruin your strategy?
What
No, you
strategy?
didn't. No,
Spyro
I
didn't
was
have a
prepared.
strategy. He just came in to say random things.
You know,
Spyro.
It was like Ryan didn't do it right. I am going to be the Ryan that does it right.
That's correct. Yes, that's exactly right.
That's
Yeah.
odd.
about this.
Lefties
I will-
firing shots at lefties. You don't see that. A minute and a half, chat. You better hit that dono goal or else I hit that little video button. We all go night-night. I'm okay
will
with going
say this.
night-night. I know I need to go night-night because the tomato is a drunk tomato tonight. But I'm happy to let this conversation keep going. You got a minute left. Somebody better send one. Somebody better send
I want to
one.
know who Spyro's colluding with now. He's
Yeah, I agree.
bringing this stuff up.
Panelists, you need to get the people to grift.
Well, I'm not a lefty, I'll tell you that. But
You
I don't.
have
I don't.
50
do
seconds
All right,
left.
all right,
Division.
guys.
You
You do
guys
not
go
want to
convince them
see
to
a
commit.
drunk tomato, right? So do not send in $5.
All right, hold on a second.
I'm already drunk.
You don't want to see.
Oh,
You don't want to
there
see a
we
more drunk
go.
tomato.
Harry
Come on,
and
guys.
the Big Five to save everyone. And let me get through a couple other little grift maxing here. There we go.
You're not further right than me.
Gotta reset the clock.
Barney sent in 5 to say, I'll reset it here in a second. Barney sent in the Big Five to say, Happy America Day. Special. That's a special name. Sent in the Big 7 says, keep it going. Courtney, the darling, your darling wifey.
That's her.
Said, happy birthday, Rob. Sarah, 5 of your dollars and letting you talk about Russia some more. Yes, thanks for the 5 in my pocket. And Courtney, you get a quarter of that back to you. So
It's a
don't
good
worry.
financial deal for me. YouTube gets their 30% too, so it's working out well. Yeah.
Yeah, right. We almost
Rocky Shepard says, live crash of long haul driver. Are you using Bluetooth? Watch the road, dude. Yes, we were. This channel, this is not the first trucker we've seen on stream. They're very good at this. I tell you that right now. I've seen truckers who run their own live streams while trucking. It's crazy. You wouldn't believe it, but you do. And Harry saved us with the extra 5 to add more time. And Abe says, keep it going, Mato. All right, here we go. Restart.
Mato.
We're going.
All right, Spiro, what you got?
Okay, so first of all, just because the unfair or unbalanced application of what the evidence they found disproportionately affects either Clinton or Trump does not negate the idea that there was collusion to begin with. All it does is point to a unfair, unbalanced application of evidence which may overlap both. That's not proof that there wasn't collusion. That's just proof that people just applied it differently. And second of all, it's not just a mere case of this is just standard status quo communication between people who have like political connections. Manafort was literally providing like campaign strategies and polling information and stuff like that. And he was sending emails like the day before, I believe, the election. I might have read that wrong. He sent an email like, you guys need to be prepared to win. If you don't, there's going to be egg on your face, like as if he knew and he was preparing the campaign for that. This is beyond just status quo comms.
Okay, so first off, right, the idea that this doesn't disprove collusion, if everyone does something, it would be like the equivalent of saying we have a massive investigation, including getting FICE warrants to spy a presidential campaign because they're accused of jaywalking. And then it's like, wow, just because the other side jaywalks and stuff too, doesn't mean that jaywalking didn't occur. Of course, it is my estimation that pretty much every political campaign in my lifetime at the national level is willing and reaching out to foreign allies and adversaries for as much campaign information as they could get. It is the norm, and it's not illegal. You're allowed to do that. It was only with the Trump team that they decided to make this accusation of Russia collusion. Secondly, it wouldn't be the Trump campaign that was colluding with Russia. It would be Paul Manafort himself, unless there was some sort of aspect of coordination with the campaign and some sort of quid pro quo that was offered. There's no evidence of any of that. Third, the most likely explanation of his contact with Konstantin Klimanik had to do, as you've said, that actually Manafort had a business relationship going back, I think, to 2004 with Konstantin Klimanik. The reason that he was reaching out to Klimanik was that, yeah, he was sort of being a bit shady and unethical, but it had nothing to do with negatively influencing the 2016 election or getting promises from Russia. Instead, it had to do with him saying, hey, we should do a business deal together again because I'm about to be the big man. Check out this polling data that says, unbeknownst or unlike what you hear from the New York Times and the Democrats that are saying Hillary's got a 99% chance to win. That's not what we're seeing. So you should consider doing business with me when it comes to outside the scope of politics, when it comes to financial shit, because I might be the big man in the Trump administration who's likely to win this thing. Again, all of that's irrelevant. Like, again, I'm uninterested in the debate of the semantic of like, well, technically, was this collusion? It's very similar. I've made this argument many times. If you say, do you think Trump's tall? And I'm like, well, I don't know. How do you define tall? And you say anyone over 2 feet is tall. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I can concede that definition and say, fine, then the word's rendered meaningless. If you're rendering the term collusion to mean anytime someone talks in secret to a Russian or to any country and a person who's from a different country, sure, I guess we could say that's collusion. I don't think this was unique. In fact, we know it wasn't unique because an apples to apples comparison to that very election with Hillary Clinton.
1 minute, 40 seconds to get another dono in. Do it or we go night-night. $5 keeps it going. Okay, continue.
Get those
Rob.
donos in, and that mic noise is not mine. I've been muted.
I figured it out. It is actually Son whose mic is popping. I went through while Rob was on his rant.
Tirade, yeah.
Yeah,
It was a tirade, not a rant.
I
yeah.
went and I started muting everyone one at a time to see when the noise stopped. It was Son. So Son, you're gonna keep being muted until you actually want to talk or until you fix that shit. That's fucking annoying.
God
It's
damn
like,
it, Son.
back. All right, so I will reset the clock. Back to you, Rob.
All right, real quick. We have an apples to apples comparison. We can see that Hillary's team, as you admitted, did it worse. That's what actual Russia collusion looks like. Not someone saying, hey, it looks like we might win.
Okay, so let me concede to a few things. Let's say that Manafort, he had these connections. They weren't necessarily of nefarious nature or whatever, but you have to admit that it seems weird. Some of his actions did seem to indicate that he knew there was something going on the Russian side. He had some kind of awareness that there was some kind of activity happening on the Russian side, especially because he was trying to kind of manhandle some of the, I believe it was some of the media leakage that was going to come out about the Russian collusion before everybody else kind of got to it. If I remember that part of the story correctly, that's the part where I kind of started to lose track because I started talking to you guys. So there, to me, it seems like Manafort must have known something was up. Something was indicative of Russia playing a game here.
Well, I don't think that, first off, everyone and their brother suspected that Russia, China, North Korea, Iran had hacked Hillary because she had a server in a bathroom. So everyone with half a brain was like, of course, our adversaries and allies, for that matter, would have got access to it. So there's no reason to think Manafort wouldn't have had that conclusion as well. Secondly, it was evident by sort of late July that Hillary's team was trying to smear Trump as connected to Russia. So if you're his campaign manager, of course, you're going to push back on that and say, no, we're not connected to Russia. So the idea that, like, it's sort of, you're making the argument here like, Rob, I call you a racist, and I go, no, I'm not a racist. And you're like, oh, I think you protest too much. Yeah, of course, Manafort, as the campaign manager, was going out there when it was Hillary's strategy to connect Trump to Russia, saying, no, we're not connected to Russia. Again, you can't, other than Konstantin Klimenik, right, who there's explanations as a prior business partner, who was a dude that was so trustworthy with the Obama State Department, he was considered basically an ally worth dealing with, not this Russian spy. Manafort gave him campaign data. That's it. Compare that to Hillary's team dealing with the suspected Russian spy and actually getting disinformation, which the FBI then used to spy. The comparison isn't even close. It proves that the collusion was far worse on Hillary's side, and the FBI was gung-ho to go with it because it was all about getting Trump. That's what the thing was about.
You're just saying
Mr.
that
Bill says, I'm sorry, girl voice, with the big five, it seems weird Rob was kicked by YouTube when talking to Spiro. Therefore, Spiro and Mr. E must have been colluding with the matriarchy. Look, it's all my fault.
Yes.
Wait.
I started this. Okay. In short, because surprisingly, my channel didn't get shut down, but Rob's did, and we were dual streaming the same exact thing. Listen, you want a conspiracy theory? I've got one for you. Go ahead, Spiro.
Wait, Spiro, you're Canadian?
Yes.
Mr. E's Canadian?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Are you both in Manitoba?
Hang on, I just got to get my next shipment of maple syrup from Mr.
Try to be cute.
Real quick, on my Rumble, Johnny Duck donates $5 and says, happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Peace. John Ruck on YouTube. And I second what Jess Gerald just said. So there's $5 to reset it.
Fuck you, Johnny Duck.
I reset.
And he says, F YouTube. So
I don't know.
Also, Jess Gerald said previous to that. Well, never mind. That might not be terms of service. We'll leave that one go. But, Jesus. Well, now
That's why he put it on the rubble side.
That's right. Yeah. So.
Okay.
We know where our conversations are safe.
Yeah. Okay, shall I fire back?
So,
Sure, have it.
I'd like to hear a bit more from Abe Dinkus.
No.
Well, okay.
Well, let Spiro go because he's got something to say.
Yeah, I have lots of questions. I've got Rob right where I want him.
Just
right where I want him.
I like. Should we
So-
do? Hold on. Is this a speed date kind of? I got you where I want you kind of thing.
It's very nice. My wife's watching Spiro. Just so you know. So be careful here.
Dear Lord, you people are sick, degenerate scumbags. No wonder
It's true.
Andrew talks so much trash against you. All right, you of all people, I thought. Shut up, sir. Okay, listen. So, is it a unique thing to not do any background checks on someone who's going to join your campaign?
In general, I would say it's probably common. I'll concede, especially when it comes to a high level like your campaign chief. Now, I will say with some of the lower level people, there's probably more limited background check, but sure, with your campaign manager.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's strange, right? And then you have him in a high position, and then he has a background history of some kind of connection between Ukraine and Russia, and in some degree for a few decades. There's definitely something they will raise a red flag. Well, what it sounds to me like you're saying is that the Clinton administration did it worse, not that the Trump administration didn't do it at all.
Well, no. Well, first off, all I'm concerned about is the FBI using the information sourced from a Russian that was worse to try to prove that Trump did exactly what they already knew that they themselves and Hillary's team was doing worse. That's my primary concern. But again, going back to the question you're putting here, it's sort of a non sequitur. Like you're saying, one, it sounds like Trump's team did talk with a Russian. Again, Klemennik wasn't Russian, and it was considered trustworthy enough by the State Department to think that he was a reasonable source, not some Russian spy. But secondly, Manafort working with people in Ukraine in the past, like Yanukovych, the Ukrainian president, so did many other people. I don't have any evidence they didn't do a background check. My question is, why would that matter? Like, would that would that mean that it would disqualify anyone from any political campaign that ever worked in any facet whatsoever with anyone who happened to be Russian or seen as Russian friendly?
No, it wouldn't. No, it's just one point among many questionable points. For example,
I was just going to say, send it to $5.
Yeah, send it $5.
Before Sarah bites my head off. Like, come on. You got to get the $5 in so we can keep with this argument. Also, we're going to up the ante soon, probably by 2:15. But yeah, send in $5 to reset the clock. Remember, last person to donate is the champ of the night. There's Justin Martins. He's won this game in the past. He says this is how long to blast the horn if he could without scaring the crap out of some innocent motorist. All right. Sorry, Spiro. Go ahead.
Okay. So, for example, Podesta, I believe is how you pronounce it. I might
Podesta,
be pronouncing
yeah.
Podesta. Thank you. He had his emails hacked as part of the DNC hack in general, which is known to have come from at least Russian-linked groups, which we know are Russian-linked even today. They continue to operate using the same name in some cases. They're even to this day. I cover these stories all the time. Are they Russian? No, there's no definitive proof that they are Russian, but they are Russian linked. We also know about the GRU agents who definitely are Russian. We know about the IP addresses that came from GRU buildings or places where GRU operatives operate out of. So we know that Russia was involved in some kind of hacking. Now, I'm not saying that that's proof of Russian collusion, but what I am saying is that I find it very strange that given Podesta's work history, he had no idea how to detect a simple spear phishing email campaign that most people in his line of work would have basic cybersecurity classes on. So what I'm trying to say here is that there are several points. And how about the Alpha Bank DNS records between Alpha Bank and the Trump Tower?
Those were fake. Those were set up.
So
that was admitted to be fake. Yeah, so it was actually, it turned out that not only was that fake, the DNS servers was fake, but actually then, I forget the name of the specific person that was actually charged under the Durham report that actually they sought to charge. So the Alpha Bank server was fake. Now, when it comes to the Russian hack, of course you know, because I know you've looked into this, that the DNC was unwilling to hand over their server and instead relied on their company they hired, CrowdStrike, who, by the way, had been wrong in the past when they accused Russia of hacking, which they did in Ukraine. Ukraine at one point. Rock Shepherd resets it. Thanks so much. We're back with the $5. Excellent. But I want to quote from you, a wise man who sent me some information here the other day.
I know. I prepped you. Damn it.
You see, when it comes to these hacks, there's IP addresses that are pointing to the GRU servers and physical addresses, locations that are known to be GRU-ran Russian military. However, this is not definitive. You could use VPNs. The GRU may have released their IP to other users. Groups that the GRU locations may have been hacked, as well as all known government military servers are hacked all the time. The only definitive proof's hidden away by national security cloud, so we'll never know if they have it.
You're a backstabbing son of a bitch. That's what you are. You are a backstabbing son of a bitch.
Let this be a lesson to anyone I do read you all shit. So that quote that I just read you that was putting significant doubt on the proof that Russia hacked the DNC was actually from our friend Spiro here the other day when I was debating that sent that. So yes, it's never been definitive that they hacked, but even if it would, now we have coming from Ratcliffe's office that actually the claims that were made under the ICA, the Intelligence Communication Assessment, that Russia was interfering to help Trump were total bullshit. That they didn't have proof of that, and instead Brennan jumped to that conclusion and put pressure on the intelligence community up to and including things like the debunked Steele dossier and other assessments that were only directly through the CIA. So all these other agencies only got to hear about this for one day. So even today, as we speak, more and more evidence is coming out that it turns out that Russia never intended to help Donald Trump. They intended to cause division. They intended to talk shit on Hillary, but there's no evidence that they intended for Trump to win. And just because the only examples you could have other than that Trump's team was asking for this help or was colluding was this Ukrainian guy, Konstantin Klemenuk, that was trusted by the Obama State Department getting campaign polling data from Paul Manafort. That's tenuous at best.
Okay, so I only have I've reached the limit of my knowledge that I've consumed in a very short period of time. So I'll say that when was the DNC? Wait, was it the DNC hack? Crap! When was the Clinton email hack? Do you remember?
I don't know that they have a specific time frame for when the hack occurred. My understanding is they think it occurred in sometime between 2015 and 2016. And I think I could be wrong, but I don't think that they think it was a singular thing. I would have to look though.
I from what I just remember reading, so I also could be wrong because I literally just read all of it just to have like a fun debate here. But I believe that what happened is Trump made the joke, ha ha ha, wouldn't it be funny if Russia got the emails? The next day they started attacking the emails.
No, so it's definitely not true, that, at least in the form of the WikiLeaks, right? It's definitely not true because I know that the WikiLeaks started to come out, I believe, shit. I looked this up just the other night again to get my timeline, but let me look this up.
April or October 2016, something like that.
While Rob's looking that up, this is your 2-minute warning. Send $5. Keep the timer going.
Thank you, Sarah. So the WikiLeaks were in July 22nd, 2016 was the first tranche of them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right.
So I think Trump's statement was after that, if I'm not mistaken, right? So if that's the case, then your claim. So yeah, so the WikiLeaks were in June. The first day of them was July 22nd, 2016, right? And so Trump's claims then come July 27th. Now, to buttress your claim, though, the Podesta leaks didn't start until October 7th, 2016. So you could say Russia hacked. Trump asked, they hacked more, but I don't think there's evidence that there was a second hack after that time. I believe they believe the hack occurred before that July timeframe, and it was just released in certain tranches. Of course, as you know, there's credible evidence to suggest it wasn't Russia at all, but it was actually Seth Rich, who was pissed off because those WikiLeaks emails actually showed that they were fucking over Bernie, who was someone he supported. And there's all sorts of evidence that the download speeds were actually such that they think it was from a thumb drive in person as opposed to, you know, half a world away in Russia. But nonetheless, like, it was clearly a joke, and even you would have to, I don't mean that, but even Radical Coder and these other folks should have to admit that it was clearly a joke. If Donald Trump was really nefariously trying to steal the election with Russia, he wouldn't fucking ask them on national television. Right? He would have a back channel That's clearly the case.
Well, well, hang on though. There is one thing that I thought of that I do kind of buy. Trump is crazy enough to do something out in the open were he colluding, because the Democrats do this all the time. They'll tell you exactly what they're doing to your face, and they get away with it all the time. And I think Trump's crazy enough to do it too. And that's if I took the position of Trump actually colluding.
Yeah,
With
I
your
just don't
voice,
think that's
I
the
think
case.
You're crazy enough to do crazy things.
Sarah,
Tickle this Elmo.
It's not going to happen. I'm married. I'm happily married. Just get
On my
over it.
Rumble, Tickle
This
This
is
Elmo
how
says.
Spiro talks. If I talk like this, will it make everybody more excited?
Tickle This Elmo
Shut
gives
up,
$5 on Rumble
Oh.
so we can reset the clock. But he says something we can't say here. So
Fair
he
enough.
says don't read on YouTube, but he did send $5. So.
So,
he had choice,
Sarah?
he had choice words for people.
So, Sarah, Rob,
Yes.
may I fulfill the request from the super chatter? Last 5
Okay.
minutes.
Yes.
Did you get that?
We did.
My son would be so excited whenever we pass trucks.
Reading.
He's like, "Mom, do the thing. Mom, do the thing."
So
It
I've run
made
my
me
limit.
fun with the nieces and nephews again when I started driving over the road again.
That's fair.
So
That's fair.
No, I appreciate Spiro. It's always nice to have someone who's actually intelligent push back to strengthen your argument.
I just read the whole thing, and now taking off the pro collusion hat, there is so much crap in here that reading these reports, it's like just full of holes all over the place. The FBI conveniently hid behind like all of a sudden they want to dot all their I's and cross all their T's. We don't want to give everything up. They don't record anything, like you've said before. Like there's so much crap. Even the technical stuff is like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Not the FBI.
But
They
I
wouldn't
just
do that.
I just thought it would be fun to like engage with
Yeah.
you and just give her.
I mean,
To any lefty that's listening, right? Maybe I could convince you of this. This is called a cell phone. Now, you see these three things here? These are cameras. Now, almost everyone has this. Would it shock you to know that when our FBI interviews someone, they do not record? They don't. Instead, what they rely on is what's called a 302, which is contemporaneous handwritten notes by the FBI agents. And what you'll see is they're wrong all the time. Even if you don't think it's corrupt, they could have a false memory. So, for example, with General Flynn, one of the two agents that recorded that and memorialized it in the 302 had to later admit, whoops, I fucked up. I misremembered something. So even if you're like, screw Trump, Orange Man bad, can't we all agree that the FBI should just fucking record shit? So that when
Why
this
would
stuff
they
comes
not?
out, because they don't do it so that they can be corrupt. That's why, because if
Exactly.
they want to railroad someone, they have plausible deniability. They say
That's the most hardest thing I've ever heard in my life. Like with
Well,
technology,
that was-
like, but that won't stop them from tapping a wire now, will it?
That's right.
That's right.
No. That was one of my biggest flags on it from the beginning, is that as soon as the reports for the FISA applications came out, there was actually zero material evidence. There were no recordings handed over. Everything was transcribed by the FBI agents. There was no proof that what they wrote down actually was said.
Rob, if I could ask you one question too, something I read, maybe you could help me understand this.
Send in $5, everyone. But yeah, go ahead.
The Senate committee was asking for information from, I believe it was the White House administration at the time, like the Trump administration at the time of investigation, if I remember correctly. But anyways, there was something that they claimed, which was like national security or like executive administration or something, where they said, we don't actually have to give you this information. It falls under executive jurisdiction. And the Senate committee report that I read was like, well, at the time that we're asking for this information, you weren't even in office. So we don't actually agree with this. But I didn't understand like the concept there.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm like, I need to thoroughly read through, particularly the new reports from Ratcliffe, and see what they're saying. Again, we're getting down to a minute and a half. We're not fucking around. At 5 minutes, we're leaving. So someone get $5 in. But yeah, there's a lot of shit like that. It's just like for example, just to give people a clue, when it comes to like the FBI or the Mueller team saying like, oh, this shit's sources and methods, we can't share it to you. One of the things that occurred was there was this memo from this guy. There we go. K2 keeps it going.
Actually,
Nice.
pause. I don't mean to interrupt your thought process, Rob, but do we want to shorten the time and make it more fun? Now that
Yeah, let's-
we're beyond 2 a.m., we we can shorten the time. We could still keep it at 5 or more, but shorten the time.
2.5 minutes.
Okay, so we'll go to 2.5 minutes, and that will be your starting point, ladies and gentlemen. You're gonna have to keep the donos flowing.
Keep them coming.
Oh, even Tweaker's getting in on it now, so we're doing good.
Tweaker's tweaking.
He's sleeping. Leave the man sleep. But no, just to back to what we were talking, this Nunez memo, you remember Adam Schiff came out with a memo and said, there was this Twitter hashtag released the memo, and the Democrats all said, those are Russian bots. And it turned out it was bullshit. There was no evidence it was Russian bots. When they actually released some of the shit unredacted, the shit that the FBI redacted was shit like, we paid $45,000 for this couch in, floor 5 of the FBI. And they told you that you couldn't see that because it jeopardized FBI agents' lives. This shit happens all the time. They're constantly telling you, like, well, we can't show you this. It would jeopardize sources and methods. And to see how fucking nefarious this is, Radical Coder kept saying, well, they paid. You say that fucking Igor Dushenko was this suspected Russian spy, but how do you explain the fact that the FBI paid him? The reason the FBI paid him was once he becomes a paid informant, then he can't be subpoenaed by Congress.
Right? Then there's protection clauses, isn't
That's
there?
right. There's all this protection. So they were like, they knew that he was full of shit, but they paid him that way. The Trump administration couldn't be like, okay, let's bring this dude in front of Congress and testify about this. So that they paid him and then said, oh, you can't talk to him. He's an informant. That's the sort of shit that was going on the whole time. And I encourage everyone to read Ratcliffe's report that they just released on X yesterday. Like the abnormalities of this intelligence community assessment included things like they only had 2 days to look at the information as opposed to the months they normally have. It didn't go through the proper review channels, despite the fact you would think, well, shit, if they wrote it in 2 days, it really went through the review channel, right? To make sure that it was edited properly. No, it was even faster with the editing. The heads of the intel agencies were directly involved, which almost never happens, but they were directly involved. They were talking about reports that were released from the press right before the ICA was released. In fact, the Washington Post put out a reporting that was like, oh, we've done reporting that shows that there's an ICA, intelligence community assessment, that's being crafted. And then they changed it 3 hours later. They changed the byline. They changed the direct post of everything, the text of their article that said, oh, the ICA says they concede that Russia interfered to help Trump. All of this shit points to an incredible abnormality. And you have to remember, the head of the CIA that's spearheading this, John Brennan, he briefed Obama previous to this and said Hillary Clinton is concocting a scheme to blame Trump for being connected to Russia because she wants to distract from her server.
I remember reading that. Yeah.
What? So, Rob, another point on that is I was actually thinking about that when they asked for corroboration from the Obama administration. The Obama administration used the executive privilege to not have to respond, and that was when Trump responded with the next request being, "No, that's executive privilege."
That's right. Yeah, and they do all, like, this shit was, I mean, it's just so goofy and blatant and ham-fisted. And what happens is when you debate, like, you look at the IG, like Horowitz, that was investigating the Trump investigation and the Hillary investigation. And what he's doing is he's just looking at each individual decision in a vacuum and saying, is arguably this legitimate? And he's like, yeah. Like, for example, is it legitimate to open up an investigation about Russia collusion? Well, yeah, because if you look at the FBI standards, they need almost nothing to open an investigation. Like, I could be like, I think Spiro's a bank robber. And theoretically, the FBI could be like, well, shit, let's look into that. What they can't do is get FISA warrants to spy on Spiro based on something so flimsy, but they can open the investigation. But if you look at each individual decision in a vacuum, it's like, well, that's right on the border, but technically they can do that. The problem is almost every time there's something like that with Hillary's team, it's like right on the border of being too lenient. And with Trump's team, it's right on the border of being too aggressive. Over and over and over and over and over, dozens of times a piece. So much so that they're giving everyone in Hillary's team immunity, and they're aggressively going after, they're sending spies, confidential human sources, wiretaps, all this shit going after Trump's team. And if you can't see the forest for the trees to say, clearly there was a fucking double standard. I mean, for God's sakes, their lead agent on both cases, Peter Strzok, is talking about wanting an insurance policy to stop Trump from winning. And yet still, it's not enough for lefties. And what I hear when I debate people like Radical Coder is, well, maybe they're just incompetent. Maybe the
1 minute
FBI is really
warning.
incompetent.
1 minute warning.
Let me check
Send-
my
Donations.
We got them from Joseph Romano at 8:17, my time at least, 2 minutes ago.
Oh,
yeah, I already reset it from there.
Okay.
$5, someone. We'll leave, and then you'll be forced to watch. Who the hell knows who's Abe's
Radical
probably still
Killer.
streaming.
He's
Abe's
on.
great.
Look.
I shouldn't say that. Abe will come too, damn it.
Yeah,
If you
you
send in-
guys all know there's nobody else live on YouTube right now that's quite as amazing as this show. So you want to keep it going, you know what to do.
22 seconds.
If you send in $5, I'll debate Sarah on feminism because I literally just debated
Joseph.
Rob. So
There we
There you
go.
yeah, there it
Spiro
is.
on feminism with Sarah. I love it.
Oh shit! I have
I'll
to
run the
actually
grift. I'll
send
pay
that.
attention to the clock.
I'm not kidding. This is the first time I've ever debated anything outside of the technical sphere, and I just spent
You're doing
time
good.
reading it, and I just went with it for funsies. So
You
I'm
actually
ready.
would go against feminism with that girly voice?
You know what?
What the fuck you talking
Oh.
about? Yeah.
Hang on.
Listen
let me
here,
just put my
Sarah.
maple syrup here.
I mean,
It'll
can you
grow some chest hair.
harness your balls a little bit and maybe like? I mean, if my voice and my voice isn't even deeper than yours. I just utilize a different octave on purpose, right? And you're not even. Can you stop speaking through your nose and maybe?
I have a very yes, I have a very
Hit
nasal voice.
that diaphragm a little harder.
Spiro, take a shot of the deer hunter.
Right, I
You
should have
just
done
you
that.
go from like this to yeah.
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 Iro, use your balls, dude. Let them
Oh.
drop. Let the
Now
balls
listen,
drop.
I hate to interrupt here. I love this debate, right? But remember, we're not just resetting the clock. The last person to give a donation when the clock runs out is the champion of the night. And if that happens to be someone who says they're for the patriarchy, we'll ask them. Then that means I win. And if it's someone for the matriarchy, and it doesn't matter if you're a woman, you're counting as the matriarchy for tonight. Jess, I see you in the chat. Don't even try that shit, or Cat. You count as matriarchy tonight. So you're not just playing for us. You're also, to reset the clock, you're also playing to win yourself. And you win, I don't know what you win. Nothing.
45 seconds.
And that Dono or Spiro. We won't get to hear Spiro's balls drop.
So make
Okay.
sure. Yeah.
I would be very interested.
And by the way, when they drop, they make a sound. They go plop.
That's how I hear from you. It's like talking to my daughter.
Oh my
Girly
gosh.
girl. She's a very girly girl, and she's very
Damn.
much up in the
15 seconds.
Damn.
Someone's got to get a dono in.
Hurry, get it done. Get it
There
done.
it is. There it is. There it is.
Nice.
Oh.
Jason
The
comes
nick of
through.
time. Jason, shout out to you. Abe,
Yeah, well, I'm having a good time.
I'll hold another 15 seconds before I apply Abe's. All right, Spiro, you better start talking.
Okay, well, what would be your claim? Your claim would be that feminism is good for society. It has provided good outcomes. Yeah, that would be your claim. And my claim would be that it has done more harm than good, and that in fact it holds back women from reaching their true goals. And I don't mean being like reading the time off the kitchen stove and making sandwiches. I mean from being able to be protected by men who actually want to take care of women, who are actually doing the womanly things that they're supposed to do. It's a feedback cycle, and the feminism essentially breaks that cycle, says F you men, we don't want you to do what we want you to do. It's a very womanly way to say exactly the opposite of what you'd like to do, and it just plays out in society.
Okay, what time frame are you working with that is the perfection of women doing what they're supposed to do?
So that the problem with that is that anytime I've seen on many debates someone say a time frame, then somebody else goes, haha, so you want us to go back to the 1950s and all of that. Okay, but if I'm going to pick a time frame, I'm only going to pick the time frame for the purpose of how women were in that time frame, not all the other stuff that was happening around that time. I don't want you to peg me on that. That's gross. Okay.
We got 5 on Rumble from Otis Driftwood also. Sorry.
Fair enough. Reset the clock.
Okay.
Okay. So I mean, I would actually take it back to before, or even like early 1900s, before the 1920s, and even maybe even 20 years before that, women actually didn't have to make their own meals. They didn't have to dress themselves. They didn't have to bathe their children. They didn't have to be all of these womanly things, right? So they actually didn't have to make sandwiches. They had their husbands were paying for other people to come and do all of this stuff for them. So they were pretty much useless if you really think about it. And now we've actually turned and feminism has made women useful in more ways than one. When you go back to the 1950s, in the 1950s even more so, they actually still had people coming and helping them to watch their kids and do this and do that. And now feminism has brought us to the point, yes, it's more stress and more weight on women's shoulders, but inevitably we've become more useful to society as a whole. Not only are we taking care of our own kids, but we are actually making our own meals.
Right.
Sarah.
And we're making your sandwiches for you.
How many times have you seen the movie Help?
I think I saw that. Was that the one where she shits in the pie?
Yeah.
That was pretty fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that wasn't that. Most families didn't have those people coming in and
Yeah, I'm
doing all
talking
the
further
shit.
back. I'm talking further back.
Ah, okay, I got it.
No, even further back in the 1900s, that was all that was all upper class.
Let's go to aristocracy, right? So the women who had the men who could actually provide that for them could afford to have people making them dinner and all of those things, and that was the very definition. 30 seconds to grip.
30. I was
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
You want the debate to
I'll finish
continue?
my thought. I'm trying to defend this, and look, I'm working really hard. I'm drunk. I don't believe in feminism, but this is good. We're gonna get there. But you gotta
20 seconds.
You gotta
get
grip
it in.
for me to finish the thought.
Yeah.
15.
You're not that drunk. You can do
You'll
it.
You'll never hear the final thoughts here.
I'll
just invite you.
It was such a good thought too.
That's it.
5,
It's gonna be it.
3. No
Oh,
cash
oh,
apps.
oh.
No cash.
Jason gets
oh,
it
wait,
in.
This is a good time.
Wow.
I'll give it to him because I know it takes time. Okay, so in actuality, when we talk about where women should be in their place in the home, that's with a man who can actually provide those things for her, right? But the things that he could provide are things that, she could actually do on her own if you're middle class, lower class, so on and so forth. So we sit there, we say feminism bad, but yet all of these women who utilize feminism to their advantage so that they could not only provide additional income to their household, but they are still capable of tending to the making you dinner and taking care of their kids and doing all those things by themselves as well. So we've actually created more independent women and more capable of handling household, not just household, but like more things than just looking pretty. Before that, we just looked pretty. We were making babies and we looked pretty and we maintained a social status, and that was it.
But you just said that in the past there were women who did not just do that. They had
lower
the ability
class,
to do
lower
more.
class, and they were considered lower class, and they were considered less than.
Hit the clock.
Well, based on what?
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
It's all right. It's all right.
Based on what? You were lower class. You weren't societal. You weren't even sellable as a young female, as a daughter of a pauper. Like, you weren't even sellable. You were useless. You were a useless woman.
So, and those were the people who couldn't do. They were not in the aristocratic
That's
class.
going to be clipped.
And they
That should be clipped.
Clip it. Absolutely clip it. And so, damn it, that's over. Now you know what you do. You do what I do on my channel. I go, it's not real unless it's clipped, and if it's clipped, it's deep fake AI. House always wins.
Right.
Okay. Right. Okay. So that means that women who didn't do that were the lower class. Is that what you're saying? Like,
Women
who didn't have the
people
ability to
serve to them and do everything for them so that they could just look pretty and make babies.
And they were the lower class.
You were lower class. You weren't even categorized. You were nothing. You weren't anything. Now with feminism, right? Females of all stature, middle class, lower class, upper class. So not only are we useful at home as mothers and sandwich makers, but we also are useful by way of we can provide incomes to this household and help buy that second vehicle and help pay for college for our kids and so on and so forth.
Okay.
And Trailer Park Terry can end up being invited out to the boat in Miami.
Yeah. Okay, so this presupposes though that
1 minute.
the woman back then didn't have any benefits, and that if you what would happen if you unlocked those women, so to speak, and you allowed them to do everything that a man could do, or the equivalent work thereof today? What would they be doing?
Her benefits only derived from what her husband could provide.
What's wrong with that?
30 seconds. 30 seconds for the grift. Keep it going. Well, if he couldn't provide, right? So I'm all for being a supportive team member, right? Joseph paid it off. Thank you, Joseph. I'm all for being a supportive team member, and we will rise together, and so on and so forth. So at this day and age, our economy does not allow for a one-person household unless you're making at least 300,000 or more, right? It depends on what city you're living in, but there are ifs, ands, or variations of such. And women are now held to a higher standard, which I'm okay with being held to a higher standard. I take full accountability and responsibility for everything I do, and I'm all about going on and utilizing every resource, asset, tool necessary in order to make shit work. If you go to the aristocracy of before, right, before feminism, we're talking about women who were merely just beautiful trophies to put on a shelf, and they looked pretty, they made babies, and they upheld the social status. Okay. However, if shit failed, they're useless. Like, for instance, if their husband died, they only had whatever he left him. And if he left them with nothing, then they had to depend on another man, whether it be uncle, cousin, brother, so on and so forth, in order to uphold some type of living stature or social status of some sort, whatever, monetarily. Mm-hmm. However, in this point, if husband dies, shit happens, we move on. But we can move on. We can financially
1 minute.
Provide.
You got 1 minute to send in $5.
1 minute. Keep it rolling.
Keep it going.
I'm trying really hard at this.
You're doing great.
Yeah. So you would want women back then to go plow the fields and do extremely dangerous work so that they could have the same status as they do now. This is an argument from modernity. In modernity, you have much easier work you can do. Back then, you didn't.
Women have always been in a supportive role, correct?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so lower class women back then only plowed fields and worked shitty jobs because that's all their opportunities provided for them, right? They didn't have the ability to go to college, take out loans, get credit, whatever, so on and so forth. They didn't have the opportunity to scholarships, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, they might have gone to college only if you are in the upper class. All right, we're going to keep it going. Good, I didn't even have to say it.
Nice. Good evening.
So they... sorry, we got another one too. Sorry, I'm trying to do it all at once.
If I could do that aspect of it, I would. Okay. I'm so sorry I can't.
Listen, I'm a woman. We can multitask.
That's true.
Listen,
don't ever doubt it. He was able to start the stream.
You just have to watch the clock and tell them when it's 1 minute.
Yes. She started this stream and simultaneously was able to get my YouTube channel canceled all at the same time. It was
incredible. The power of feminism.
Sarah.
Slay queen. Slay.
The modern
Sarah, your argument from materialism is infuriating me just as much as those college girls on whatever.
I know. So in any event, oh God, where was my thought? Where did I leave off? Someone tell me. Was anybody paying attention?
I'm not helping you.
Just multitask, you'll get it.
The lower class women didn't have the options.
They didn't have the option to rise above in any event or to even save themselves. So even if their husband passed away, and let's say they didn't have a father or brothers in the region to help keep them going, maybe they are all passed away and they're left all alone, then yeah, they have to plow the fucking field because that's the only job opportunity left for them. In this instant, feminism says, hey, if you're smart enough, if you're wise enough, you can be an entrepreneur, you can do this, you can be a scientist, you can do all of these things where you can have the opportunity to make more money than the average bear. And to me, that speaks louder than, your only role is to look pretty and make babies.
Okay. So there's no benefit then today to going back to some of the more traditional feminine roles in the household.
Oh, plenty of benefits, and I won't deny that. I'm all for it. 30 seconds, and I'll keep going. 30 seconds, hit the grift. Oh, wait, did I apply the second one? I don't think I did.
I don't think you did.
I don't think I did. We'll go ahead and apply that now. So, I'm sorry, what was the question again? Sorry.
Poor Sarah.
Women in the household versus career.
Oh,
No,
yes.
are there any
No,
benefits
I'm all
of-
for it. I'm all for it. I'm fully supportive of a stay-at-home wife. I was privileged with that ability to be the stay-at-home wife, the stay-at-home mom, and all of those things. And I was able to actually go to and finish my master's degree while I was doing all of those things, which was paid for, provided by the USAF Veterans Benefits. Hello, thank you very much. Yeah, and I was paid to go to school. It was quite an opportunity. So my husband not only just had to provide for the family, but he did not have to pay for my college education, and neither did I. It was glorious. But without that opportunity, I would have never had that moment now, would I? But I'm fully supportive of being able to be a stay-at-home parent. I think that that's more beneficial for our children. However, not every woman wants to be a mom, and especially not early on. I think it is more beneficial if we're mothers at an earlier age. I was again granted that ability to be a mother at an early stage. However, it's not for everyone. So if you're going to be a spinster and at least have the opportunity to go and do whatever the fuck you want, figure it out, find whatever a job makes you happy, make the money you want to make. And then if you choose to decide on getting married, having babies and all of those fun sorts, then at least you have that difference and you have that opportunity to do so. 50 seconds.
I have a question for you, Sarah. If without getting too personal, so you used Air Force GI Bill essentially is what I'm understanding to go and get a master's degree. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So are you planning on using that master's degree?
I am right now. Not on this show, but on my 9 to 5, yeah.
Oh, okay.
30 seconds, hit the grift.
Come on,
Then good to
guys.
go.
30 seconds,
My
I'll start
point was going to
yelling.
be, if you're not, then I mean, were those taxpayer dollars paying for that education well spent? But if you're going to use them or you are using them, then I mean, yeah.
20 seconds. Listen, Jason Castle's going to win it all. We'll have to end this conversation.
Jason Castle, really?
Oh, there it
Joseph
is. We got
coming
2 in a
for the
row.
win.
Nice.
Have a good night, guys. Keep it going. Joseph tapped out. Okay. Anyways, back to you, Spyro.
Okay. So the problem with what you're saying is that it's a very idealistic tone, where it's like, oh, well, women will have the choice to be able to do what they want, and then the women who are admittedly the smaller portion of women who would want to go and do those kinds of things have the ability to do that. Unfortunately, what's happened is because of feminism, we have done things like devalue our dollar, and we've adjusted our education system, and we've doubled our workforce, which essentially has down workforce dollars in terms of value. And then instead of saying, oh, you do have the choice, we actually push women to go, you should probably do this because it's good for feminism. The entire thing has become non-idealistic right from the get-go. So where is the positive outcome of feminism as a result of these movements?
Let me ask you this. Our women are good for child rearing, making babies and raising them, correct?
Yes.
Why don't we just get rid of any mother after the child turns 18? Why don't we just send them to a work camp, and the husband gets a brand new spanking wife who's 22 and ready to start her family? I like where you're going.
That was my dream in my 20s.
I mean, seriously,
that was my dream.
If it is a woman's only goal or only sole purpose to society to make babies, rear them until they're 18 and off to college, then why not, when the child turns 18 and they go to school, why not just send mom away and dad gets a brand new spanking wife, 22 and ready to...
Hold on, Sarah. You forgot the most important job, making sandwiches.
I was gonna make the sandwiches.
The 22-year-old needs to learn to make more sandwiches too. Why? But why not, Spiro? If that is our sole purpose and that is our only duty to society, or at least the one that we should acknowledge as our responsibility to help society continue, then why don't we just get rid of the fucking grandmas and bring in a new stock?
Right. But I never claimed those things. You're strawmanning my argument.
Well, no, I'm asking you though, why not? Why, if you said that like that's really important is for us to, make babies. You made that a point. Then when we're done making babies, because we have a shelf life of making babies.
Right.
That's a big claim against feminism, is that, by the time a woman hits 30, 32,
35.
then she's into geriatric pregnancies and stuff.
If a baby is born after the 35th birthday, it's considered a geriatric pregnancy.
So in any event, like by the time she's 30, I mean, if you're not able to pump any more out, then what use are you to society? Be gone.
40 seconds. Get it in $5.
Well,
Sorry.
Are you saying that she's only given him one in that 30 years? I mean, good Lord, that's 12 years and you only get one?
No, you could pump out 10 for all I care. All I'm saying is when she's done and she hits that
that's 30 years. That's 30 years of child. That's 30 years of child rearing. Isn't she ready for that vacation?
Are you having babies for 30 years?
If you're having 10 between 18 and 30,
okay. Well,
that last one has to be 18 years old. There's 30 years.
But either way, by the time that 30 years is up, grandma needs
Wouldn't
to go.
you be ready for that vacation, though? At that point, wouldn't you be ready for that vacation, Sarah?
We should. You know what? We should just send them all to we should send them all to
You're gonna send them to Margarita Island?
Yeah, send them to Margarita Island. But really, realistically, like if a woman's use is only to rear children, then why do we still have grandmas lingering around for an extra 40 years? They're useless at that point.
She's the babysitter.
See, that's going through a human utilitarian.
Stop, because mom is at home doing her job, being a stay-at-home mom. She don't need no babysitter.
Right. No, I'm saying that whole position. That whole position is from a human utilitarian point of view. It doesn't look at what is grown with a family.
Isn't that
grandmas
the
has
idea,
a very, very specific role. Grandmas are grandmas.
Grandmas make the best cookies. Grandmas make the best cookies.
Grandma teaches mama.
If you have mama around, mama, can you all shut up a minute? You guys have 1 minute left to hit the grift again.
1 minute. Yep.
Seriously, like mom can make all of those cookies. Mom can do all of those jobs. Mom is a stay-at-home mom. That is her sole duty to society, is to be a stay-at-home mother and rear her children up into amazing growth. By the time she's done, why is she still around? Why not just find new stock?
There's a big reason for grandma to be around.
Right,
There's
Sarah.
a big reason for
even grandma's dusty old Dutch cookies in the tin are better than mom's homemade cookies. Am I wrong?
Oh, come on.
He's right.
Who do you think grandma gives that recipe to? 15 seconds, Grifter, go home.
Yeah, on her deathbed.
10 seconds, 10 seconds. Oh
I
my
mean, think
goodness.
about it. I mean, we turn over.
We're running out of time.
Hit the
Karaoke stream on Grumple this Thursday.
5 more minutes.
Watch for
or $5 more.
$5 going once. I know there's a little.
Oh no!
$5 going once.
There it is. Jason bought it
Got
up.
it.
Oh, Jason saving the day.
That's my last one.
Jason, you've been a trooper.
Thank you, Jason.
So,
I got deep pockets.
Just like turning over a job, right? Turning over a job's just the same. You have exactly 2 weeks to tell that next person everything that you know, right? Grandma can do the same thing. You have 2 weeks. You have 1 month. You have 3 years to tell your daughter everything that you know. Why not? Why not?
A grandma.
If a grandma.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You want me to say it or no?
Okay, go ahead. What's grandma do that's so
Sure.
special? Why should we keep grandma around?
All right. What a grandma can do that is so special is she is the one who saw the family come alive. She's the one who brings the family together. She's the one who strengthens the family. She's the one who has the knowledge of what happened. She is the one that can tell all the children what mom did. She's the one who can tell the mom how to raise the children. A grandma is irreplaceable. It's one of the rare ones. Keep them alive.
She's the
Yeah,
moral
but why
entire
can't she
family.
pass down all of that information after her
Yeah.
babies are, all moved on and upward and going and all of those things? And the minute her first child has their first child, grandma passes that knowledge on, and we send grandma to some
It's
kind of
because
coal
this is not just knowledge. This is wisdom. This is something that goes on for a long time. This is something that strengthens you. You know that you were not the same today as you were then. You will always have things.
Why would grandma not do those things early on and share that knowledge early on?
Because
Why
it doesn't
does
work that
grandma
way.
have to wait until the end? That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
I mean, especially
It doesn't go on.
if
It
she's a
doesn't have
good
to wait
mother,
until the end.
she's gonna teach her daughters all of that important cooking and sandwich making information pretty early on, right?
Oh, that's not what's
daughter's sole
that's
focus,
not what being a grandma is all
her daughter's
about.
whole focus growing up,
Yeah.
especially in her teenage years, as she's starting to learn how to become a woman. That's when her mom's job is the most important, and that's when mom now teaches her daughter everything that she needs to know, because in just a few short years she's going to get married and have babies on her own. And that's when grandma's job stops and mom's job continues. Real Robert Flowers with a big 20 says, Robert Flowers out of nowhere simply supported the grift since neither Ryan or Duck are here for Robert Flowers to bash. I'm late to the party, but Rob dominating these panels takes the guilt away. Robert Flowers out.
Now, does he mean me dominating or him?
Yes,
we
you.
both share the name.
Not to what you said, Sarah. I know I gotta say that a grandma's job never ends. It never begins. It just is. So you can't really put it to a timestamp because
But why can't
Grandma's God. Grandma's God.
Why can't all of
grandma is the family god. Yeah.
Why can't
Grandma is the family
then
god.
the matriarchy rules. Then the matriarchy rules. If grandma is God,
No,
and she is
no,
the
because this is
sole-
the same for the grandpa.
baseline,
No,
then
no.
why
Let's
do
go.
we need
Let's get
grandma?
into
We don't need
this.
grandma.
Well, also the grandma's
No,
good
we
for
got
when the
we got
mom
grandpa
gets sick
too.
and
You
help keeps
forget
the
that.
household going when the mom's
If family, then grandma. That's your.
You forget about grandpa.
Transcendental argument for
Sarah.
grandma.
What
All
about
right,
grandpa?
so I was lucky to be able to grow up where both grandparents lived in the same town, and by the time I was in 5th grade, my mom's parents moved next door to my dad's parents, so I had both grandparents sharing a fence. Okay,
Rub it in, why don't you?
Right.
Man,
when my dad
That's a flex.
when my paternal grandfather passed away 25 years before my maternal grandmother could still pull if your grandpa saw you doing that, and we would stop our shit instantly.
Let me ask you this.
Instantly.
What was the exact wording of the topic, to be a prick here for a second?
Is feminism good for society?
What if I said this? What if I said yes, because it's making society worse, which gives us an opportunity? Weak times create strong men. I say feminism has given us the chance to be strong men. What would the response to that be? 1 minute, chat.
1 minute,
In that
Griff,
context,
go
yeah.
home. I would even actually back that up to say that when men aren't needed, right? The reason why men aren't needed is because women just start doing. However, women are happy to take a back seat if we're solid and we're confirmed that the men know what they're doing. So I'll even say this: when I've dated, if I'm dating somebody, and I now call it the light bulb.
30 seconds, everyone. 30
30
seconds.
seconds, Grifter, go home. I call it the light bulb test. Like, if I can just say I have a problem, right? Oh no, the light bulb went out. Oop, $5 came in from Jason. Jason is
15 seconds.
Again, Jason, man.
If I can say, oh man, the light bulb went out, and the man just says, oh, let me go change that, and he gets his ladder and he changes the light bulb, life is good. But if I say, oh man,
How short is he that he needs a ladder?
Well, it depends on. I mean, I have some pretty tall. But I say, oh man, the light bulb's out, and he's like, oh no, what are we gonna do? I've already cut it at that point, and I'm just grabbing the ladder myself and fixing the light bulb myself because it already tells me he is not a problem solver, and I might as well just do it myself because I can sit here and go back and forth on why we need to get the ladder. I can sit here and go back and forth on how many watts we need and which light bulb and whatever, and blah, 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 blah. And I just might as well just cut the mental limbo and do it myself.
So what if he's in the middle of doing something when you mention it? If he doesn't do it right exactly when you say it, what if he's in the middle of doing something when you mention it and he doesn't do it right then? But
yeah, what if he says, "I'll take care of it"? Just
that's all. Exactly. That's all I need to hear.
If he says, "I'll take care of it," then
okay. Now, if it's been a week, now we're running into a problem. But yeah, if he just says, "I'll take care of it," that means in my head, because women, we compartmentalize a lot differently. We have check boxes. Yeah. Okay. And it's like there's a million check boxes in a day. And to me, if you say, I'll take care of it, boop, checked off my list, out of mind, out of sight. I don't have to deal with it anymore. Right?
So Sarah, if there's a list of things that he's doing when it goes out and he says, all right, I'll get that at the bottom of the list. Are you willing to jump on any of the tasks on the list so that it can be completed faster?
40 seconds.
I will tell you, I already had the list completed 10 hours ago. I merely was giving you a kind gesture to allow you the space to be a man.
25 seconds.
Like, oh,
you're giving a good case for me driving out that way.
I'll say this on my dating profile. 10 seconds, grifter, go home. Yep. I'll say this on my dating profile. It said, if I have more tools than you, it's not going to work. And that holds true. All right, we're at the 0 mark.
Running out.
Are we?
Was there one popping? Is there one popping?
One of them was for 20. Does that count for extra time, or is it individual?
We could do a one-time reprieve. I'm fine with that if everyone else is.
I'm gonna follow Rob's lead like a good girl.
Yeah, I think.
Yes, Rob, go.
We have to hold through it because people take advantage. If they're like, oh, they're full of shit, we don't have to donate, they'll keep going. Then these bastards take advantage of us. So, but I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Keep going.
It was just a test. I wanted to see if the chat was actually going to step up.
There you go.
They failed.
Spiro, have I convinced you yet that women are okay with working and doing? Because we've always technically kind of worked.
I feel like you just
in
proved
more recent years.
Is better. You just proved
Why?
it. Though.
Why?
Because if the man changes the light bulb, you're happy to stick around. So patriarchy is the winner.
Oh, it's choppy.
Moment.
It's very
no,
choppy.
he asked if it's better for society. If we all sit around and wait for the man to change the light bulb, it's never getting changed.
No, it's the man that made the light bulb, so patriarch wins.
Well,
he just added more shit onto my fucking list. Are you kidding me?
But you're presupposing. I mean, that's true. But the problem with that is that you just assume that most men are not going to pull their weight. But the idea behind it, there's an implied idea there where if the women do this, then the men also do that. That's the feedback cycle I pointed to. So you can't just take that away and go, well, then men get to sit back and do nothing, because that's not what I would advocate.
There is also the nagging thing.
Well, like, I mean, there's
woman
that.
Keeps nagging.
Yeah,
a man might just not do it because he did.
Probably what I sound like to everyone else.
Real Robert Flowers says, is Sarah talking about offing grandmas again? Every single time. She always does this. If Robert Flowers had a nickel, he could
you have something against grandmas?
Well, it wasn't dumping them. He's just sending them to a
Is this a
margarita.
thing? Is this a thing?
Look, I'm all
No.
for a man doing everything for me and me just having the ability to sit and be pretty, make him dinner, make him happy every day, all day. I'm all for it. However, we've run into an issue where men stopped doing, I guess, because women stopped needing. I know it's cyclical and it's, like feeds off of each other. However, if a man needs a woman to need him in order to be a purposeful man, then the fucking matriarchy wins at that. Like, you rely on a woman to need you in order to be productive in society? Fail. You're not a fucking man. And the problem we've run into today is men don't feel needed or they don't feel purposeful and they need a woman to need them in order to do so, instead of just, well, I'm going to be a fucking man and I'm just going to take care of shit myself.
Sarah, who raised those men?
I don't know.
Single mothers? Perhaps?
Maybe not.
Not always. Not always.
No, I will stand against that.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming
1
you.
minute.
But I will say, if there isn't a man,
Maybe
who's
men that were raised
be
by
a
single
man,
mothers too.
If there's a man,
I've
to be a man.
I've interacted with plenty of men. I mean, we can run down my panel list alone, but plenty of men whose fathers are in the household.
Well, some of those panelists I really wouldn't call men.
Let's start with Ryan. Ryan has a perfectly good white picket fence family, and a lot of you would think that he is off the beaten path very far. So
have you ever seen his family? Have you ever seen the family? I just seen him with a dog.
Real quick, we got a donation from Otis Driftwood on Rumble for $5. So.
All right, dragging
Thank
it
you,
in.
Otis.
We're gonna keep going.
He says it's the primary role for women, if not the most important. It's the primary role for women, if not the most important. Reverse the idea to men. They stop supporting their family or society. I think it would destroy daily life.
Yeah.
Fair. Daily life.
So I agree with you, Sarah. I'll throw my age out there. Rob just turned 10 years younger than me.
Oh.
So I waited until my 30s to stop being one of those hip, cool male feminists. I was a degenerate motherfucker. Like, there's no question about it. The biggest problem is even those women really did not want long-term to be with someone who would allow them to take all that control. But then when the arguments got back to that, as soon as I started stepping up and taking and putting guidance into the relationship, all of a sudden I'm the toxic motherfucker and they've got to leave.
Well, that's because you fucked up from the get-go. You set the pace from the beginning, right?
Well, exactly.
I spot you motherfuckers from a mile away.
Hey, like I said, I waited until my 30s to straighten my shit out, and I even got married once after that, but that siren was worse than any of the ones before.
45 seconds to donate $5.
$5 and we keep going or we go home. Spiro, did I help you any?
No, I don't think you made the case. That I'm not convinced.
No, I don't think you made the case.
Because
I just don't think that sending grandmas to Margarita Island is a good solution to everything.
I tell Chad
20 seconds, guys.
Any day now to threaten it to get the right answer. That's not a good argument. Like it doesn't.
15.
Hold on. The sheer between the voice and the sheer obstinance. Are we sure that Sparrow is just not First Amender's alter ego?
10.
I can prove that I have a
There we go.
female voice right now. I am a man. Okay, and pretty soon you're gonna hear plot. All right.
All right. So let's talk about the.
You got 3 rapid fire.
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
4.
All right. I'll wait 30 seconds and I'll keep reapplying.
Yeah.
I think that's fair.
There's no way people want to keep hearing this. Come on.
Listen, can I take it in a slightly different direction?
Yeah.
I think me and Sarah, we're a team here tonight. So let me ask you this, Spiro or anyone else that wants to answer is a brief way. when you say what is good for society, ultimately, how are we judging the term good? Like, I would say that if you're looking at this through a Christian perspective, then what's good for society is giving people the opportunity to live their life through Christ. Anyone disagree? Anyone have a different moral framework for how they would want to look at this?
I
agree with you.
That's part of it.
I'll argue it.
Wait, if we're going to go from a biblical perspective, then you have to go to like Genesis, where it says the husband's supposed to have authority over his
Correct,
wife, and
yeah.
she will seek to control him.
That's fair. That's fine. But my argument would be this, that much like religion would be sort of meaningless, or our walk with God would be meaningless if God just gave us a buffet of everything we would ever need, and therefore life wouldn't be challenging. Feminism has done the same thing. It has made it so that the strong and Christian men meet with the strong and Christian women, despite the fact that our secular world tells us through materialism that everything should go the opposite direction, and we should embrace sort of gender roles being separated. Now we have the opportunity to shine through and prove our faith in God by rejecting modernity and rejecting materialism, which we would have never had that ability had feminism not came about.
You'd have to prove that that works, because the divorce rate in the church is about the same as it is in the secular world, which means that it is working the way
I do have an argument.
Which church though? Which church though?
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to look at the.
But that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to us, the individuals. Society, we would say it would be preferable if it gives us, the individual, the chance to prove ourselves through God, right?
Rob,
and so even though most people fail in that endeavor, in fact, maybe more people fail post-modernity and post-feminism than previously, it still gives us, the great people, all of us awesome people on this panel, the chance to prove ourselves. Right?
I do have an argument for that, Rob.
People do
I
want
could-
to hear
I
this,
would-
this White History Month.
Wait. Just a second, okay?
Jesse Lee Peterson, hell yeah. All right, so I'll argue it as someone who now identifies as a man, but in the late '90s identified as a lesbian. I'm more than happy to take the opposition there.
Wait, from the Christian perspective, when you say that, wouldn't you be saying the same thing as it's better to sin, because that would be the way that you can go ahead and show the grace of God? The more the sin, the more grace there is?
No, I'm not saying that. As an individual, we shouldn't embrace the precepts of feminism and we shouldn't sin. However, because feminism has showed the true colors of what our earthliness is, it allows the rest of us to show through. Much like the test of Job, we have the ability to survive through this test of materialism that all of society pushes us to, where if life was easy, if feminism didn't exist and the material value that we've increased as technologies increased existed, then what would truly our test be? It would be
but
easy
showing
then
it, but showing it would mean.
When did Job know that he was tested?
I would say, I don't know. That's a good question. I would say that it was irrelevant to him that he was tested.
Well, his wife and his three friends, I believe, kind of hinted that to him.
Now, at the
So
end
very
of the
late,
book,
right?
Near the
Yeah,
end.
very late. Very late. So we don't really know if we're tested or not. We just have to do what's right?
We're always
If we're tested. Yeah, exactly. We're always tested, but not like that. Not like Job.
I know the answer to this one, Sarah. But you go ahead. This offer was given to me last night from our friend here. In the
35 seconds.
Stepfire has been a panelist here, actually. He's debated here. Sends in a big 20, says, I'll send another 20 if you say my name right, Sarah. Yes, Stepfire, I got you. We got this.
That's because I called him Stepfur. So he offered that last night to me, and I nailed it. Because then I was like, oh shit, I must be pronouncing this wrong.
Calling a Stepford wife over here.
Breeze or ease. Stepfur. Essentially, the Bible also kind of demands that the man 110% takes care of his woman, and she shouldn't be under any type of duress, and she should be treated like a precious gem and so on and so forth. And I think that's where women said, No, because you weren't treating us like precious gems.
No,
That sounds like it came from
well,
the
Bible doesn't say
website
to treat them like precious gems.
immoral.com, which, by the way, is a real website that I own. I bought that after Andrew tweeted that. You can go to that website right now, and I have a series of 4 things right now. I made it thefuckup.com. That's my website, so send it to me. That sounds like it came from there, Sarah. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to clip you saying that, and I'm going to post it on my website.
Oh,
nice.
Do it.
So, but where women have dropped the ball with that one, Sarah, is that they cannot expect that the man is able to block every and all adversity from the world from hitting them, especially if they are going to be putting themselves out in the world. We can only actually handle what we have in our space as a man.
Stepfire says with the big 20. Sarah also called me Stepfire 3. Yeah, I did. Sometimes when I'm just reading, I'm in monkey mode, like automated mode. Brain's not calculating, but yes.
Has a cool name, has a cool avatar, and everybody's messing up his name.
Yeah,
I know, we're all fucking it up. So I mean, we could start. We could even look at, how many men aren't paying child support and taking care of their children. How many men don't do the right thing and marry the woman they knock up. How many men are, women have. We've been through a lot in a lot of different ways, and a lot of you are not aware of what it's like to be a woman. It sucks. It's 11 seconds, 10 seconds.
No, Stepfire. We didn't reset after Stepfire sent that in.
I'm sorry.
So we're
Never
still
mind.
good.
See, Rob's keeping me on track.
Isn't it
Thanks,
most
Rob.
women
Can I ask you a question,
initiate
Noerr?
no-fault divorces, though?
Real quick.
Peace.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Rob, I have a question. This is running on my mind for a long time. I think Marte would actually enjoy to know your reply to this as well. After my last debate with you, where you absolutely took control of the conversation, how am I supposed to be your partner when I cannot actually say much in the debate?
So
do you have any?
I was your partner.
Do you have any
at one
advice?
point?
Oh yeah, during verbal combat, you won that.
Oh shit! Shit!
No,
So-
I think I saw that.
That's right, Emmett. I apologize. Yeah, it's bullshit, right? It's you have to get your offense. And the problem is, I'm a very bad partner for that very reason, because I talk a lot. And it's absolute bullshit. You just have to be more demanding to get your shit in, and just be like, no, okay, be quiet. I want to make my point. The problem is, some prick like me that's so used to debating one-on-one, when you put me in an open panel setting, I have these like thought processes that I'm going, most of my argumentations are regimented. So I'll say, Sparrow, what about this? And he'll answer, and I'll go, but doesn't that lead to this? It's hard to do that when you have more than one person on each side. But I'm like an insensitive prick, and I keep pushing the issue. So I apologize for that. Yeah, it's difficult in that world. And I should know better. I had a actual collegiate debate where this happened, where I won a tournament. My partner was much weaker than me, for real. He would admit it. And I won the finals of this tournament. And this judge that I ended up really respecting afterwards called me every name that you could imagine. Like, you conceited motherfucking prick, blah, blah, blah. I don't give a shit if it comes to winning the round or not. You should never treat a partner like that. And it was actually a good moment in that sort of debate style. But I need to adjust better to a panel setting or a 2-on-2 setting. That's sort of the other problem with that setting was that there's a time frame in it, right? So it's like you have 5 minutes, and there's 4 of you. And I don't think they should have kicked 2 people. I think they should have kicked 1 person from the losing side. That would be my recommendation for that.
Did you see the debate with Andrew and Marte?
Yes,
Monday?
yes.
What do you think about that one? Because pretty much the same thing happened to Marte, and I think he's a pretty cool guy, but I think pretty much the same thing happened.
Yeah, it does. I think that
Well, Marte made a great comment though about that. He said basically, if Michael Jordan's playing, you don't get in his way.
Yeah,
like, just
I agree.
My feeling is 40 seconds, by the way. So everybody, we need $5 to reset the timer. My guess would be that Marte probably would have taken the debate in a slightly different direction. So oftentimes what happens is when you have one person that's taking it in a direction and getting headway, then you step back. I've had those debates, even in online spaces, where my partner's rocking. So I
20
just step
seconds.
back. But yeah, I mean, definitely Andrew dominated that debate.
He always does.
Yeah, not always.
Well, here's the thing: like, if you're going to be partners with like Andrew
5
or
seconds,
or Rob or even like Jim Bob, you got to know they're going to take control in that debate. Like,
yes.
Let me check my other. Otis Stripwood gave $5 on Rumble. Says keep it going.
Keep it going.
Like you guys, I mean, you guys are like, professional debaters. You guys are good at what you do. I mean, you just got to realize that, especially with Andrew, I feel bad for any partner of Andrew's because, that person's just going to be sitting in the back most of the time.
You don't, when your partner is so strong and so dominant as a debate partner, and you're the weaker party, or even just the less aggressive party, you're going to get sidelined a bit. It's just going to happen.
That's why
good exposure, though, at least, right?
The regimented formulaic aspect of like college debate was each partner had to speak an equal amount of time. Now, when it came to the strategy or when it came to answering questions in cross-ex, either partner could do it. But in general, the fact that each partner must speak the same amount of time, I think helps equalize out that. So it definitely is. I did a debate with Andrew once. We debated Sean Last and JF Gary Epi, and it just naturally flowed that none of us had to bring this up, that we each spoke like 3 minutes, then went to the next, then back to my side with Andrew this time, and then the opponent, and we just kept that pattern going. And what it ended up happening was Andrew and Sean were basically having an argument, and me and JF were having an argument. So it was about equal time, but you still followed that chain of thought because otherwise what happens is me and Spiro are having a spirited debate on a particular thing, and Norwegian Dan's like, wait a minute, I got something that I want to get in, but then Grumpelstiltskin's like, wait, I want to respond to Dan, and then Abe's like, I want to respond to Dan as well, and then Emmett, you're like, I also want to respond to Dan, and then suddenly what me and Spiro are talking about completely irrelevant at this point because we've moved on, and it's no one's fault. It's the nature of when you get a lot of chefs into the kitchen. That's why when you try to make these panels, like this is an open panel, but when you try to make these panels, you're always saying, okay, I want two people, you want equal strength on either side of the panel to the best of your ability. Seconds. And then you want big talkers, and then you're filling in with people that talk less. So someone like Evan is very useful in setting up a panel because he's going to make a good point in like 3 minutes. Whereas someone like me, I might be a good debater, but I'm going to talk for 40 minutes. And so you can't have 6 people like me. It just wouldn't work. Justin Martin's got
Hey Justin.
This is why Andrew and Rob should do more debates together. Yeah, but who's gonna step down sometimes? That's the hard part is and that's why like I have my strong debaters, I have my noisemakers, and then I have my grounders. And having a grounder on each side is very vital because a grounder is vital to the conversation, even if their job is to not say much. But also you want them to be a person who's able to rationalize and look at things from a outside perspective and then bring the conversation back round. It's very like when I select a 4-person panel and I am choosing those 4 people, I'm very particular with who I put on each side and why. Now, when they come together on their own and they're like, hey, Sarah, we want to debate, these other 2 people, XYZ. I'm not in control of that, but obviously I'll still host it because I'm like, oh, yeah, that's fine. You guys put it together. I'll happy to oblige. But like I already know going into that, it's either going to be a really slow debate with nothing going on or a really crazy one, or, I hope and pray there's a balance in the middle. But yeah, it's very vital to choose your panelists wisely.
Yeah, it is like for me, like let me give you an example. Like Rumpelstiltskin's on the open panel with me the other night, and we're talking about let me think if I can think of this. By the way, 1 minute. Oh wait, Nate.
Well, how long just sent in 5, said thanks for the fun heading into a canyon. Thanks for hanging out with us, Nate. We appreciate you.
So I have this, like, when I'm thinking of a debate, to make this as quick as possible, I'm always thinking at the end, the argument I want to be making at the end, and how to get to that argument from a middle and then beginning section. So I'm having this meta discussion in an open panel about the classified documents that Donald Trump had versus Joe Biden. And Rumpelstiltskin makes an excellent argument, which is Joe Biden was senator and vice president. The rules allowing them to mishandle classified documents are far different than the president. There's a solid legal argument to be had that the president could declassify anything by merely stating that it's declassified in the moment. I'm trying to win the debate without that argument, though. And so my argument is, but wait a minute, like, we know that Joe Biden himself said this is probably classified and all that document would be classified and he would know that. And yet he still at one point read that out. Therefore, he read classified information. So if you condemn Trump for that, Biden did it even more blatantly. Grumpel's making a separate but equally effective argument, right? But both of us, that debate goes in a vastly different direction depending on which one of us make that argument. So from my perspective, it's frustrating for me because I'm like, my ultimate goal was to get to this argument. And Grumpel's not wrong. He's not even arguing less effectively than me. His goal is to talk about this other argument that's equally important. And so then it just becomes a situation where it's like, not only are us two trying to defend this one point in two different ways, but then there's two people on the other side that are trying to make the argument in two different ways. And so I'm a bad person for panels because
1 minute.
I fucking forget that other people, well, it's not that I forget, I'm arrogant and conceited. I'm like, yes, I'm crushing this argument. I don't need someone else taking it in a different direction. But it's not that anyone's wrong. It's that I'm a loudmouth and I'm used to talking a lot and used to debating.
That is also an important feature. And we got 30 seconds left. Grifter, go home. That's also an important feature for if you're going to team up with somebody, talk to them before you start your debate. Like, just reach out, have a 30-minute conversation on what direction you want to get. I've had people show up and they hadn't even connected with one another. They don't even know each other. And they're just like, oh yeah, I'm here. And I'm like, you guys didn't talk.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, Grifter, go home. And you know, that's an important way to go so that you can have at least a plan or an agenda of which direction you want to take that debate. We're down to 0 seconds. I'll give you just a little bit. Grifter, go home. I mean, I'm kind of getting tired anyways. It's 3:15 in the morning.
Believe it or not, I've been talking to a YouTube rep for the last 45 minutes while we've been doing this.
That's fair.
But looks like no resolution tonight for me. They said it'll take at least 24 hours. But the lady was very nice. I was chatting with her, and she's just basically like, you know, I can't make any decisions like this. But yeah, it seems like it was probably a mistake. But you know, whatever. It'll work out.
At least it worked out that we already planned on the Griff stream. We already planned it on splitting everything. So it was the perfect night for something like that to happen, right?
Agreed.
So that works out, and I'm glad. Did they reach out to you on Twitter or something? How did they?
No, I actually had to look this up like on AI. I was like, how would I contact like a person? So I was able to find the steps that you go through to contact a person, and then through the help center, the YouTube help center, and then you have to put your channel URL, the date that it occurred, a brief explanation, and then it brought up like someone chatting, which may be a chat bot for all I know, Spiro. But if so, it's a very nice one.
Nice. It probably is AI.
Yeah,
it's grandma.
Well, let's go ahead with our final thoughts around, since the grift did not continue, which, I mean, all good things come to an end, right?
3:15. I think that's pretty damn good. People kept going.
I'm impressed.
My guess is
that at 1.
Between your super chats on here, the couple that we may have got on, I didn't get any on Cash App or PayPal that I saw, but you may have got a couple, and then the ones I got in Rumble. My guess is we received at least 200 total donations, which the money itself, the amount you get is one thing, but to see that many people give that many individual donations is always like inspiring, that because it's one thing if someone's just like, here's $5,000, but to see so many different people donate, I think that's a really cool thing. So.
I can give you a number on how many super chats we received. It was 162 on YouTube.
Well,
162 super
I'm
chats.
getting 181, but that's because some of them would be gifted memberships. So I would count that as well. So according to me, it's 181 on YouTube between super chats and gifted memberships. And then whatever I got in my Rumble, which I can't see, and then anything we got in Cash App, I bet we got to at least 200, which is pretty damn good.
That's damn respectable.
I'd say 162 then. Where are you looking at your number?
I'm looking at StreamYard under the comments and then starred.
Yeah, mine says 162.
Oh, mine says 181. I wonder why.
Mine says 179.
I don't know.
That's even more weird.
Wow, let's go. More shenanigans. YouTube deciding it's like, yeah, we're just gonna poke this guy with a hot poker tonight as we go.
Sometimes there's a lag.
Mine says 122.
You know what?
Not to throw a wrench into the works, but I got
Well,
here.
that might be.
Yeah,
You know what? I wonder if mine kicked out when.
Did mine count some on the 5 minutes before you joined me? And I might have got well, I didn't get no fucking 19
You know what?
super chance,
You know what? I did remove yours since it kicked out, and I'm not seeing any additional. Can you see them on your end?
I
That's
don't
weird.
know. It doesn't matter. Right? We'll figure out the
This
tallies
is
and everything. It's
bookkeeping
irrelevant.
now. Come on, guys.
Come on,
Yeah.
Sarah. This is going to be the
But-
stream for the rest of the night. We're talking
Yeah.
about this. Deal with it, man. Everybody wants to hear this.
Yes.
The point is, you people were very generous. That's it.
Yes.
That's the point.
And Zachary sends in the final two to say this to mess up your math. All right, here's what we're going to do. Matriarchy or patriarchy, okay? Tomatoes in the chat if you think the matriarchy won. Eggplants in the chat if you think the patriarchy won. I think that's a fair vegetable
That's fair.
mix there. All right. Yeah, I did get booted out, so that might have messed with the count, but I mean it was a fast boot, so I don't know. And while they are tallying up their votes or dropping their tomatoes or eggplants in, Jason Cassell, would you like to start with your final thoughts?
Yeah, it was a good time. I think you guys should do something like this again. I think it worked out pretty well. But yeah, I would have kept on going, but I'm getting tired, so I would have kept on doing it. But
it's fair.
I'm falling asleep.
I think that's you've done your duty, sir.
I did my duty as a man.
you.
I did my patriarchal duty.
That's right.
I'm not seeing tomatoes or eggplants. They're dropping hot dogs and jalapenos and I don't even fucking know. Peanuts, potatoes.
This is a bunch of
eggs.
eggplants.
Fair enough. All right, Grumple to you.
Oh yes. Oh, they're not showing up in StreamYard, but they are on your chat. Just FYI on YouTube.
Okay.
There's a lot of eggplants. Okay, so Rob, I think just final thoughts. Rob, I think that was on an open panel, so yeah, there wasn't any coordinating beforehand on an open panel, so it's unfortunate. So we're not going to necessarily be exactly on the same page in that. So yeah, Grumpelstiltskin, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Twitter, karaoke stream this Thursday, most likely. Check my Twitter or Discord for when we get started. It's going to be a good time. I've got
Do you
good
take
feedback
guests?
from. Yes.
Like,
Oh
do
yeah.
you
That's
love
the thing. Yeah. No. That's the thing. It's. I'll guess it's just like karaoke. I will participate, but it's mostly going to be guests. Come on up. You gotta bring your own song and present it so it's not out of sync. But that's going to be a thing this Thursday. And I've not got DMCA'd one time except for AC/DC. So don't do AC/DC. Or if you want to, that's fine. I'll just cut it out on the video after. No biggie.
Can I give you just one advice? One little advice? Don't bring
What's that, Emmett?
Cecil. Just don't bring Cecil. Please. That's the only advice I have.
His Louisiana internet. We're not going to do that same thing the next time. If he wants to, he'll have to do his own and present it. But his Louisiana swamp internet is not. I can't we can't fix that. You have to do it. There's going to be a rule. You have to present your own karaoke song, and it doesn't even have to be a karaoke version. You can sing along with just something that you want to, and it'll be cool.
Okay.
It's a good time.
Sounds cool.
We can dance if you want to. We can leave this world behind. Norwegian Dan to you, sir.
Yes. No, I appreciate the time. I came from a 8-hour fishing trip, so I'm kind of out of it. But I really enjoyed my little time here with you. And if you're unsure of what to post of eggplants or tomatoes, you can just post a burrito. That will also be a patriarchy.
Same difference.
That's all I have to say.
It's like both.
Sandwiches and
All right, burritos or hot dogs?
Burritos.
Tacos or hot dogs?
Yeah. Well, you
Fair.
know. That's all I have to say.
Fair enough. Emmett, to you, sir.
Thanks so much for having me on, Sarah, as always. Thank you, Rob, for answering my question. Spiro, you are a better Ryan than Ryan. That was amazing. I'm just gonna say it. I don't know. This was a great stream. Thank you all for having me, and be seeing you hopefully. Oh, best wish, happy birthday, Rob! Obviously,
Thank
and
you.
I hope your channel gets back to you real quick.
Thank you. Means a lot. And sorry that I, on our little 2-on-2 verbal combat thing, that I dominated that time. I'm sorry.
You
about
didn't
that.
let him talk, Rob. How dare you?
No. I was more asking for like advice, in the future. Like, what can I do? And it was like nothing. Perfect.
To be fair,
Just tell him to shut the fuck up.
To be fair, Rob was spitting fire though in that.
That was a great
too.
debate, yeah.
Just ripped up the other team like they weren't there.
Well, thank you.
Fair enough. Mr. Dinkus, to you.
Well, thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun, Rob. Globalism.
We're giving the rationale for interventionism, even though neither of us believe in it. Good stuff.
That's true. Well, I had to argue it with EOD, and it was kind of a fun thing because it was, should America be the policeman of the world? And I said, you know what? Yes, and I'll take it one step further. We should just own the whole thing. So then I figured, why not do that same thing with Rob and see how he took it? But
American Nacho is a guy I don't know if you guys know him. I saw him put on X with the bombing of Iran. He's like, yeah, I'm for this if this is just America.
Oh, it's been a minute.
Just letting their fucking thing hang out and be like, fuck you. We'll do what we want now. He's like, that I'd be for. But if it's just listening to Israel, then no, we're not for that. So, but it's, that's sort of getting in line with what you're saying. If America just wants to be like, you know what, we'll do what we please now. How about that? No.
Yep.
For it.
And there is a difference. So anyway, come visit me at Abe Dinkus. We do chats, we do debates, we do fun, we do whatever. So
Thank you, Mr. Dinkus. Spyro, to you, sir.
Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. It's incredible to be here, and I hope you come back more. Today was literally the first time I debated anything outside of tech stuff. I have my own channel. I do daily tech news and cover video games and stuff like that. So I was just doing it for fun. The fact that I did the Russian collusion thing in approximately 3 hours overall, better than Ryan Coder. If that's true, that's really sad. That's so sad.
It is true. It is true.
I won it. I was doing it for fun, just to fill time and have a fun debate with Rob, because I know he loves that stuff, right? And it's his birthday, so I thought, what if he actually came up with what if he actually had a real challenge?
Happy birthday, Rob.
All right, so that was good. I appreciate it though. Come check me out. I multi-stream to all the places. I'm on X. You go to my website and see me and all that. Thanks for having me on, Sarah. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You're most welcome. The name of your channel?
The name of my channel is at Spiro Floropoulos on YouTube, which is just the last name there. You can you can X my name as well and put it in there, and you can go to spirofloropoulos.com as well, and all the links are there too. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Spiro's fun. I like him and his girly voice. And before Rob goes, Hall Long Nate sent in the big 20. Says, Spiro, you're a good dude.
Thanks, Hall.
Looking forward to seeing you more. Yes, me as well, Spiro. I will agree with that. Sarah, want a week-long ride-along? I have an extra bink. No, I hate driving. I spend way too much time driving on a daily basis. I'm fucking tired of driving. I never want to be in a car again. If my life,
come on, Sarah, it's been 5 years for this guy.
Around not driving or being in a car for even a matter of 10 minutes, I would be a happy tomato once again. I don't ever want to get in a fucking car, let alone a truck. But thank you for the invitation. Mr. Rob Noerr, to you, sir.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. I was telling Sarah the other day, I think that Sarah is my favorite channel to come on because usually it means debating. I think she's the best moderator and the best panel host out there. So I always enjoy working with Sarah. She's always very generous after she's done streaming when she raids. And so that's sort of where we came up with the idea. Sort of like a little friendly competition that we dupe everyone into think we're competing with each other, but really we're splitting the money. Great idea. Like it's pretty, it's like that old conspiracy that Coke and Pepsi are owned by the same dudes, right? But you offer the alternative. That way you're raking in the cash. That was the impetus for all this. So I think it went very well, all things aside for the stupid little hiccup at the beginning, and I do apologize to the audience for that. No one wants to hear about the troubles of like, oh shit, my channel just got struck down, so I apologize for that. But yes, I would love to do it again. Everyone was incredibly generous. It really means a lot. I can't get over how nice people are. Again, like I'm saying, we probably had around 200 total donations tonight. I have no idea what the total money was, but it really does mean a lot for people to be out there that want to participate. Even if you're not donating money or in the chat, people are jumping in like the panels and shit. Like it's really amazing that we have a community here of like-minded people, even if we don't agree on everything politically or culturally, that are enjoying this and coming together to show enjoyment for it. So I couldn't be more honored to be part of this, and hopefully we could do shit like this in the future, and I look forward to seeing you all hopefully on my YouTube channel that'll be back soon. So.
And you had every right to spend the first half hour going through the hokey pokey of, oh shit, my channel's shut down. I would have done the same. I probably would have bitched longer considering I'm a woman. And actually you would have heard me bitch probably through the entirety of the stream because, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. So I give you credit because you eventually stopped and moved on, but I would have been perfectly okay. We spent the entire stream debating the idea about a stream getting shut down. It's horse shit. So thank you. Right. Yeah, no, thank you everyone for coming in and supporting our grift stream. I think Rob is a fun collaborator. I find that we'll probably be doing more stuff in the future, and we're so conveniently located both on the East Coast. We're both up at 3:30 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, here bringing this great material to you. And I like it because Rob does most of the talking, so I can just sit and be cute and look pretty.
Not that last half, though, like the last 40 minutes, you were debating and running the timer and running the super challenge.
Well, you look like you needed a break. You were getting your YouTube stuff cranked out and getting that sorted through. So when you tapped me and I was like, all right, Rob wants to take a break and actually, take a breath and breathe for a couple minutes. So I'm happy to oblige and I'm happy to have fun with it. And I hope that we can do some more fun stuff like this in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that Rob and I are sharing this stream. We're sharing the funds that you sent in. So continue the grift. The grift must always continue. I think Andrew wants to do something Monday night. We'll see. It's not locked in yet. But outside of that, I'm taking the fucking weekend. No, I'm not taking the weekend off. We'll be back here July 5th. Saturday night, we got a debate. Stephen Kent versus RTP Talks. And of course, we'll be going into open panel. I believe that debate is about something to do with Trump or immigration. I think it's the immigration policy. So that open panel is going to be lit. Make sure you're first to be here. Outside of that, fuck off.
Generally, you said feminism was here's what actually happened. It was the foundation of all knowledge.
Money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Robert. Oh, dead?
With a crowbar, you say?